This is Meteo Mundo.
Hi everyone, Rusty with you here on this early Monday morning. Live coverage of Hurricane Beryl moving through the Windward Islands. Good to see you. Hope everyone is doing well. Obviously, we have all eyes on what's going to be happening here. Going to have live continuous coverage on Meteo Mundo. It's going to be kind of a marathon, not a sprint. So thanks for staying with me here. If you've been keeping an eye out on the live stream overnight, you've been able to keep a watchful eye on Beryl. And I have been doing the same as well. We're going to get into all the particulars here, of course, coming up. But again, we're live tracking Beryl right now at 7 a.m. here on this early Monday morning. Hope everyone's doing well, first of all. Enjoy, appreciate you guys very, very much. Just one second here, I'm gonna reset this. Thanks for everyone coming in. Thanks for everyone watching the live stream as well. Just gonna put some information on the screen here real quick. And again, we're gonna, take our time with this this morning. No rush at all, but I've been putting some things together behind the scenes. So I'm just gonna do a few things here while we get started. And if you're joining me, first of all, if you live in these areas, good morning, and let us know how you're doing. Obviously, we've had some extremely strong winds already in Barbados. Tobago's starting to get some of those stronger outer feeder bands as well. And I'm going to give you the stats here as of 5 o'clock. So the winds with Beryl are 120 miles an hour, and that is better, but it is still a problem, and Beryl looks to probably be strengthening again here relatively quickly. It went through that Eyewall replacement cycle. It is still moving west at 20. If anyone thinks it's slowing down a little bit, I know what it is. We're just, please get it out of my area here. But it is moving at 20 miles an hour. Going to put this on the screen for you guys. It's just a little bit easier instead of me having to reiterate it. You can see it on the top of your screen, and then we'll get into it here if I can plop it where I want to. Okay, so I'll be updating that as well. Yep, hurricane hunters. So hurricane hunters, when a storm is approaching land like this, hurricane hunters are going to be in and out of the storm almost constantly if they can. And I can actually plot on if they're in, and the data here, I can actually bring that on from time to time. Let me pause the loop here. Sometimes the alpha is actually so bright on this imagery I can't see their path. Let me move this down and switch over to water vapor. I don't see the plot here, at least on my mapping. So let's talk real quick about what's been happening with Beryl and put this back into motion here. So if you joined me last night for the live stream, it noted that it looked like it was starting to go under an eyewall replacement cycle. And that is exactly what happened. All right, so we see this eyewall collapse here a couple of hours ago, right? And it almost goes away from satellite imagery just a little bit less than an hour ago. That has reduced the maximum wind speeds to 120, so it's come from a Cat 4 to a Cat 3. You think, okay, that's not bad news. But there's really not much appreciable difference between what a 120 mile an hour hurricane can do and what a 130 mile an hour hurricane can do. The other issue is that when these hurricanes go under eyewall replacement cycles, the hurricane force winds actually expand out. It's like we're condensing that eye, and then once it fully condenses, the winds kind of spread back out. So now we have ourselves hurricane force winds 35 miles from the center of circulation. And the other problem is, in the last hour, the eye has returned, and more than likely we are going to start to see Beryl go under, strengthening once again. It is not a good situation for that. Flight level winds, yeah, flight level winds. That's a big difference between what they're going to see at the surface. The new HAFS models are running as we speak, so I'm going to show you guys those as well. Here's the thing, and yes, I will be getting some coffee. I hope you'll be joining me in whatever you want to imbibe on this morning, but It's been a long couple of days, but I'm happy to be here. If you notice, we have some lightning strikes right now around that north center. That is some really deep convection that's beginning to wrap back over the eye of Beryl. That is another sign of strengthening again. Now, again, Barbados looks to have avoided the core of Beryl. Still some over 70-mile-an-hour wind gusts on the south side. There's going to be a lot of power outages. There's going to be some water inundation there with the swells. They're having a southeast wind as we speak, but again, we have that reporting station out of Barbados. We actually have a reporting station as well out of Grenada and Tobago, and so I'm going to be keeping an eye on those. Now, these are the temperatures. When I go over to wind, let's see if they're actually showing a wind. So we can. Now, when you see these winds, these are actually the wind barbs. So that is a north to northwest wind, kind of a west-northwest wind in Tobago. We have two flags there, so that's 20-mile-an-hour winds. So there you go right there. So Tobago is reporting right now 21-mile-an-hour wind. Now, that is on the far southwest side of the island. Do you see that core right there? My friends in Tobago, let me know what you guys are seeing right now. But Tobago is certainly in the brunt of this. And again, hurricane warnings are in effect. The hurricane watches and warnings haven't changed since I last saw you yesterday evening, guys, where it's Barbados. Let me go back out to the broad view just to show you this. It is Barbados, St. Lucia, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, Grenada, and Tobago still under the hurricane warning. Martinique and Trinidad still under the tropical storm warning, and Dominica under the tropical storm watch. So that hasn't changed at all. And again, Beryl has had a very little change in structure. It went under the Eyewall replacement cycle, and now more than likely it's probably going to be getting a little bit stronger as well. I'm going to bring on, we're going to look at a couple of things here with the forecast cone. So here you go. Again, we are within a few hours of it moving through the Grenadines. All right. And unfortunately now, we're getting to a point where there's not much of an ability to see this shift. So our friends in Grenada and the Grenadines need to be prepared for direct impacts from Hurricane Beryl, unfortunately. Again, Beryl is a Cat 3 with Beryl is a Cat 3 with 120-mile-an-hour winds. If we're looking at the western side of the Eyewall to Grenada, it's about 73 miles. It's moving at 20 miles an hour. So we're within about 4 hours or less. Certainly, we are within a few hours of seeing the core of Beryl begin to move through. Carriacou, about 70 miles away. Cancun, I believe, again, that's how it's pronounced, is about 74. Beckway, let's go up north, it's about 87 miles, and then St. Vincent is about 93. That is from the western Eyewall as we speak. But obviously, you know, this path with very little time to change this is going to take it through the southern side of the Grenadines, very close to Grenada. There is a potential that the Eyewall actually does go over Grenada. And again, we talked about it in yesterday's stream, and I will mention it again. Beryl overall is a small hurricane, all right? It is small, but it is extremely strong. And all signs point to Beryl getting stronger right now after this Eyewall replacement cycle, which temporarily stopped the strengthening of Beryl. But there's very little wind shear that is still present. And typically with these major hurricanes, after an Eyewall replacement cycle, they start to get stronger. Go back over here and see what we have as far as, we do have the wind up still, okay. So let's see here if we've got Grenada reporting the wind. Let's see, let me bring this back on here. And Tobago is, and then Grenada is as well. So far, that's not a lot of wind. Now the question is, do you trust it, right? Let's take a look here at the reporting station. It says there's a 15-mile-an-hour wind right now. I would assume that might be either shadowed by some terrain or it's not reporting correctly. Now you can see Barbados, that's a 40-mile-an-hour wind. That's sustained, by the way. So here in Barbados, we've got a 40-mile-an-hour wind, gust to 52, but earlier we had ourselves over 70-mile-an-hour winds. I've saw a 70-mile wind. I know that the Grantley Adams International Airport in Barbados reported a gust of 60. That's 96 kilometers an hour. So again, you're looking at the top of your screen. That is the latest from Beryl at this point in time. Good to see you guys on this Monday morning. Thanks for tuning in. Appreciate you guys. Again, keeping you covered here on Hurricane Beryl. We're just going to be watching for our friends here in the Windward Islands and tracking this for you guys live. Again, what I am seeing right now is a Beryl that more than likely will be strengthening as we go over the next couple of hours, now that it's done with the Eyewall replacement cycle. That is typically followed by a time of intensification, especially when there's very little wind shear. If you notice the lightning strikes on the northern side, that is kind of indicative of that we're trying to take some deeper convection and now begin to wrap it around. So what I would anticipate coming up here in the next half hour is that we're going to see this convection begin to spiral around the south side. And if that is the case, then the winds in the inner core of Beryl are going to get stronger. All right, we went from 130 to 120 during the Eyewall replacement cycle, but the eye is now fully visible again. The storm looks extremely healthy. It wasn't as if the wind shear was causing this Eyewall to collapse. It was just going under a very typical thing that major hurricanes do when they go through Eyewall replacement cycles every couple of days. It just happened to be right as it entered this area, but that Eyewall replacement cycle is now fully done. All right, so here are the gusts that we have. And again, we're going to be talking about tropical storm force gusts that are going to be well away from the center of circulation. Martinique just had a 38-mile-an-hour wind gust. We can see some of the outer feeder bands as far north as Dominica and Guadeloupe, and some of those are going to spiral into the northern side of the Leeward Islands as well, throughout the Leeward Islands. Still some rain, but again, Trinidad looks to be okay, right? Trinidad's going to get more brush than anything else. Tobago here, as I loop this back up, is in the heart of some very intense weather right now. You can see those darker, satellite tops as indicative of some extremely heavy rainfall and some very, very gusty winds. Kenawan, thank you. I knew it wasn't canoe. Kenawan, appreciate it. Will Grenada get a direct hit? So it's looking likely. It's looking likely that the Eyewall of Beryl will be very close to Grenada. The center might pass just north or on the northern side, but we now have hurricane force winds that extend 35 miles, and especially on the northern side. And that might actually expand if Beryl's going under an intensification process. So you can see that if we just follow this line from the northern Eyewall, that most of the Grenadines and maybe even the south side of St. Vincent are in that core of the strongest winds. And then Grenada will still get hit with the actual Eyewall itself. So this entire area is going to be the spot that we have to watch out for the most problematic conditions. Truly life-threatening, truly devastating. It's not going to be a good situation for these areas. And again, if you live in these areas, I certainly hope that you guys are paying very close attention and that you guys have found the safest spot that possibly can. Honestly, we're just on the edge of seeing some strong winds move back into this area. So you can start to see here, we're getting this outer band spiraling in. That's the leading edge of what's going to be some tropical storm force winds that'll be more consistent as well. We're going to talk about the Caribbean a lot for sure. I mean, again, I'm going to be with you guys for several hours today. I'm going to be with you as it moves through this area. There are some changes, and actually some of the things that I'm doing behind the scenes here is going over that. Looked at a few models this morning, but yes, there are some potential differences with what Beryl might be doing now as it tries to move into the Caribbean. I mean, it's going to move into the Caribbean. Let me get rid of this illustration, guys. But there have been some model differences with that. So let's look at a little bit wider shot real quick. Put this into motion. Again, live here at Meteo Mundo. Good to see you guys early on this Monday. Rusty McCranie with you here, and gonna get you covered through the remainder of the event here. We're gonna take a look at what's the visible satellite imagery. We now have, of course, daylight, so we will be able to fully see what Beryl is bringing. And again, I have my loop set for 6 hours, but we're now just starting to see that visible satellite imagery come on. And this is a nice clear shot, unfortunately, of a major hurricane moving into the Windward Islands. I'm going to also be keeping up, guys, with some of the Hurricane Center stuff, so apologize if I take a brief second, look down, check my computer, make sure that I've got the newest information for you guys. So 5 o'clock was the latest full advisory from the National Hurricane Center. They have Beryl strengthening back up to 130 mile an hour winds. Now, they had that basically occurring as it moves over the Grenadines, okay, in the next 6 to 12 hours. It looks like it's already trying to re-intensify before it moves in. So there's that opportunity, unfortunately, that we get back to a Category 4. Again, it only needs to go up another 10 miles from where it is now, and it was already at 130. The reason why it dropped is we had that Eyewall replacement cycle, right? Had the Eyewall replacement cycle, now it's starting to get stronger. Again, if you live in these areas, just let me know and let us know what's going. How long would it stay over Carriacou? Okay, so for any of these areas, Beryl is moving at 20 miles an hour. It's not going to be a long duration event, okay? But it's going to be extremely impactful. Again, we have winds right now of 120 sustained, but gusts probably in that 135, 140 range. It is a tight core of those winds. Those winds don't extend out very far, but they do extend out farther on the northern side up to 35 miles. And again, I am noting strengthening trying to occur right now on our satellite imagery. And the hurricane reconnaissance aircraft, they're in there. They're keeping a very close eye on things. And so am I as well. So this is a perilous situation right now for our friends in the Grenadines and Grenada, St. Vincent included as well, where we are going to have a major hurricane move through in the next couple of hours. All right. All preparation should be done. If you do live there, please check in with your local officials and your local government for any last minute messaging. But my advice is just make sure you shelter in place. We're going to obviously see some extremely rough winds, very high sea conditions. We could have some swells of 10 to 15 feet. We could have storm surge of 6 to 9 feet. Sienna, where are you where your house is flooded, if I might ask? Grenada calm right now, light drizzle, no wind extreme. Appreciate it. Yeah, the Grenada, the site we have was only reporting a 15 mile an hour wind, so still far enough away. But obviously, you know, we mentioned this throughout the day. Weather's going to be going downhill. St. Lucia, what's going on with St. Lucia? Well, St. Lucia right now has a 23 mile an hour gust, so we're just starting to see the outer bands move through. Now, when you get as far north as St. Lucia, you guys are going to be dealing more with the outer area of Beryl, where you're going to get some passing tropical storm force winds and then more steady tropical storm force winds over the next couple of hours. St. Lucia will be into consistent tropical storm or even hurricane force winds for a time. Again, there is a hurricane warning in effect for St. Lucia. If you notice just north, Martinique has had a 38 mile an hour wind. Dominica has just had a 29 mile an hour wind as well. So these winds are up. Barbados has been really consistent on the south side there over the last couple of hours of reporting a 50 to 60 mile an hour wind gust. Although, as I say that, literally the reporting station just decided to drop off. There it goes, comes back up again. So you can see, 50, 60 mile an hour winds pretty consistently there. But the core of Beryl is missing Barbados off to the south. Now, it's interesting because these stronger winds are beginning to expand north, and they're almost trying to reach back into the south side of Barbados. So, I mean, we're getting really close here, but Beryl is moving away, where Barbados could have some of the worst winds as we speak, as this begins to expand. All right, let's take a look at a couple of things here, guys. Good to see you. Again, thank you for coming in, and I appreciate you. Getting a little bit of coffee here. Just getting going myself. Again, kind of a marathon, not a sprint this morning. A few things I want to show you guys here. And hopefully this is going to be the right graphic, and it is. So this is the newest track of Hurricane Beryl from the National Hurricane Center. This is as of the 5 a.m. advisory. Couple of notes with this. First of all, they have a lot more uncertainty than what they had just 24 hours ago. And we talked about that potential uncertainty into the central and western sides of the Caribbean. Now, they aren't going to make drastic changes from advisory to advisory. They're going to stair-step this, if anything else. So you're not going to see a drastic change on the 5 a.m. advisory, but their wording has certainly changed and raised my eyebrow a little bit. Two reasons. First of all, there is the possibility that there is a much stronger ridge placed here that would keep Beryl farther south, okay? So all the models are trying to take Beryl farther south, all right? The Hurricane Center only subtly shifted the track farther south, but potentially we could be seeing a farther shift south. That would be good news for Puerto Rico, which will still only see indirect impacts, but for the southern side of Hispaniola, where we do have a tropical storm watch for the southern coast of Haiti and the western southern coast of the Dominican Republic. It would be good news for Jamaica, although Jamaica is certainly still more in the potential impact of a hurricane, even on this latest track. And then it would not be as good news for portions of north Central America and the Yucatan Peninsula. That being said, the other aspect of this is that some of the models now are trying to weaken Beryl quicker as it encounters more wind shear as it moves into the central and the western sides of the Caribbean. If you look at the European model with Beryl right now, you can see again, there's a little bit of a subtle shift south. The black line is your ensemble mean. And obviously there's going to be more differences with the model as we go out in time, so there's more of a spread. But certainly there's been a little bit of a shift south in the European model this morning as well. More into Central America. And the Hurricane Center even said, look, down the road, if this gets into the Gulf of Mexico, it's too far out to really talk about it, okay? Is there a potential recurve scenario in the Western Gulf into the northwest Gulf Coast of the United States? It's possible or plausible, but not much more mention as of that for right now. Again, the models are spaghetti plots. If you take a look, there's more of a precipitous drop right now in what Beryl could end up becoming. So, you know, we see this Cat 3 right now, right around 120, and then we see a quicker drop off in the models over the next couple of days. Not all of them. Some of them hold on to a stronger Beryl or keep Beryl at that Cat 2 to high-end Cat 1. But now more models here later in the week are beginning to drop the intensity of Beryl with that forecast of having more wind shear in the central and the western Caribbean. So that's the latest there. Please be very cautious, our mariner friends, of all of the significant wave heights that it will be moving in. There is Beryl right now on that latest model running through. And again, the wave action is going to be felt far from the center of circulation. There's going to be a lot of wave action. And then behind that, we'll just have to wait and see if we get another, punch of wind and rain and waves from Invest 96L. Now, the interesting thing is that that is not going to be Chris, because Chris formed in the southwest Gulf of Mexico yesterday, late last night, early this morning. So Chris is now what TD3 was. If you guys remember TD3, that is now Chris in the southwest side of the Gulf of Mexico. All right, gang. Good to see you again on this early Monday morning. Live coverage here at Meteo Mundo of Hurricane Beryl. Again, as of the 5 a.m. advisory, winds 120 miles an hour, pressure 965, moving west at 20. We are within a couple of hours of seeing the center of circulation, the Eyewall from Beryl, move into the vicinity of Grenada and St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Again, Beryl only lost intensity because it went under an eyewall replacement cycle, which is very common in intense hurricanes every few days. It just happened to occur late last night. I was tracking it live for you here late last night. It went under that eyewall replacement cycle early this morning. The eye has become fully visible again, and it looks to me like strengthening is beginning to occur. Hurricane reconnaissance aircraft are in Beryl right now. They're investigating Beryl, but I want you to note that we start to see these whites begin to wrap back around the eye. And do you see the lightning strikes here? And this, to me, is the biggest thing. And one reason why I love to show you the technology we have here at Meteo Mundo is I can show you live lightning data, even within hurricanes. And this deeper convection is beginning to flare up and wrap back around the eye wall of Beryl. It's all signs that we're trying to get, that Beryl's trying to re-strengthen and gain a little bit of that strength it lost during the eyewall replacement cycle, which is also very typical. If there's no environmental factors like wind shear, after the eyewall replacement cycle, these hurricanes typically ramp back up in intensity after that eyewall replacement cycle and potentially become even stronger as well. All right, good morning, guys. Good to see you here. Barbados right now, strong winds. Thank you, Peter. Appreciate you. Appreciate all the updates that you give. Again, Barbados is going to miss the core of Beryl, but that doesn't mean they're not going to have some significant impacts. We've had very steady 60-mile-an-hour winds here. You can see on the south side of Barbados for hours now. Obviously, that can knock down trees. You get the saturated soil that can cause problems. There could be some flooding of inundation of water, both because of the storm surge coming in and some of the heavier rain. The rainfall isn't going to be the biggest threat out of Beryl because, again, it's moving at 20 miles an hour, but still we could have 3 to 6 inches and some locally higher amounts than that. That will cause some problems. And of course, if we're taking some of this water and we're pushing it down from higher terrain into lower levels, we can get some inundation of lower levels here as well across the island chain. Big blow up of thunderstorms just moved through Grenada here in the last hour. You can see that lightning there. They're in a touch of a lull right now, but this is going to be the biggest area of concern. St. Lucia to St. Vincent, the Grenadines, and Grenada. St. Lucia, we're keeping an eye on you, 23-mile-an-hour wind. Again, we do have some live data here. The other thing I want to do real quickly is I'm going to bring on both the ships and the buoy data. So here at Meteo Mundo, I can also take a look at any buoys that we have out here and then any ships data. Now, obviously, we're going to hope and assume that there's no ships in the path of Beryl. So I'm not expecting to get any weather information from any of the passing ships, but that is something else that I can look at as well. Now, on these observations, again, I can look at the wind. And I want to go back over here. Tobago's still reporting a northwest wind right around 20, but that's the south side of the island. Winds are going to be more intense right now on the north side of the island, and it is just those subtle differences. Now we're reporting a north wind here, but still only at around 15. Again, Grenada is in a little bit of a lull right now, but it's going to be picking back up in a hurry. And this is where we are going to see the most intense weather coming in right here. You can see that here, 540. Good morning, everyone. Good to see you. Thank you for tuning in. Thank you for all the reports as well. Look, all of the information is very important, and I appreciate it. Give me just 1 second here, guys. Take myself off camera just real quick. All right, gang, I'm back. Trying to do the best for you here. All right, so again, 5 a.m. advisory, 120, 965, west at 20. It's not going to surprise me here, and I'm going to keep an eye on the Hurricane Center website as well. It's not going to shock me when we get the 8 a.m. update if they're going to make it stronger. Again, hurricane reconnaissance aircraft are going through it right now. Taking a look at a couple of different things here. Looking at their RICO observations. Looks like they're just starting a new one here. Yeah. Yeah, they've got four different flights, but actually 6 different times. They got both aircraft going in there, as I would expect they would as well. So we're going to get a lot of data from the hurricane hunters that will be imparted directly to us here from the National Hurricane Center. Again, that's the best thing, because obviously what we're getting from the Hurricane Center and the reconnaissance aircraft is up-to-date information, real-time data moving in. And so we can clearly find out here just how strong Beryl might end up getting. It's good to see that Trinidad might have avoided the worst. Again, we always thought that that was probably going to be the case, but you guys still did fall under that tropical storm warning, and that's fine, because look, there's no guarantees with this, but we had a pretty good idea that this was going to stay on this course, but Trinidad close enough to obviously have to consider that. You can see the fresh wind there out of Barbados. That is the sustained wind, which is 40 miles an hour, but the gusts have gone to 20. So again, we're watching Beryl get closer. Let's pause this real quick. And again, we want to really keep our friends and in Grenada up to date. The line that you see is the forecast track from the Hurricane Center. I'm going to put on a couple things here, and we'll take a look at it. First of all, the forecast wind radii will appear, and you can see how widespread our tropical storm and hurricane force winds are going to be. Again, based on where we have the track going right now, we would more than likely see hurricane force winds as far north as St. Vincent. All right, based on the track. Obviously, you're looking at places like Grenada and Carriacou and Union Island, and areas to the north, even as far north as Beckway there in the Grenadines, to have the most significant impacts. Right now, hurricane force winds extend 35 miles from the center of circulation. So with that being said, it's a small hurricane, but it is an extremely, extremely intense hurricane as well. Get rid of the forecast wind radii. So from Grenada, we are now about 65 miles away from the Eyewall moving in. Obviously ahead of it, we're going to have much stronger winds, but we're now within about 3 hours of the Eyewall moving through places like Grenada and the Grenadines. Again, yet to be determined exactly where. There will be some wobbles with the eye. It never goes in a smooth fashion. It stair steps, you know what I mean? Boom, 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 boom. But overall, it's a relatively straight line. But that Eyewall does wobble around as it spins. So you can see here, over the last couple of frames, as the Eyewall has returned, it's slightly north of that line. Doesn't mean it's going to stay going north. The next 30 minutes, we might see it dive back down. There's just not much time for this to do anything crazy. I fully expect the eye to go somewhere within the lines that the Hurricane Center has spread. So just seeing a little bobble north really isn't out of the ordinary, because we see it all the time. And again, you can see this deeper convection rolling around. Now, the extent of Beryl will be felt through Trinidad and portions of the northern coastline of South America, but in a much weaker fashion. We always talked about how, of course, on the south side, we get weaker winds because the winds are actually going to be coming out of the south and the southwest, and we're seeing that right now. If you take a look at the wind out of Tobago, it's a west wind. So again, it's a net negative because the east wind in Barbados going with the forward speed of the storm, the forward motion, the west wind from Tobago is the exact opposite. So we have a 40-mile-an-hour wind here in Barbados, and not much, and really even closer to the eye, it's less than half of that in Tobago. So along the Eyewall path, north is where we're going to have the worst situation. St. Lucia's wind beginning to pick up. That's a 35-mile-an-hour wind there right now. So it's interesting because we have a reporting station here on the south side of St. Lucia that's not showing me a gust. So let's take a look at that. So it's a 38-mile-an-hour sustained wind there on the south side of St. Lucia. Again, that is as of 7 o'clock. Pressure of 1,010. So we haven't seen the core pressure come through. It's actually an interesting thing to see out of Barbados. Their pressure is 1,008. So nothing significant there. But again, the core pressure of Beryl is down to 965. Let me get back over to the chat here, guys. John Jr., how did I do? Did I answer your questions in St. Lucia? Rainfall for St. Lucia in these areas is forecast to be 3 to 6 inches. 3 to 6 inches. Beryl is moving through fairly quickly, okay? And you can see that wind barb come up. Now, I'm going to try and show you the numbers, but the sustained winds are going to be these barbs, but they're pretty easy to read. One long barb is 10 miles an hour, 10 knots, depending on what we're looking at. And then one smaller barb is 5 miles an hour or 5 knots. In this particular instance, these are going to be in knots, but then translated into miles per hour here on my screen. So it shows 35, but it's really 38. And again, just looking at that core coming through. Starting to see the first signs of these outer feeder bands work their way up a little bit farther into the Lesser Antilles. I mean, look at all of this wind here, guys. Martinique, Montserrat, Antigua, even some fresh winds up there towards St. Bartholomew, St. Martin, over 30 miles an hour. Shows you guys the northern extent of this, and this will be spreading into these areas with some rain, and for the Virgin Islands and for Puerto Rico as well. But indirect impacts and nothing of overall consequence. Our main focus is obviously on what's happening here for St. Vincent and the Grenadines and Grenada. Again, with the hurricane force winds only going out 35 miles, we're going to really talk about a small area, but extremely significant impacts in that smaller area. Looking to see here if the Hurricane Center has updated. Chris is back to a tropical depression. So that was one of the very shortest lived tropical storms. This is in the Southwest Gulf. I'm just kind of going over what the Hurricane Center is talking about here. Still don't have the 8 o'clock numbers from Beryl as of yet, but we'll see. And typically, they'll try and issue the advisories a few minutes ahead of time. Sometimes they'll do it even earlier, but it's not surprising that we don't get much of an update until right at the time, because these hurricane reconnaissance aircraft are currently investigating this system, and the Hurricane Center is going to wait till the last minute to put out the advisory to get all the information that they possibly can. There they are right there, as a matter of fact. So let's take a look. So again, I have the ability to take a look at what we have here. So these purple dots are going to be the plots from, and let me get back so I can full screen this on my computer. These are the plots from the reconnaissance aircraft. So they're beginning to fly in right now. Okay, so this was 7:38. They're at 3,153 meters. They have a wind speed of 80. And they've got a max surface wind of 61. All right, so it's pretty cool. We can see this in real time. What's going on there? So we'll keep an eye on this plot from the newest hurricane reconnaissance aircraft going into Beryl, right there. All right. Again, we look like we're going to have some strengthening here, guys. If you're just tuning in, first of all, thank you for joining me here at Meteo Mundo for your live continuous coverage of Hurricane Beryl moving into and through the Windward Islands. We're going to try and keep everyone as informed as possible, try and keep everyone as safe as possible. Our thoughts and prayers are with our friends here in these areas. If you're just tuning in, we're going to get the 8 a.m. advisory. That's the intermediate advisory for the Hurricane Center coming up. I will update those stats in a minute. As of the 5 o'clock advisory, Beryl had actually dropped to winds of 120 miles an hour from 130 earlier last night. But we mentioned this on last night's live stream. Beryl was undergoing an eyewall replacement cycle. You notice at 5:30, the eye basically is not visible on our enhanced satellite imagery, but then very quickly in the last 90 minutes, it has reformed. And typically, first of all, this is common and expected with major hurricanes every few days to go under eyewall replacement cycles. Typically what happens after an eyewall replacement cycle is that the storm re-intensifies and can become even stronger, deeper convection, stronger thunderstorms as noted in those higher white cloud tops, and all of the lightning near the eye as well is signs to me that Beryl is going to try and strengthen again as it gets closer to the St. Vincent, Grenadines, Grenada area in just the next couple of hours. Now, there's not much more time for it to strengthen, but I don't think it's going to stay steady or it's going to weaken. I think we are going to see these winds come up in Beryl here over the next couple of hours. And that means, again, our friends in these areas need to be extremely, we need to keep them covered, is what I'm trying to say. You guys need to be very aware of the situation that's moving into your area. Beryl is a small hurricane, but it's going to pack a tremendous punch where this eye wall moves over. Because again, we're looking at 120 mile an hour sustained winds, but gusts potentially over 140 and maybe even getting stronger than that. The hurricane force winds as of the 5 a.m. advisory extend out 35 miles from the center of circulation to the north and to the east. So again, we're taking hurricane force winds and we're going to be pushing them based on this track from Grenada to all of the Grenadines and St. Vincent. And of course, near the Eyewall and just north is where we're going to have the core of those Category 3 hurricane force winds. Now we have tropical storm force winds, I believe, and I'll just double check here, that extend out to 125 miles. And that's going to be sustained winds, guys. So we're going to get gusts much farther north than 125 miles of tropical storm force winds. But the sustained tropical storm force winds come out 125 miles. So again, that's going to encompass St. Lucia to the north, all right? The wind profile is not as significant on the southwest side. We've already mentioned that, but there is the possibility for sustained tropical storm force winds and maybe even brushing hurricane force in Tobago. Trinidad looks to be pretty good right now, avoiding the situation as far as the most intense weather. Could still see some good heavy downpours and some, solid wind there, but Trinidad looks to be okay as the eye is moving off to your north. My friends in Tobago, let me know how you guys are doing as well. Good morning, friends. It's good to see you. All right, let's see here if we get, I'm going to go back over. 96L got down to 60%, yes. So the news after we get through the Windward Islands overall has gotten marginally better, but honestly, that's not my concern right now. My concern is for our friends here. Okay, it's back to a Category 4, 130. Nothing, that does not surprise me. We were talking about this live, that everything that I saw was for Beryl to re-intensify. And they haven't come out with the advisory yet, but I'm seeing it here. 130, pressure 959. So it's dropped 6 millibars. Still moving now west-northwest at 20. All right. It's not a good sign, guys, especially the pressure drop. That is a sign of a deepening storm. And for a 6 millibar pressure drop in 3 hours is not a pleasant thing to discuss, because what that means for me is that this storm might be getting even stronger than that. So I'm going to put this into motion. I'm going to re-update these numbers, and then we'll talk more about this coming up. And I appreciate you guys coming in. I promise you I'm going to cover everyone here, and I appreciate that. Bring back up. Let's see here. Again, drop it in the comment section below where you're viewing from and what's been going on, and I appreciate you guys here. All right. Just going to put up the new statistics. It's just the easiest thing here to leave this on the screen, and then anyone who comes in new and asks what's the latest on Beryl can see it. So again, winds are now 130 miles an hour again, which means Beryl has re-intensified back into a Category 4 hurricane. That is the new information from the advisory, the newest one. That's the big takeaway, I guess you could say. I'm just going to double check something real quick before I publish it. Pressure 959, moving west-northwest at 20. They did note, by the way, a slight jog to the north. Thus, instead of a due west track, they now have it west-northwest. But as we are so close to the potential landfall, it's only going to make a minor difference, if any. And we'll see if, again, as we see the eye bobble as it always does, whether it comes back down south. But obviously, with an intensifying hurricane, it's going to be a dangerous situation throughout this entire area. I don't think a 5-mile shift north from Beryl is going to really have an appreciable difference to what Grenada, St. Vincent, and the Grenadines are going to see. This is going to be direct impacts in these areas with a major hurricane coming through. Again, the core winds don't extend very far from the center, but they do extend up to 35 miles to the north. And so that does put the entire island chain that I just mentioned in the heart of those very intense, tremendous winds and life-threatening conditions. Again, the Hurricane Center is very adamant about what we're going to see. I'm concerned about it. Should be as well. This is going to be a very powerful hurricane coming into these areas. All right, so the newest advisory, 8 a.m. has come out. Hurricane Hunter aircraft, as we were talking about, indicate Beryl has strengthened back to an extremely dangerous Category 4 hurricane. Life-threatening winds and storm surge will begin to impact the Windward Islands. All right, so the government of St. Lucia has changed the hurricane warning to a tropical storm warning. That is good news for our friends in St. Lucia. All right, looks like the core of Beryl is going to miss St. Lucia far enough south where they will see consistent tropical storm conditions, but not hurricane conditions. So we really are now focused on St. Vincent and the Grenadines and Grenada for the core of the hurricane force winds. Hurricane warnings are still in effect for Barbados, for St. Vincent and the Grenadines, Grenada, and Tobago. All right? Our friends in Tobago, let us know how you're doing. We've been watching some fresh winds there, but again, south of the center of circulation, especially Tobago really did luck out that the Eyewall replacement cycle was occurring here, where they could have had another core of an hour or two of really strong winds, but we lost a little bit on the south side. So now, again, we're focusing in on these areas. We have a tropical storm watch in effect for the same areas that I mentioned on the southern coast of Hispaniola, and we'll talk about Beryl's movement here as it moves into the Caribbean coming up as well. But the only change, and then the Dominica has discontinued the tropical storm watch. So there's been a little bit of improvement as far as the watches and warnings on our northern side here. Dominica no longer under a tropical storm watch. St. Lucia, not a hurricane warning, it's a tropical storm warning. We're going to see what this aircraft is doing here. Looks like, so they are flying away. So we can see the timestamps here. If I move myself out of the way, this is live data from the hurricane hunters that I can track here at Meteo Mundo. So obviously that was a little bit earlier. Now it's only 8 minutes away, but they're plotting their data. So they're going out to the far northeast side. They have pre-planned patterns that they fly, both hitting all 4 quadrants of the storm, but also different levels as well. Good morning, guys. First of all, we'll take a second here and answer some of your questions. Again, we're just going to leave this up. So let's see here. Good morning, everyone. Rain in Dominica. Barbados up to 60, yes. Even reported a little bit of a 70-mile-an-hour wind gust there very briefly. You can see that. Now, for Barbados, I think you guys are going to stay with very steady winds of this magnitude for about the next hour, and then we will start to see the winds begin to tail off a bit. But again, we've had a good push of easterly winds, so there could be some inundation of water because of sea level rise. We could have a 6 to 9 foot storm surge overall, and there's still going to be at least some moderate impacts to Barbados. Could be significant in a couple of spots as well, but obviously Barbados did narrowly avoid the core of the hurricane force winds. Winds are intensifying in St. Vincent. What time is the impact for Grenada? It's within the next couple of hours, guys. Again, right now, we can take a look at this very clearly. I'll pause it at the very last second here. Grenada, we're moving west-northwest at 20. From the western side of the Eyewall to Grenada, we're about 66 miles. So, first of all, the weather is about ready to go downhill in a hurry for all of St. Vincent and the Grenadines and Grenada. We're going to start to see the most intense part of Beryl move in the next 30 minutes to hour at most. That's the blacks and the whites that you see. The actual eye is 66 miles from Grenada, which means it's going to be passing very close to that area in about 3.5 hours. But obviously, that's just a point on the map. Beryl is much more intense and a much more expanded view, and that is going to be moving in imminently. So if we look at, if you will, how far Grenada is from that most intense part, it's about an hour away. Same thing for Carriacou, Canoan as well, Beckway, St. Vincent, right on that northern side. But I expect St. Vincent to have hurricane force conditions based on this as well. The question about the lightning around the eye, it is an indication of intensification. Once it went through the Eyewall replacement cycle, it is re-intensifying. You can see, and I mentioned this again, if you tuned in earlier, that we're going to see this deep convection in white begin to wrap back around the entire Eyewall. So the hurricane hunters have already seen this go from 120 to 130 miles, but the most concerning to me is a 6 millibar pressure drop from 965 back to 959, okay? I've seen it so many times the last several hurricane seasons that these hurricanes can, quote, bomb out very quickly. And all indications are that Beryl is going through an intensification stage in a very worst time within a couple of hours of moving through St. Vincent and the Grenadines and Grenada. All right, so we'll just have to see how strong Beryl can get in the next couple of hours. But there's nothing that I've seen that Beryl probably won't get stronger than the 130 that it is right now. And the hurricane reconnaissance aircraft going in there and giving us the timely information is going to be crucial to seeing that as well. So we'll get into, again, the rest of what's going to be happening through the Caribbean as well. I appreciate you. Thank you guys for tuning in. While you're here, if you wouldn't mind doing me a favor, just give me a like. I appreciate that. Lets more people know about the channel. It helps support us, and I appreciate that. And we've got you covered here, again, with what's happening live with Hurricane Beryl. We've got all of our live satellite data, live radar data, live lightning data for you here. These are your live wind gusts. Let's take a look real quickly at the sustained winds in the area. So I'm going to go back over to this product and then pause this, and then we'll take a second and we'll get into the rest of what's going to be happening here with Beryl. So again, it's 7 a.m. Are we at 8 o'clock yet? Yes, we haven't had the newest update from this METAR station, but our friends who live in Grenada said the wind hasn't been too fresh as of yet. There's the 38-mile-an-hour wind there in Barbados. And again, there is our hurricane reconnaissance aircraft. We'll keep an eye on that one as well. So let's discuss very quickly the newest information with Beryl as it pertains to the remainder of the week. A couple of notes first. If you just tuned in, we have Tropical Storm Chris, all right? Chris has now weakened back to a tropical depression because it's moved inland, but very short order. We got Tropical Depression number 3, and we have Tropical Storm Chris moving into Mexico with some extremely heavy rain there, okay? So if we have development behind, it's not going to be Chris, it's going to be the D-named storm, but this one has actually had a little bit drop in potential development back down to 60%, which is why it's an orange. So we'll be monitoring that. It's fighting some drier air to the north, as I mentioned yesterday as well. But we'll get into those in a moment. The biggest situation with Beryl is, first of all, how strong is Beryl going to be as it moves out of the Windward Islands? Right now, the forecast is for it to be around 130. Let me get myself out of the way. Forecast is for it to be around 130. Might be stronger than that. Overall, though, there's been two different things in Beryl's potential impacts over the next few days. First of all, the Hurricane Center has taken the track and dropped it a little bit farther to the south. There's the possibility that there's a stronger area of high pressure to the north, which keeps Beryl slightly farther off towards the south. The other impact is that potentially Beryl could weaken quicker because it might be encountering more wind shear. Now, the Hurricane Center noted both of those things in the 5 a.m. advisory, but they're not going to go from solution A to solution B in one advisory. They're going to stair step it and make it a little bit more of a moderate change in the forecast track and intensity. So there's not a ton of change overall in the 5 a.m. advisory. It is slightly farther to the south. It's slightly weaker. And the Hurricane Center simply says, we're going to monitor the trends of the models. And we'll see if we need to shift it farther south. We'll see if we need to weaken it even a little bit further. Again, we do have a tropical storm watch for the southern coast of Haiti and portions of the southern coast of the Dominican Republic. Based still on the 5 a.m. advisory, this would begin to impact Jamaica late Tuesday into Wednesday, potentially as a category 2, but that center line is farther to the south. This would be potentially more impactful for Central America and the Yucatan if it holds together. But again, one of the other discussions was this might actually be losing more strength as it gets into the Western Caribbean with more wind shear in play. That's the overall view of that. This is a blank screen. Give me 1 second here. Take myself off camera. That's the graphic I wanted to show you. That's the track for the Hurricane Center as of 5 a.m., guys. So that's just exactly what I showed you, but the timestamps are on there, so you get the idea. South of Hispaniola Tuesday, moving into Jamaica as we go through the day on Wednesday, then potentially into the Western Caribbean Thursday and into Friday. All right. Now, the European model is slightly farther to the south as well. Again, indicative of a stronger area of high pressure here, blocking Beryl from gaining latitude. So it stays more on a due west track. Now, you can see some of the recurves of the European model in the western Gulf of Mexico. The Hurricane Center simply states, and I agree with them, it's just too early to say. It's too early to say what would happen with Beryl if it holds together into the southwest Gulf of Mexico over the weekend. So we'll play that out as we play that out. But obviously, in the shorter term, we have to keep a close eye on what's going to be doing in the central sides of the Caribbean. Now, the spaghetti plot models are also obviously pointing out the intensity, and several of them keep Beryl a hurricane, but more of them are beginning to weaken Beryl quicker. And that's what you see on this map. You see these stairs stepping down into category 1 or even tropical storm strength earlier in the time frame. Your timeline is down here. Some models still stay it as a hurricane and a relatively strong one, but we're starting to see a progression of a weakening storm as we go into Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. Another big thing to note, and this is for so many of us, and that's going to be any boaters out there. You can see what Beryl is going to do, and then you can see all the wave action, even behind that with 96L, another potential of some swells over 10 feet in size, and then Beryl potentially brings some excessive wind and rain and some heavy sea conditions to portions of the Gulf of Mexico as well. But pretty impressive, the extent of the wave action with Beryl, and obviously in the short term, for our friends in the Windward Islands, you're looking at some 6 to 9 foot storm surge and the potential of some 10 to 15 feet of swells to go along with it. 10 to 15 foot swells that'll be coming along for the ride. Good to see you guys on this early Monday morning. Again, it is 8:15 in the morning. Tracking live for you here, Hurricane Beryl at Meteo Mundo. All eyes right now on what's going to be happening through St. Vincent and the Grenadines and Grenada. Now a category 4 hurricane. If you're just tuning in, Beryl went under an Eyewall replacement cycle over the last couple of hours. It has fully emerged from that. It is getting stronger. We note the lightning near the center of circulation. We note the very thick and very bright cloud tops there. All signs point to Beryl continuing to get stronger. We've gone from a 120 mile an hour storm at the 5 a.m. advisory to 130 mile an hour storm at the 8 a.m. advisory. And most concerning to me is the pressure drop. We have seen the pressure drop from 965 to 959. That is a quick deepening of the storm, a rapid intensification of the storm with the pressure dropping so quickly in just a couple of hours. The lightning strikes are also very indicative of a storm that's trying to get even stronger. You can see the extent of Beryl right now. We have good outflow on all sides. There's going to be no impingement here from South America. Obviously, the islands aren't going to have enough to slow Beryl down as far as, weakening Beryl. So Beryl is expected to emerge into the Eastern Caribbean as more than likely an even stronger storm than what it is now. We're going to see really fresh winds through the Lesser Antilles the entire day. You can already see some of the wind gusts up towards St. Martin and St. Bartholomew that have hit over 35 miles an hour. They're not going to be consistent in these areas, but we're going to have some near or over tropical storm force wind gusts there as we have those outer feeder bands coming through. Again, Dominica, you guys have seen your tropical storm watch go away. That is good news. St. Lucia, we have a tropical storm warning now rather than a hurricane warning. So the news has gotten a little bit better for some of our northern area. Again, just to reiterate this, let me just double check the information. Government of St. Lucia has changed the hurricane warning to a tropical storm warning. The government of Dominica has discontinued the tropical storm watch. Still very fresh winds there, but we're not going to have the sustained winds of tropical storm strength. The hurricane warnings do continue for St. Vincent and the Grenadines, Grenada, Barbados, and even Tobago at the hour. Let's take a look at the visible satellite imagery. So again, now that we have daylight, we can bring back the visible satellite imagery, our high resolution visible satellite here at Meteo Mundo. It's also, when we get sunrise and sunset, we get the shadows on this enhanced high resolution visible satellite imagery. And I love to just look at this because we can see in just the last hour those higher cloud tops poking out and the lightning embedded within this. And then we can clearly see that wrap up right there. It's impressive, unfortunately. It's very impressive on satellite imagery. And you can see, you see how that eye was really open? And then after the eyewall replacement cycle, it consolidates right back down, spins right back up. This is a combination of the enhanced satellite imagery and the visible satellite imagery as well. Let that loop up for just a second. Answer some questions. How you guys doing? Good morning. Trinidad is taking it now. All right, I appreciate it. Thank you for letting me know. And then someone says Trinidad's almost out of it. Again, you know, never fully expected Trinidad to be in the brunt of the situation. You know, if you want to say it, you know, I don't mind them putting you guys under a tropical storm warning when you're looking at a storm that has 130 mile an hour winds. I think you should just be very grateful that you didn't get a lot, all right, and that the storm stayed to the north of Trinidad for the most part. Obviously, you're going to get some tropical storm conditions, may not be consistent there, but again, the core far enough to the north where, yes, you aren't going to get the brunt of the storm. But it is a extremely impressive storm. You can see the winds moving through here in Grenada. Just keeping an eye out on some of the reporting stations that we have. Again, still the last check here was at 7 o'clock. I'm going to do one thing real quick here, guys. I'm going to bring back up this product and just leave that on screen for just 1 second. I want to do a little bit of a reset real fast on the computer. Again, I appreciate you guys tuning in, over 2,000 of you. Trinidad's only raining, not much rain, no school today here. That's the kind of the best of both worlds, isn't it? I promise you guys, we're going to go over everything many times. So if you're just tuning in and you haven't heard me mention your particular area, drop it in the comments, but I also promise you we're going to be covering all of it as well. So that is the latest from the Hurricane Center on Beryl. Again, that is the 5 a.m. advisory. I'm just resetting something here behind the scenes. Okay, good. There we go. Okay. So I was resetting this because a couple of things. Now we can get back on our tropical storm warnings and hurricane warnings. So the slash lines that you see are now updated, and the red that is pulsing a little bit are your hurricane warnings. St. Vincent, the Grenadines, Grenada, Barbados, Tobago. The outer colors that you see, of course, are going to be the potential hurricane and tropical storm force winds. That is from the model. Let me pause this real quick. So that's the potential track. I'm going to get rid of the wind radii because it's a little bit easier to see. Again, the Hurricane Center did note more of a, quote, west-northwest track as of the 8 a.m. advisory. Now, these hurricane eyes, they wobble. So you notice that it has gone slightly north of this center line. It's still within the, quote, cone of uncertainty. But there's no direct indication that this is just going to continue to shoot west-northwest. More than likely, it's just a bobble. And again, if you look at the loop over time, it's still relatively on that line. But we'll keep an eye out for it. And the reason why it's very important is because, again, you know, anywhere from Grenada through the Grenadines, someone is going to get that eyewall brunt, those 130 mile an hour winds with some locally higher gusts. Again, at this point in time, and I'm going to double check the 8 a.m. advisory just to make sure they didn't change this. They've still got 35 miles from the center and 125. So no change from the 8 a.m. advisory as far as the wind field goes as well. Just looking at a couple of pieces of information here, guys. Just looking at the wind quadrant data. Yeah, the farthest extent is to the northeast, as we anticipated. They still have it trying to go 20 miles southwest as well. So, to give you an idea, if we're looking at the here and the now, so based on what the Hurricane Center has just said, from the outer eyewall, we're going to expect hurricane force winds to be about this far north and east. That obviously would encompass all of the Grenadines and get ourselves really, really close to St. Vincent on the northeast side, where it's the strongest side. On the southwest side, it's about 20. So right about there. So even if the eye misses Grenada to the north, Grenada is still going to get hurricane winds. There is really no scenario where these areas, unfortunately, don't get some extremely strong and very dangerous hurricane winds. The biggest question is who gets the 130 sustained and the higher gusts, because that's not going to be everyone. That's going to be a relatively tight core. But obviously, anyone in these areas need to be in their safe space right now. Dangerous, dangerous, major Category 4 hurricane imminently moving into St. Vincent, the Grenadines, and Grenada. Going to bring the wind gusts back on here. Just for a second, I'm going to take off the watches and warnings, just because it's a little bit easier to see the data. Again, smart that no ships are in this area. I would have the ability to take a look at any ship's observations that would literally be in here, but obviously they're smart enough to avoid a major hurricane. So Tobago had a 30-mile-an-hour wind gust on the southwest side as of last hour. You can see again, some of the strongest gusts are a little bit farther away and some of the outer feeder bands to the north, but it's going to be a very blustery day through the Lesser Antilles. It's just going to be less consistent and certainly not picking up some of the strong winds that we're going to see here. Peter says Barbados has 65 at the airport. So I've got 52 at the METAR station, so that's pretty similar. So again, and Peter, if you know of any damage, or if you guys live in Barbados and you guys have just heard some stuff, let everyone in the chat know what's happening in your area. Obviously, the weather is great, but if there's any other information to pass along, you know, just helping to kind of tell the story here of what's moving into our area as we speak. So again, as we approach 8:30, we have major Hurricane Beryl with winds of 130 miles an hour moving into the Windward Islands, with very, very significant impacts expected. Keeping an eye on the Hurricane Center and there they are right there. Hopefully it'll let me query it. There we go. So again, keeping an eye out on live data from the Hurricane Center reconnaissance aircraft. They've got a 70-mile-an-hour wind and a surface wind of 43. So there you go. And they are on the far northern extent. So they've wrapped around Barbados and they're up here. Again, they run a specific pattern. They do basically cuts at all different levels of the atmosphere. This is the live data being reported from the aircraft, but they're also using drop zones, which are basically, they look like big tubes, and they drop through the storm, and all of that data that as it drops to the surface is recorded, and it's used for the hurricane, for the National Hurricane Center and their advisories. It's used in the model data that's output. So again, if we have live true information for the hurricane hunters, we're starting with better initial conditions, right? Guaranteed. Instead of trying to estimate, we know exactly what the central pressure is. We know exactly what the wind speeds are. So it's a very vital thing for the hurricane hunters to be coming in and out of the storm almost consistently, especially when we're getting close to landfall here in the Grenadines, Grenada, St. Vincent area, and with a storm that's going to be packing a significant impact for these areas. I'm going to loop this up, take myself off camera just real quick, because I'm going to bring in a few models that I didn't get a chance to fully upload. We're going to look at the newest information from the HAFS models, which is the high resolution models from the National Hurricane Center. So I'm going to pull those up real quick, guys. So give me just 1 second to do that, please. One reason why I want to do this is I think that the HAFS model has been pretty spot on. With what's been happening here. And so we just had a model run right before I came on. Again, we fully see the eye now. Moving west, northwest at 20. It is going to be moving into these areas very quickly. Obviously, it'll be moving out of the areas very quickly as well. So the rain, while it will be significant, will not be the biggest threat. I mean, we're going to get some flooding. We're going to get some inundation of water with the storm surge. I don't want to understate it, but instead of getting feet of rain, which we can sometimes get with a slow-moving storm, we're talking about getting 3 to 6 inches, maybe up to 10. So it's just taking me a second to take these models and to put it into my system so I can show you guys graphically on it. Let's bring back on the, we've got the gusts on right now. Let's bring back on the live wind barbs as well. Curious if we're going to get some information out of that St. Vincent spot. And I appreciate you guys giving me the information. I appreciate you guys chatting with each other here as well. Again, there is a subtle shift to the north with the eye, but that could just be a bobble. You don't want to jump on this too much and be like, oh man, it's definitely heading more west-northwest. It's a possibility, but we're within 2 hours or so of this eye moving through, and there's not going to be much of a change. Steering currents are pretty much locked in. You know, a slight shift 5 or 10 miles is certainly possible. It happens all the time. We're obviously in a very zoomed in tight area here. Most of the time you wouldn't even notice it. In a general sense, as these stair step in, you get relatively smooth motion. They just stair step their way when you're looking at them very up close like this. Thanks for the likes too, guys. I see that coming through, and I appreciate you. And I appreciate you tuning into Meteo Mundo. I appreciate your confidence in me and your trust of the team here at Meteo Mundo. Excellent. Okay. Let's see here. If the screen goes blank, don't worry. It's for a reason. Okay. Again, if the screen goes blank, don't worry. It's for a reason. All right. So this is the HAFS model. This is as of 10 a.m. So it's in an hour and a half. Okay. It has sustained winds of 145 miles an hour. I think that's plausible because we have a 130 mile an hour storm right now, but all indications are it's going to continue to strengthen. I think this is probably worst case scenario, but when we had a storm that just dropped 6 millibars in pressure in the last few hours, it's a sign that it's rapidly strengthening. So it's not out of the question because it already went up 10 miles an hour from the 5 a.m. advisory to the 8 a.m. advisory. Then in the next couple of hours, it strengthens another 5, 10, 15 miles an hour. All right. So you're looking at your sustained winds here through the Windward Islands of well over 100 miles an hour. And obviously we're talking about the Grenadines here. Grenada, the Grenadines, St. Vincent. Again, St. Lucia now under tropical storm warning. Very lucky for St. Lucia. They're going to miss the core. We are really focused in now on St. Vincent, the Grenadines, and Grenada. But there is that core of wind. And again, north and east, 35 miles, hurricane force winds. South and west, about 20 miles. Small storm. That's why these subtle track shifts are going to have significant differences in what islands very close to each other are going to see. Now, again, is there much of a difference between what a 130 mile an hour sustained hurricane could do, 145 mile an hour, sustained wind could do? Not a lot, right? A building that is going to have failure at 130 mile an hour winds or 145 will probably have it in 130, right? But that's what we're looking at here. Same model, same time frame, 10 a.m., gusts to 165, okay? Very small core of those gusts, but that's the potential that we're looking at here. And again, this is from the Hurricane Center. It's a newer model, extremely high resolution. It's had a very good handle on Beryl the last couple of days. And again, this is the new model run that just came out early this morning. Appreciate everyone tuning in, by the way. Thanks, Pete. I appreciate you. Hi to my friends in Belize. I hope you guys are doing okay. Obviously, Belize has had a lot of rain lately. And I'll keep an eye out for you guys for what might be happening with Beryl here coming up as well. Hopefully nothing. That would be the best case scenario. Get back out to the broader view real quick. Again, if you're just tuning in here at 8:30, live coverage of Meteo Mundo of Hurricane Beryl moving through the Windward Islands. Beryl is back up to a Category 4 with winds of 130 miles an hour. It is moving to the west-northwest at 20, and it has a pressure of 959. Now, as of note, hurricane reconnaissance aircraft continue to investigate Beryl. They have been doing so all morning long. They found a stronger storm after the Eyewall replacement cycle that occurred earlier this morning. So we went from 120 at the 5 a.m. advisory to now 130 at the 8 a.m. advisory. This is live data from the hurricane reconnaissance aircraft now on the northwest side. So you and I can watch this together in real time. Here, again, their flight level, they're still around 3,200 meters. 70 mile an hour wind there, surface wind of 41. So St. Vincent is going to see some sustained tropical storm force winds entering the picture right now. And this is the story for St. Vincent and the Grenadines, guys. The story is the weather from now until at least noon only goes downhill. We're just starting to see kind of the outer core of really what Beryl is, as indicated by the black, beginning to move into these areas. One of the things is this, obviously, for our friends who live in these areas, please keep us updated as much as you can. Power loss is going to be a big issue, right? So some of the folks who are most impacted by this storm are obviously going to be the ones that lose power first. It always happens. So, I'm going to keep messaging as if our neighbors here in this area can continue to watch us, but we know that power loss is going to come along with this intense of a storm. And again, as of note, you can see that lightning wrapping around the core. So the eyewall replacement cycle happened right here. And I mentioned that yesterday. If you guys joined me for the last night's live stream, I was like, wait a minute, that looks like the beginning of an eyewall replacement cycle. And that's exactly what happened. Again, it's very common in stronger hurricanes to have an eyewall replacement cycle every few days. So what happens is an outer core forms, collapses and condenses down the eyewall. It does not become visible, but then guess what happens, guys? Deeper convection develops around that new eye, and it actually tends to get stronger. And that's exactly what we've seen here in the last couple of hours. This is a very, very intense hurricane. Again, this is a record breaker. We've never had this strong of a storm this far east this early in the year. Category 4 Beryl, winds of 130. And unfortunately, I'm not going to be surprised if, as we get closer to Beryl moving into the St. Vincent, Grenadines, Grenada area, that it might actually pick up a little bit more of wind. It's all relative. When you get to 130, again, how much more damage can 145 cause? Maybe a little, but when you're already at 130, that's going to be a big issue. The bigger concern with me is going to be, do the hurricane force winds expand out from the center? Beryl is a small hurricane, relatively speaking, and those hurricane force winds only extend out by 35 miles. That is good news for other outlying islands. I mean, again, we're going to be talking about significant impacts for St. Vincent, the Grenadines, and Grenada, but places like Barbados and St. Lucia and Martinique to the north, and then Tobago for right now, from all the reports I've been seeing, are doing okay, but we want to check in with them. They've had some intense weather this morning. And then Trinidad, again, doing all right as well. Still some tropical storm conditions and some gusts and heavy rain and wind there, but not the core of the storm. Not the core of the storm for that area. Fresh winds up to the north as well. Hi, Helen. Good morning to you as well. So, Helen, you are in Grenada right now, from what I'm understanding from your chat. First of all, our thoughts are with you. Secondly, the wind has not been extremely significant yet in Grenada. You're right. If I bring on, let's see here. I hope we didn't lose the site yet. No, we haven't. So we do have a reporting station here in Grenada. And again, it is reporting only 13-mile-an-hour winds. So it's crazy to talk about, Helen, that we're going to go from a very gentle breeze to potentially winds of over 100 miles an hour in Grenada, but that's a possibility. Again, it's a small storm. Very imminently, very, very imminently, the weather is going to go downhill in a hurry in Grenada. It already is in the Grenadines. We're now around 50 miles from the Eyewall in Grenada, and it's close. Again, I don't want to start talking about the exact location that this is going to move over, but we're now getting within about a 2-hour time frame where that's going to happen. And obviously that geographic area begins to narrow as we get this close to it moving through, and a potential landfall over one of the islands. So Helen, keep us advised. Our thoughts are with you guys and anyone who is in Grenada or the Grenadines or St. Vincent as well, for sure. Absolutely, Gizmo. Please stay safe. So the core of the storm is due north of Tobago right now. You guys will still see some solid impacts over the next hour as we see Beryl move off towards your west. If you notice here in Tobago, you've got yourself a west wind right now that's already beginning to swing southwest, and that's exactly what's going to happen. And then as Beryl moves away, your winds are going to turn back out of the east. Okay? But you're about in the most intense weather right now. There could still be a couple of feeder bands that swing back over the island over the next hour or two at most. But especially as we get towards, let's say, 10, 10:30, 11 o'clock, conditions should begin to improve in Tobago. My friends in Barbados, conditions should begin to improve starting now. Still going to be some extremely strong winds there. Again, these gusts, if you're just tuning in Barbados, have been pushing 70 miles an hour in some areas on the south side. We're starting to see the core of Beryl move away from Barbados. Again, right in line with Tobago right now. But it's where that eye is going, guys, that is of the most concern. And you can see that right there. Subtle shift a little bit to the north. Not appreciable, but just the slightest amount. And as of note, the last pinpoint from the Hurricane Center is here of Beryl from the 5 a.m. advisory. That's what I can show you there because this graphic here updates with every full advisory. And then you can see where the eye is right now. So there has been a bit of latitude gain with the eye over the last 3 hours. That's why the Hurricane Center went from a west direction to a west-northwest at 20. It makes all the difference in the world, though, because again, such a small storm that if we can get it away from one area by 10 miles, that's going to be much better. But if it gets closer to an area by 10 miles, that's much worse. That is the razor thin margin that I'm trying to impart to everyone about what we're going to see here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines and Grenada. The entire island chain is going to get hurricane winds. It's just who gets that core, 130 sustained and some higher gusts. Not everyone's going to get that. So we really have to literally monitor minute by minute where this center of circulation is going. There we go. All right, so there's that track. Again, you can see the wind radii is a little bit south of where we have it. That's the forecast models on the other storm. Just taking a little interrogation here myself while we have a minute. Again, doing some real-time analysis here with you guys. All right. So again, if you're just tuning in, we're probably around 2 hours away from the eye of Beryl moving through somewhere between St. Vincent and Grenada. We have a hurricane warning still in effect for Barbados, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, Grenada and Tobago. The hurricane warning for St. Lucia is now a tropical storm warning. That's the same for Martinique and Trinidad and Dominica, no longer under a tropical storm watch. We're going to see very fresh winds and conditions up here in Dominica and Martinique and St. Lucia, and still certainly for Martinique and St. Lucia, some significant impacts are possible, but probably not of the hurricane variety. Now look, we're still pushing a potential 6 to 9 foot storm surge in this area with 3 to 6 inches of rain. Flooding of low-lying areas and other localized hazards are going to occur. But again, as far as the core winds from the storm, we're going to miss these areas off towards the south. Winds are still very strong in Barbados, as a matter of fact. Just want to double check that. Right here, guys. Even right now live, Barbados just had a 69 mile an hour wind. So very strong winds of near hurricane strength still extend as far to the north and to the east as Barbados. My friends in Barbados, let me know how that wind is going for you guys right now. For St. Lucia, I expect tropical storm conditions, but not hurricane conditions. That's why you guys are under a tropical storm warning and not a hurricane warning any longer. Again, Tobago had a 30-mile-an-hour wind gust there. The weather really starting to go down right now for St. Vincent and the Grenadines and Grenada as well. Sound like it stopped in southwest Trinidad. That's good news. Again, yeah, Trinidad is just far enough south where don't have extreme concerns about Trinidad right now. Again, you are still going to get some lashing winds, but more than likely we're going to avoid any hurricane conditions there by far. It'll be just some tropical storm gusts and some downpours. Again, with this being a condensed storm, that's the situation, but it's such an intense storm as well, right? Such an extremely intense storm at its core. That's the problem. Just taking a look at a couple of different things here, guys, behind the scenes. Making sure we got all the information right. Making sure I'm passing along all the newest information for y'all as well. Drop it in the comments section below where you're viewing from. I appreciate that. And thank you for sticking with us here at Meteo Mundo. Okay, I think we're all up to date here. Again, one thing that I'm going to be keeping a very watchful eye on is the hurricane reconnaissance aircraft, because they will continue to investigate Beryl pretty much each and every moment. Again, we can see that they're now out here towards St. Vincent, and they're flying to the far northwest side of the storm. Not picking up a lot of wind, obviously, as you would expect on the northwest side. And we'll see when the next reconnaissance aircraft wants to get back closer to that center of circulation. But again, of note, the pressure dropped by 6 millibars in a 3-hour period. It's not a good sign. It's a sign that, again, potentially Beryl will continue to strengthen going above 130 before it moves into this area somewhere. Looks like, and I don't think that this is going to be an overreaction, that we are going to see the eye pass through somewhere between St. Vincent and Grenada. We're getting closer to that happening. Let's take a look at the visible satellite imagery. Very clear to see the storm. Again, in this high-res satellite imagery here. Obviously, we just have daylight coming in right there. Now again, 5, 6 o'clock, you had a pretty open eye, but look at that consolidation right there once it was done with the Eyewall replacement cycle. And unfortunately, this occurred just before it's moving into the Windward Islands here. See, as we hit sunrise, you can see those shadows on those higher cloud tops. I've got all different kinds of imagery, guys, that we can look at here. Typically just show you those, but there's plenty of others to look at as well. This is a combination of the visible and the infrared. Super high resolution. Take just a second to load on all 6 hours, but there you go. And again, we don't have daylight here, so let me knock that down to about 3. But Beryl is a classic looking major hurricane. Good outflow on all sides, very little wind shear. Forecast is for Beryl to strengthen as it moves through St. Vincent and the Grenadines, Grenada area, and then emerge into the Eastern Caribbean. And we talked about how there might be some better news for folks down the road in the Caribbean, but that is yet to be hashed out, and we can do that for the week ahead But obviously, our thoughts right now have to be with our friends here in this area of the world. Randy asked about Jamaica. Again, we'll bear out those details. The news that I'm looking at this morning is slightly better for Jamaica, but there still is a possibility that Beryl will be a fairly significant hurricane and get close to Jamaica. A little bit of a subtle shift south was noted today in the models, and the Hurricane Center has picked up on that as well. Yes, so for Tobago, you guys are getting about the worst that you're going to see. The eye is north of you. The eye is going to get no closer than what it is right now. Okay? So for Tobago, kind of to the north side of the island, about 45 miles. This would keep you out of the hurricane winds. Certainly tropical storm conditions, some extremely strong wind gusts. And by the way, these are going to be more of a lashing northwest to westerly wind. You see that here. If I go over to wind, your wind barb on the southwest side of the island is out of the west. Right there. That was the 8 a.m. report. A gust to 30, but nothing more than that. Appreciably, the farther north and east that you go on the island, the more intense the activity is going to be. And it could be intense by a couple of magnitudes just simply going farther north on the island because you're just that much closer to the actual eyewall. Again, there's going to be extreme differences in very small geographic distances. Does that make sense? Extreme differences in the winds and what we're going to see in a small area because Beryl is so small. But you can clearly see on this high resolution, visible, enhanced satellite imagery what we've got, and it's not a fun storm. Speed is 20 miles an hour. If you guys look on the top of your screen, this is all of the newest information from the Hurricane Center as of the latest advisory. Now, typically speaking, we're going to get 3-hour updates, but as hurricanes get closer to moving into land, sometimes the Hurricane Center will give hourly updates or even special reports. So this could change before 11 a.m. But as of the 8 a.m. advisory, Category 4, winds 130, pressure 959, which was down 6 millibars from what we had at the 5 a.m. advisory, and a fast forward speed, west-northwest at 20. Again, this is going to be in and out of these areas quickly. All right? So we're not looking at feet of rain. We're looking at 3 to 6 inches of rain. But that forward speed with the winds, that's going to be the primary threat. And it's going to push a lot of water into these areas as well. Storm surge threat is expected to be 6 to 9 feet. Okay, friends, here's what we're going to do. It's 8:55. I'm going to take a very quick break, mainly because of 2 reasons. I'm going to get some coffee. I'm going to be with you guys throughout this event, so we're going to be on for several more hours. I'm going to rest my voice for 5 minutes as well. I've been talking a lot the last couple of days. My wife doesn't appreciate that. I'm just joking. But I am just going to relax for 5 minutes here and not talk, and then we'll be back with this continuing coverage because I want to make sure that as this gets closer to these areas, we're going to be on live wall to wall. Got you covered. Going to grab a quick coffee. You want to do the same as well. I'm just going to leave this up. I'll zoom it out just a little bit. Let me put back on, as a matter of fact, the wind gusts here as well. There we go. All right. So let's leave this image up, and I will see you back here in just a couple of minutes. Okay, gang, I'm back. Good to see you. Quick check. I believe my microphone is back on and we're good to go. And I've got another mug of coffee, which never tasted so good, I gotta be honest. Thanks for tuning in. I appreciate you guys staying with me here. Just a quick break. Again, we're gonna do continuous coverage for you here at Meteo Mundo of Hurricane Beryl. I do have a 9 a.m. update from the Hurricane Center. It's a position update. Beryl, at this point in time, and I tell you what, the best thing to probably do is let's pause this real quick. Bring this up and pause this. So that's the latest position of Beryl, which is located 12.1 north, 60.8 west. That is about 55 miles east-southeast of Carriacou in the Grenadines. That is 60 miles to the east of Grenada. Maximum sustained winds are still 130. It is still moving to the west-northwest at 20. Pressure has dropped another 2 millibars to 957. We did have the weather station in Barbados with a 60-mile-an-hour wind gust. That's 95 kilometers an hour. All right. So again, we have what looks to continue to be a intensifying Beryl moving closer to Grenada, the Grenadines, and St. Vincent at the hour. All right. So let me put this back into motion here. And then we will update all of that information on the screen as well. Again, I'm going to update this real quickly, but you can see again over the last several hours, and this is a combination of the enhanced satellite imagery and the visible satellite imagery combined. It gives you a really clear depiction of the storm. Beryl is a monster hurricane, friends. This is going to have tremendous impacts to the areas near the center of circulation with winds sustained of 130 and locally higher gusts than that. We haven't seen the core of Beryl move through any place yet, but that is going to be imminently happening in the next couple of hours here, somewhere between St. Vincent and Grenada. Again, more brushed, but still some significant impacts for Barbados. But again, Barbados missed the core of the storm. Tobago has had some rough weather the last couple of hours. It's been on and off in Trinidad. It's been on and off in St. Lucia and Martinique, where they are under tropical storm warnings, but they are not expecting hurricane conditions. They are at least in a steady variety. It is really what's happening here, St. Vincent, Grenadines, Grenada, which is of the most concern. Yep. So again, you know, if I pause this and then we look I'm not sure why the track is up there though. This is going to be your quote unquote cone of uncertainty here. Okay. So that's what we're looking at. Union Island, Carriacou, towards Grenada, maybe as far north as, and again, help me out with the pronunciation, Canawan. And then I know that's Beckway, and I'm going to need help with that one right there as well. Someone was very nice and gave me all the pronouncers in a previous live stream, and I actually went to go back to archive it, and it was gone. So I haven't had a chance to go back, but I know there's Carriacou, I know that's Beckway, and then we've got Grenada. The bottom line is obviously these islands are very close to each other, and they're going to see very similar impacts, all right? Grenada, it's going to be very, very close if the Eyewall actually hits Grenada. But again, we're now talking about, they mentioned 30 miles, and that's exactly what I have as well. So we're within an hour and a half towards the Carriacou area at this time. Mustique, either one. I know you can pronounce them a couple different ways. Thanks, guys. Mustique. How about we'll go with Mustique. Mustique, okay. Mustique, Carriacou. I believe it's Canawan, is that right? Or Canawan? One of the two. Thanks, guys. I appreciate you helping me out. It's very important. I try and learn all the local information that I can. I cover a very broad area, but it is something that I try and do to not only pronounce things correctly, but also the way that the locals pronounce it. So again, let us note the last couple of frames here. You saw that there was that bobble north, but now it's a little bit more due west, isn't it? And again, it's because if I were to take this plot and plot out the eye every 5 to 15 minutes, it would go like this. It would go boop, 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 boop. It would do that because it's rotating around a center axis, okay? But when we go out in time over a couple of hours, it's much smoother of a line. And that's what the Hurricane Center paints on. So when we analyze this in real time, in these frames every 5 to 15 minutes, we're going to see the bobbling of the eye, right? Spinning around like a top. But the general forward motion is going to stay relatively consistent in a west-northwest fashion. So here comes the hurricane reconnaissance aircraft right now. They are going to start to get right into the heart of the storm. I imagine they are going to make an Eyewall pass. So I am going to be watching this with you guys in real time. Here, they've got a surface wind of 30. It does keep wobbling, but that is expected. I mean, nothing is out of the ordinary. When you look again at a storm over a very short time frame, you're going to see wobbles like this. It's the overall pattern that is more of a consistent line. Now, is that wobble going to potentially matter to the areas that might get the 130 to 160? Absolutely. Absolutely. And again, that's why I'm on live here, because we're going to be analyzing this in real time, guys. We're going to be watching exactly where this goes. But this entire area is going to be hit with life-threatening winds and life-threatening hazards overall. This is the HAFS model, the model run from this morning. These are sustained winds at 10 o'clock, and it does have a core of 145. And you have to say, right, that when we look on the southern side of the Grenadines where this eye is, that the HAFS model has done a very good job with both the track and potential intensity, okay? It still has it at 145, and it's 130 right now, but we also have seen a deepening storm. And more than likely, once that hurricane reconnaissance aircraft goes through Beryl right now, we'll get an update on those winds. And we can kind of watch it in real time, but obviously the Hurricane Center will be giving us some new information. They already said they're going to give us a position update at 10 a.m. So as I mentioned, as we get closer to seeing a potential landfall in the Grenadines, somewhere again, St. Vincent to Grenada, we will get hourly updates from the Hurricane Center and maybe even less than hourly updates depending on the situation. So again, that's the HAFS model showing 145 sustained winds. And I'm showing you this one because it has been the most consistent, especially over the last 24 hours with the intensity and the track of Beryl. The tracks have been pretty good for all models. It's the intensity. Only the HAFS model has really picked up on how strong Beryl really became. Again, unfortunately, Beryl has kind of outperformed everything at every step, right? It was really only getting the hurricane reconnaissance aircraft in there that we found out how strong Beryl was. That's why Beryl went from a depression to a hurricane to a major hurricane in, what, about 36-hour time frame, right? Because once we started getting real information in the core of Beryl, we really got an idea of how strong it really was. So here's 10 a.m. Okay, Kenya in Grenada. Thank you. Keep us updated, Kenya. Obviously, our thoughts are with you, first of all. Secondly, we hope you guys hold power, hopefully throughout the entire event, but for as long as possible. I mean, obviously, when you're talking about, this kind of a situation, power outages are going to come along for the ride as well. Moustique is one of the Grenadines islands. Smaller island chain made up of several different islands encompassing the Grenadines. Mustique is one of those. That's what I was showing on the map. Again, we're getting really close in, and we want to pinpoint these areas for residents because we do have viewers and watchers and those with interest in these areas. So to the HAFS model, again, we looked at sustained winds at 145, the gusts are 165. Again, this is going to be catastrophic for some areas. I hate to say that, but this is what this storm is going to be bearing out. This is a major hurricane here. This is a record-breaking hurricane to have this intense of a storm in this part of the world this early in the year. Unfortunately, that is our situation that we're going to have to deal with here, friends. So back over to the live data. Let's take a look at where we are here. And again, I'm got several things I'm looking at behind the scenes as well, so I appreciate your patience here as I maybe take a pause to look at some information that I want to be able to pass along. Live wind gusts, which in Barbados are still at 66. I have to say, that is very impressive. That on the back end of this storm, now it's on the north side, right? But on the back end of this storm, even as Beryl is pulling away from Barbados, here past 9 o'clock, they're getting winds of over 60 miles an hour. Winds are freshening up for St. Lucia and Martinique and Dominica. Winds are beginning to pick up in places like Guadeloupe and Montserrat. We've had some 40-mile-an-hour wind gusts up here towards St. Martin and St. Bartholomew. Look at that, guys. So again, our friends in the far northern side of the Lesser Antilles, the U.S. and British Virgin Islands and Puerto Rico are going to get a very blustery day. We're going to have downpours on the northern extent. It's just that the sustained activity is basically going to be from Dominica south as far as tropical storm probabilities, especially down towards Martinique. Again, tropical storm warning, Martinique, St. Lucia. St. Lucia has been downgraded from a hurricane warning to a tropical storm warning, but still, tropical storm conditions are likely in St. Lucia and the impacts from a tropical storm. Power outages, flooding, inundation of water in some areas, a storm surge, again, potentially of 6 to 9 feet in some spots. Now that will be more concentrated where the center of Beryl is, but there will be impacts for Martinique and St. Lucia, okay? And again, we'll have to see what ends up out of Barbados with these 70-mile-an-hour winds, which have been relatively consistent. This is a 3-hour loop. This is a 3-hour loop here. And you can see that this reporting station from Barbados has never had a wind less than 50 miles an hour. That is very significant winds in Barbados. It's enough and consistent enough where it's going to cause some problems. Tobago's wind, I believe, freshened up to 33 on the south side, which means the north side is even stronger than that. So the strongest part of the storm on this enhanced satellite imagery is going to be your blacks and your whites. And that is beginning to move through the Grenadines, St. Vincent, and Grenada right now. The eye, which is going to encompass the core winds of that 130 magnitude, I need to update this for the 9 a.m. advisory, is going to be right here, the center of circulation. Again, at this point in time, hurricane force winds extend 35 miles to the northeast of the center. So if I draw a line there, we get close to Bequia and the southern sides of St. Vincent. So I'm expecting hurricane conditions. First of all, I'm expecting hurricane conditions for this entire area, including Grenada. Okay, even on the south side, even if the eye passes just to the north of Grenada, it's too darn close to not have very intense hurricane winds. It's just where we get these 130 plus winds. Now, again, that means that there's going to be extensive damage throughout this entire area regardless. But again, the catastrophic damage is probably going to occur where we have this eye move through. And that's what we're really trying to pinpoint here at this point in time. Let me put this to the side for a second. And let's get into the advisory here. So I'm going to bring on, first of all, I'm going to let this loop up. Let me bring on the text information, and then I'm going to redo this real quick. So again, I'm going to put on the 9 a.m. advisory up top here, okay? And then that way, everyone can see what the current stats are from the Hurricane Center. Still have my spatial tool on. Apologize for that. Let me see if I can clear that real quick. I just wanted to try and get St. Lucia's wind out of the way of that text as I'm typing it. By the way, guys, I appreciate you if you're here, clicking that like button, subscribing if you haven't subscribed yet to Meteo Mundo. I appreciate all those things. I appreciate your support here. Biggest thing, though, is I appreciate you just joining me for the latest here on Beryl. Still moving west-northwest at 20. I just wanted to double check that. So again, we're going to get a rapidly moving Beryl. Beryl is not going to slow down here as it moves through the Grenadines. Come on, there you go. Okay, so again, Beryl category 4. Winds are 130 miles an hour, pressure 957, moving west-northwest at 20. That is the latest hourly update from the Hurricane Center. Sorry about that, guys. Again, we are within about an hour to an hour and a half of potentially seeing the eye move through the Grenadines. It does look like right now, as we get closer, we can really start to pinpoint this. I'm still going to include Grenada to potentially get brushed by the eye. We can see that wobble kind of back more due west. At this point in time, I don't think the eye is going to make it as far north as St. Vincent. But again, with St. Vincent being on the north side, you're looking at the most intense winds that extend farther away from the center there. So St. Vincent will certainly get hurricane conditions. It's just, will they get the core of that 130 mile an hour wind? At this point in time, it doesn't look like that's going to be the case. Grenada's winds have freshened up a bit, but not much yet. Let's look at the south side of St. Lucia. We got ourselves a 30 mile an hour wind there. Barbados has a flag that's 50. So again, if you know how these wind barbs work, every long line is 10, every short line is 5, every flag is 50. So there's a 50 mile an hour wind there, and that is sustained, by the way. These are sustained winds, and then these are the gusts. So 66. So a sustained wind in Barbados of 50 with a gust to 66 still, even as the storm is now well off to the south and west. Good to see everyone here, guys. Again, thank you so much for liking the live stream. If you haven't become a subscriber yet to Meteo Mundo, I appreciate that, the support. Appreciate our new members as well. Again, you get the custom badges and emojis in the live stream chat here. 99 cents a month if you'd like to become a member and support us here at Meteo Mundo. Thank you for the super thanks as well. If you have a question and use the super thanks, that gets highlighted in the chat. Make sure myself or moderator sees that, and I'm happy to answer that question. But obviously, you know, the biggest important part here is to pass along any important information as Beryl moves into these areas. Now, again, seeing a little bit of lightning come up here as well. It's not a great sign, and we have some lightning here near the center of circulation. Let's take a look at the water vapor imagery real quick. Bring that back on. So very heavy rain expected here, right? Very, very heavy rain. Underneath this mess of colors, you can see that the forecast here is for that 3 to 6 inches right here through the Grenadines and Grenada. So the models have done a really good handle on that rain. Again, locally higher amounts are possible, but there's your 3 to 6 there. You can see the heavy rain coming into especially the south side of Barbados. And then the east winds are going to drive more rain to the eastern sides of the islands, like St. Lucia, Martinique, Dominica, Guadeloupe. Even up here, we're going to get a few inches of rain. Most forecasts I've seen have been somewhere between 1 to 3 for the Leeward Islands and the Virgin Islands and Puerto Rico. All indirect impacts, but a very, very breezy, blustery day with some tropical downpours coming up there. But again, just to show you that, on the south side, again, not as much rain is expected because, again, we've got the stronger part of the storm to your north, but a couple of inches of rain for Tobago is possible, and maybe more than an inch of rain in Trinidad. Nueva Esparta is far enough to the south and to the west. We're not expecting big impacts there. So that's the rainfall outlook, and I think the models have a good handle on this, of that 3 to 6 inch corridor. And again, it's moving fast. So it's moving at 20 miles an hour, so we're not going to have feet of rain with the storm. It's the wind. It's the wind, it's the storm surge that is of most concern to me right now. Get back over here, trying to bring up the aircraft reconnaissance planes here. Where did you guys go? All right, let me do something real quick here, guys. That is not what I wanted to do. Oh, man. All right, hang on. Let's look at the track real quick from Beryl. Now, look, the focus is going to be on the Windward Islands the next couple of hours. All right, so you'll have to apologize. I have to apologize. If you're asking questions about other areas, I'm going to get into it. I can promise you that, especially once Beryl's eye moves to the east, to the west of the Windward Islands. But that is the track from the Hurricane Center as of 5 a.m. Couple of notes real quickly on that. It's a little bit farther south and potentially slightly weaker, okay? Both of those are still speculation, but there is the possibility that we have a stronger ridge of high pressure to the north, which keeps Beryl locked more south. So a little bit farther away from Hispaniola, slightly farther away from Jamaica. And then there are some signs, and there's been some very big divergence in the hurricane models as to what happens with Beryl as it gets into the central and the western sides of the Caribbean, where we might actually have, again, the potential for a weakening storm faster. So we'll get into all of that coming up, but that is a possibility here where we have a weakening storm a little bit quicker into portions of the central and the western Caribbean as we go through time. All right, guys, I'm back on. Just checking a few things out here behind the scenes, making sure, again, pass along the newest information possible for you. Biggest thing I appreciate from you guys is dropping in the comments below where you guys are viewing from and what the weather has been like. It really does help to tell the story. I mean, obviously here, the focus is going to be on St. Vincent and the Grenadines and Grenada as we have Beryl imminently moving into this area. Again, we're getting closer and closer now. We're getting closer and closer to the eye, moving into places like Kennewan, Union Island, and Carriacou. Very close to Grenada as well. This is going to be within potentially an hour that we're going to see the Eyewall actually move into these areas. So it's an extremely dangerous situation right now for these areas of the Grenadines and Grenada. At this point in time from Carriacou, the outer Eyewall is around 25 miles away. Unfortunately, for places like Carriacou and Union Island, I don't believe there is probably an instance where we don't have the Eyewall pass directly over you or very, very close. Again, we're getting to the nitty-gritty here, guys. where Beryl and whatever it's going to be in its form is going to be moving through the Grenadines. Sometime between now, well, you know, obviously we're starting to see the core of the winds move through. Then we're going to really get the brunt of it coming in as we get closer to 11 o'clock, which is the exact timing that the models have had. I mean, got to give the models credit that even a couple days out, they had this as a early morning Monday storm moving through this part of the island chain. It's just that unfortunately, as far as strength goes, Beryl outperformed in every fashion, and that's not good news, of course. But unfortunately, it's been the case. Trying to get the reconnaissance aircraft information to pop back on the screen. Unfortunately, it's not right now, so I have to keep a close eye on that. There's your lines for those of you who are interested. Here we go. All right, we got them. All right, they're in the eye. They're in the eye. Good, 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 good. And I say good because now we're going to get the real-time information here. So we're looking at this together, guys. Obviously, being in the eye, they're not going to have much wind. Oh, man. Look at that. 127. Northwest Eyewall. Northwest Eyewall, 127. It's 25 miles from Carriacou, John. I mean, this is why they made it a 130 storm again. But unfortunately, new data confirms the 130. Okay? So right here, Northwest Eyewall, 130 mile an hour winds. Even 82 here. Okay? So, let's do a couple of things. Because this is real-time information, guys. You and I are looking at this at the exact same time. I'm analyzing it in real time with you guys as well. So again, we're going to get into the mesoscale, the very short-term outlook for these areas. And I'm going to do this for any location, for any storm. We're going to really get into it now. I just kind of want to give you guys an indication. There's 82 mile an hour winds right there. $127 mile an hour winds right there. $69, $71. I'm sorry. I can't move the map. That is one thing I can't do when I put those text data on. It gets into the eye. You don't have a lot of wind there, obviously. So again, what this is you've got the hurricane reconnaissance aircraft flying at flight level well above the surface, okay? But they can derive the surface winds from their instrument data. They also take drop zones. They look like large cylinders. They literally have a chute at the bottom of the Hurricane Hunter aircraft. They open it up and the drop zone goes down and it records all this data as it falls through the lower levels of the atmosphere. So that's why the real-time information is extremely, extremely important. So again, this is live data coming in here to Meteo Mundo, where we're seeing 70 mile an hour winds approaching Union Island and Carriacou as we speak. We've got over 80 mile an hour sustained winds, not gusts, that are on the northwest side, and then we've got right there on the Eyewall 127. So it does verify the 130 mile an hour winds that the Hurricane Center has Beryl at this point in time. On the back end, we've got 130 right here. I apologize if I move that slightly, guys. Or did the eye just move a little bit? But you get the idea. Northwest side, southeast side, The winds in Beryl right now are about 130 miles an hour. Again, I'm going to move this out of the way, which is going to move that, but I want to just you guys to see this information. Take myself off screen. 130, southeast side of the eye. I can slide it back over so it's a little bit more where it actually is. And that was at 9:19, so just 15 minutes ago. That's 87 there. We had the 130 a minute ago. Looks like they're coming up with some new data. There's the 87. All right. Going to take this off so we can move the graphic back around. So there we go. Reconnaissance aircraft again flying through this storm, and I'll be able to keep an eye on it here. Is that the 130? There's the 130 right there. So 920 southeast Eyewall, 130 mile an hour max 10-second surface wind. So they're flying at 2,800 meters. They have a wind speed at 93 miles an hour where they're flying, but a derived surface 10-second wind of 130 miles an hour. Appreciate you guys watching. Appreciate you guys tuning in. We're getting close to a landfall here in the Grenadines. Maybe northern side of Grenada as well. The eye itself, north to south, is about 19 miles wide. West to east, it's also about 18, 19 miles wide. Very concentric storm. Again, if you're just tuning in here, what we had is an eyewall replacement cycle earlier in the day. So if you see this, we actually lose the eye here on the imagery early this morning. I mentioned this in yesterday's video, right? Where we had the eye go through an eyewall replacement cycle. Now that slows down or even weakens the storm as it goes through that eyewall replacement cycle. But as long as environmental conditions are still okay, and they were with no wind shear, as it reemerges, it typically gets stronger. And that is what we have seen in Beryl the last couple of hours. The pressure has gone from 965 millibars at the 5 a.m. advisory, now down to 957 millibars. So that's an 8 millibar drop in just 4 hours. That is relatively rapid intensification. Lightning is present within the deeper convection, wrapping around the eye wall. We have hurricane reconnaissance aircraft, which are in the eye of the storm right now, showing surface winds even on the southeast side of 130 miles an hour. This is an extremely dangerous, life-threatening situation for St. Vincent, the Grenadines, and Grenada. Imminently, the core of these hurricane winds will be moving into these areas. Hope everyone has taken all the precautions that they possibly can. Obviously, none of that can be achieved at this point in time. Our thoughts are with you guys. I'm going to keep you covered, give you the information for our friends who are in these areas and you still have power, still have the phone working, still have internet. Love to hear from you guys. I appreciate that. I do see we still have some folks here who are in Grenada, which is good to see that the power is still on. Because obviously power outages are going to be an issue. And I believe from yesterday's live stream that it was Grenada that had already issued a state of emergency for 7 days. Don't quote me on that, but you know, local officials are understanding the impacts that Beryl is going to bring. Power outages, we're going to have some trees down, we're obviously going to have some flooding. This is going to come along with a 6 to 9 foot storm surge in some areas. And again, it's really beginning to move in as we speak here, and we get closer to the 10 o'clock hour. The gusts are on your screen. I'm going to switch over here to the actual winds. Again, still hasn't really freshened up at the last check in Grenada, but that was 40 minutes ago. I can promise you it's a lot worse now, even in that area on the southern side of Grenada. We can look at pressure as well here. It's frightfully tiny, unfortunately. So the pressure in St. Lucia is still 1,010. Pressure in Grenada at last check was 1,007. And again, the core is 957. Again, if you're just tuning in, hurricane warnings at this point in time continue for Barbados, but I will say that, I mean, Barbados is still getting hammered by 70-mile-an-hour winds, all right? I mean, so we're near that hurricane strength right now, even in Barbados, all right? And you can see those winds. That's gusts hitting 70, even as of the last check. The winds will freshen up in St. Lucia. They're picking up as we speak. They're picking up in Martinique. These are going to be sustained tropical storm conditions in Martinique and St. Lucia. St. Lucia was downgraded from a hurricane warning to a tropical storm warning, okay? That's one piece of decent news. Hurricane warnings still continue for Barbados, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, Grenada, and Tobago. We still have a tropical storm warning for Trinidad as well. Now, Trinidad, far enough south, some impacts, but mainly just some really blustery conditions with fast-moving tropical downpours there, all right? Again, Beryl is a relatively small hurricane as far as its wind field goes. Hurricane force winds extend about 35 miles north of the center of circulation, which is bearing down on the Grenadines. So if we take this and we extend this north 35 miles, appreciably the core winds will be from Bequia south. St. Vincent right on the edge of that. Jaden is from Grenada. He says it's very windy here. Yes, Grenada did issue a 7-day state of emergency. Thank you. Appreciate it. Thanks for the well wishes as well. John has solar. That is smart. So they will keep the power on as long as it is safe. Makes sense. See, I've had Karaku or Karaku. There's a couple different ways to pronounce it, right? How about Karaku? I'm going to go with Karaku. I might have added an extra syllable in there. Karaku. Mustique. Cancun. Union Island. I know I got that one. But the most important thing, guys, is that I wanted to make sure that I made this as localized as possible. So I do apologize if I slightly mispronounce some of these islands. Obviously, I cover a very large area here at Meteo Mundo. I try and get them right. I do a lot of homework. But the biggest thing was that I really localized this map so that we can look at these individual islands, because it's going to make a difference, okay? Karaku and Bequia are going to have relatively significant differences in what they're going to see wind speed-wise if this is where the eye is going, okay? And we're getting closer and closer right now to this happening. Again, the 35 miles is the extent of the hurricane force winds, so it will encompass all of the Grenadines. On the south side, for my friends in Grenada, you will also be in the hurricane winds. You might even get scraped by the southern side of the Eyewall. Hurricane force winds extend 20 miles south and west. It's not as significant of a wind field on the southwest side, but close enough to the eye it is. All right, they just don't expand as far on the south side as they do on the north side. So at this point in time, as we're getting this close to this moving through the Grenadines, you know, there's more confidence that can be talked about here. For Grenada, it looks like the Eyewall will brush the northern side of the island or come very, very close. Notice how the eye is also expanded a little bit in size in just the last couple of frames. Lightning developed around that. Again, we had 130-mile-an-hour winds just reported from the hurricane hunters. They're still in the storm as they slice through. See if I can't look at these latest observations here. So I'm just going to move this away. So obviously they're getting out of the core storm wind now, 63, 60, and not too far off of the northeast side of Tobago. We've still got some 50s. So Tobago, tropical storm conditions, but nothing more than that. Hopefully they will cut back through the eye and we will get another slice. But as of last check, guys, which was only about 15 minutes ago, the hurricane hunters had 127 mile an hour sustained winds at the surface here, and 130 mile sustained winds here. Again, Grenada, the Grenadines, major hurricane imminently moving into your area. I appreciate, first of all, anyone in this area watching me for coverage. Going to give you the best information I possibly can. Thoughts are with you guys. I know that you could be going under what could be some rough conditions. Again, I have been impacted by hurricanes. The home I grew up in on the west coast of Florida was flooded out with salt water. We were out of the home for 6 months. I've been through it. I know what it's like. It's no fun. You can rebuild property, but you can't obviously, save someone's life. As far as, we can rebuild, but we want to protect ourselves, and that's the most important thing, okay? So I hope you've taken all of those steps to do that in these areas, because this is going to be a destructive hurricane. When we have sustained winds of 130 and some higher gusts, and we are now getting within about an hour of that occurring. The outer Eyewall now is beginning to be less than 20 miles from Carriacou, especially because it's expanded a little bit as well. So again, we're really starting to get into the heart of it. Grenada, and I appreciate you guys tuning in from there. I would expect the weather to really, really go downhill in a hurry. I mean, I'm actually surprised that the power is still there. I'm surprised that the winds have been more marginal than anything as of yet. Now, you're still about 27 miles away, but throughout the 10 o'clock hour is when we're really going to see these winds pick up in these areas significantly, because it's a small core, right? Really small core. So you want to talk about ramping up the intensity in a hurry. That's what we're going to get in these areas. We are going to get an extremely rapidly intensifying situation here, as tiny as Beryl is. A little bit broader view real quick. Grabbing a swig of my now cold coffee. Moving on over to the water. Going to do a little investigation here, if you will. Just checking in on things. Winds are picking up in St. Vincent significantly. I have a lot of people watching from Grenada, and I appreciate you. We're obviously thinking about all of our friends in the Grenadines, St. Vincent as well. Again, we're going to get a position update from the Hurricane Center at the top of the hour. I'm just looking to see if they've decided to pass along any information, A, earlier, or B, a special update. And again, we're looking at the live data from the Hurricane Center reconnaissance aircraft here at Meteo Mundo as well. Appreciate the likes, appreciate the interaction in the chat. If you live in these areas, dropping in the comments what you guys are seeing. it really helps to tell the story of what we're seeing here with Beryl. Again, just to bear this out, the HAFS model, which has been pretty consistent, does have winds of 145 here. Now, we'll see the hurricane center, or excuse me, the hurricane aircraft, when they slice through just now, had 130, which is exactly where they stated it at 9 a.m. So we'll see if we get to the 145. I hope we don't. But again, I don't think we're going to be losing any strength. If anything, Beryl might try and ramp up slightly as we get through the 10 a.m. hour to 11 a.m. That being said, and it's all appreciable, right? Something that is going to structurally fail in 145 mile an hour winds is more than likely also going to structurally fail in 130 mile an hour winds, right? The difference isn't enough to where we're talking about saving structures when the storm is already that intense. Gusts, again, could be up to 165 on the HAFS model. I think obviously we're looking at potential for like at least 145 if we have a 130 mile an hour storm. But again, you can see the extent of that does go up into the southern side of St. Vincent as well. Spice Princess is on Grenada. Wind's starting to shake the house here in Grenada. It's all going to go downhill very quickly, guys. Barbados is still getting a lot of wind as well. We're in it now. We are simply in what Beryl is going to bring to this area. This is it, guys. This is what we've been monitoring the last several days. The storm is going to be imminently moving through this area. Barbados, again, continues with winds of 70 mile an hour gusts. And I mean, it has been consistent for the last 3 hours here. That's a very powerful wind there as well. Trying to get some other information for some of these other islands as well. And I'm right with everyone saying that the most important thing is no loss of life. That's it. That's the messaging. Hopefully everyone has done everything they can to prevent any loss of life. Things can be rebuilt. It stinks. Like I said, I've been through it. I know the feeling, but things can be rebuilt. But we want no loss of life. Sustained winds here, 30 in St. Lucia. Someone reported a really strong wind in St. Vincent. I haven't confirmed that, but getting some gusts in these areas approaching 100 miles an hour is not out of the question, even as far north as St. Vincent, in gusts for sure. These are sustained winds again in Barbados of 52 miles an hour, right? So again, there's a big difference obviously between sustained winds and gusts. You know, a gust can certainly cause huge problems, but if we have sustained winds of hurricane strength, just that constant pounding and lashing, that's what really causes all the significant damage. And we can get some of those downburst winds to cause some big issues as well, but when we get those sustained hurricane force winds, that's going to be the biggest problem. I'm going to real quickly here just knock off this satellite data here. 1 second. All right, they're way down here now. That's where I wanted to see. Where is the hurricane reconnaissance aircraft? So again, they are on a pre-fixed route. So they're now looking at the southeast side of the storm. But again, obviously they're getting away from the core. But the biggest thing is that their job is to sample the entire storm. Okay, now they do have 2 aircraft working in tandem as well, so that should be noted. But the other thing is that they want to make sure that they get all 4 quadrants looked at, so that when that information gets put into the model data, which is what is used for, not only to, of course, give us updates, which is very important, but that information goes straight into the models to give the models a better initial condition start. It's better information to start with, which means you don't have garbage in, you don't have garbage out. You can see that lightning running right around. And again, we're getting very close now to this storm, moving into places like Carriacou and Union Island and Kanawha. Carriacou. I've been saying it. I've been saying Carriacou, and then someone said, no, it's Carriacou. So obviously there are some differences of opinion and pronunciation. I ask you to bear with me. I'm doing the best that I can, but I'm going to Kanawha. See, I thought it was Kanawha. I thought there was 3 syllables. Okay. But I'm going to listen to you guys. I know it's Beckway, and I'm going to go with Carriacou. All right. The biggest and most important thing is that we're all talking about the same areas, and that we're talking about how this is an extremely dangerous situation for these areas. That is obviously the most important part. Grenada, again, this is going to be a serious situation for Grenada. It looks like that the southern eye wall is going to brush the northern coastline of Grenada. I think we're going to have a direct hit in Carriacou and potentially Union Island in between as well. But we can see that eye. Again, if you're just tuning in, I'm keeping an eye out on the Hurricane Hunter reconnaissance aircraft, which are flying into the storm. And on the northwest eye wall, they had 127 mile an hour wind as they last came through. I got a little bit of sleep last night, Peter, but it's just one of those things where, you know, look, I've been doing this for a while, and I've done pretty long coverage before, and it's important to just stay with you guys through the heart of it as well, right? You know, and I appreciate, you know, the kind words and the well wishes, but it's a pleasure to do it. And it's a pleasure to try and keep everyone as informed as possible. It's an important situation. And I know that sometimes the information is not as readily abundant as folks would want. And that's why we started Meteo Mundo, was to cover areas that maybe didn't have the consistent coverage that they were looking for. And again, we've invested in the technology to try and bring you guys a product that you wouldn't find anywhere else here on the digital media platforms, YouTube or anywhere else. So I appreciate all the support that we've got. Again, we're a relatively new channel, just started basically at the end of hurricane season last year. So it's great to see all of the new subscribers. It's great to see all the new friends come in and join the Meteo Mundo community. And, you know, look, as we're going to be in for what more than likely is going to be a pretty long hurricane season here. This just happens to be the first one. We're going to be doing some extensive coverage. And of course, once Beryl moves west of the Windward Islands, we'll talk a lot more about the rest of the Caribbean, and you know I've got those areas covered as well. But obviously the focus right now is on the imminent threat to the Grenadines and Grenada. So if you're joining me live here, it is pushing 10 o'clock. Let us take myself off camera real quick, only because I'm going to take a look at the, well, it doesn't really matter for my camera or not, but going to take a look at, again, Hurricane Center should be coming up with a 10 a.m. update, and they did. All right, I'll just read this statement out to you guys because I think it's important information to pass along. All right, so Beryl is nearing the Windward Islands, expected to make landfall within the next hour or two. This is an extremely dangerous and life-threatening situation. Again, the Hurricane Center does not use that messaging lightly, all right? This is a extremely dangerous Category 4 hurricane, all right? Residents of the Grenadine Islands and Carriacou Island should not leave their shelter as winds will rapidly increase within the eyewall of Beryl. Remain in place through the passage of these life-threatening conditions and do not venture out into the eye of the storm, all right? They did not, if there was a gust in St. Vincent that approached 100, it has not been reported on the Hurricane Center site, but that doesn't mean it didn't happen. They're still discussing the 70-mile-an-hour wind there in Barbados. So we got ourselves a 130-mile-an-hour storm, still the same. Pressure 956, down 1 millibar, moving to the west-northwest at 20. Only change here is going to be 1 millibar pressure down. But other than that, we have a constant storm. And now we're within an hour of landfall here in the Grenadines. How we doing, guys? We doing okay on this Monday morning? From St. George's, Grenada, heavy winds picking up quickly. Yes, this is going to be the time right now. All right, the weather in this area is going to rapidly deteriorate. As the Hurricane Center said, you should be sheltering in place. You should not be venturing out. 130-mile-an-hour plus winds are going to be able to pick up large objects and move them around. It would be very dangerous to be out, obviously, in those kinds of winds. I mean, significant damage is going to be occurring here, and 130-mile-an-hour winds will pick up heavy objects and push them in the wind like they're feathers. And people have been injured in that, trying to get out in those storms, you know, thinking they're Bear Grylls and they're trying to record in 130-mile-an-hour winds. I'm sure someone's still going to try and do it. Certainly hope they don't. But this is an extremely, extremely dangerous and life-threatening situation here. So as I've got it right now, the outer Eyewall, and it's basically where those blues start, is now less than 20 miles from Carriacou. Okay? Apologize for that. From Union Island, it's about 23 miles. So we're getting within that hour time frame, friends. From Grenada, where we're getting reports now that the weather is really starting to go downhill, we're around 20 to 25 miles from there. Now again, this southern Eyewall looks to have its sights on the north side of Grenada. It is going to be very, very close, but the eye of Beryl has really expanded in the last 30 minutes. And again, it's because the Eyewall replacement cycle is now complete. So now we have a fully mature hurricane again. Man, look at that storm, guys. Again, it's not going to surprise me. 130, 135, 140, it's not going to matter. The catastrophic damage is a done deal for some areas. It's just exactly what we're going to end up seeing. 130 is Cat 4 already. And this expanded view, I'm just going to take a second and again reset the information on the top of your screen. Again, the only difference is a pressure drop of 1 millibar, but I do want to get the newest information out there. And again, while I'm doing that, appreciate everyone in the chat letting us know where you're from and what the weather has been like. We're going to follow it here. My plan is this. We're going to follow Beryl through the Grenadines and Grenada. And we're going to basically focus on this area only for now. Then we will get into the rest of the forecast once Beryl is to the west of the islands. Again, we have Hurricane Hunter reconnaissance aircraft going through right now. Still a forward speed of 20 miles an hour. Okay. Latest information from the Hurricane Center. They're heading back to the center. So if you can see this here, this line is the Hurricane Reconnaissance Aircraft. They're heading north. And I would expect them to then try and get into this eye and give us the latest information here. I appreciate you guys. Thank you for the kind words. I appreciate you tuning in to Meteo Mundo with our live coverage here of Hurricane Beryl. Very, very intense Category 4 hurricane moving through. This is the visible satellite imagery of Beryl. Just looking at a couple different things here, guys. Water vapor imagery. Again, you can just see how expansive it is. And then this one, which is a pretty neat product, really tells the story. It's a combination of the infrared and the visible satellite imagery. And it tells the story pretty significantly. Now look, coming up at 11 o'clock, there's going to be a lot of things happening at the same time. First of all, we're going to have landfall here in the Grenadines, and we're getting really close right now. We'll get another full update from the Hurricane Center on Beryl, which will have a new track for the 5-day forecast. And so again, we'll look at that as after the 11 a.m. advisory. But at this point in time, we got to keep a really close eye on here. Notice again, and sorry about that. Notice again that Barbados just continues to see, look at these 70-mile-an-hour winds, way behind the center of circulation in Barbados. I'm actually a little surprised the winds haven't gotten a little bit stronger in Martinique and St. Lucia, but again, we're really seeing consistent winds now of around 35 to 40 there. And then obviously it's all downhill for St. Vincent and the Grenadines, Bequia, Carriacou, Union Island. We're getting close here, guys, to the eye moving through. Is there anyone in the chat who is currently on these islands? Grenada for sure, but just curious. Says the population is 10,000. And our thoughts are with everyone in these areas. Again, friends, at last check, we had confirmed 130-mile-an-hour winds here in the eye. Just last hour from the Hurricane Center. And you can see here at Meteo Mundo our enhanced satellite imagery, the live lightning data. We are getting a couple of lightning strikes near here. This is going to be a devastating storm for these areas, unfortunately. Grenada, it's going to get very close, very, very close to passing on the north side of your area. I'm just bringing the alpha down a little bit so we can see, because it's so bright. It does look like the southern Eyewall is going to brush Grenada. And I'll switch back over to the other product here, which allows us to see the outlines of the islands a little bit more. But again, this is just such stunning visible imagery here that I just want to take a look and analyze it as well. Again, I'm looking for more deep convection at the center of circulation. It looks like right now there's nothing more than what we had, but we had that flare up of storms after we had the Eyewall replacement, and that's what got Beryl back going, back up to a Category 4. And let me switch back over to this imagery, because again, it's going to be a little bit clearer to see the islands, and we'll stick with that. Thanks for everyone tuning in here. I appreciate you. If you're down here, want to give me a like to help support the channel, I appreciate that, but I appreciate you tuning in as well. Thank you for subscribing to all of our new subscribers. There's nothing weak about this storm. Zero. Nothing. There's no chink in the armor of Beryl, and it's unfortunate. The takeaway that I've been trying to impart for a very long time is that Beryl is small, okay? So these 130 mile an hour winds or even the hurricane force winds aren't going to be felt in an expansive area. Again, 35 miles north and east is all you get the hurricane winds. But within the Grenadines, this entire area and Grenada, because we are 20 miles south and west with the hurricane force winds, this is going to be destructive. This is going to cause a lot of problems. St. Vincent will certainly have hurricane force conditions. They will more than likely miss the core of the 130 winds, but again, hurricane force winds 75 miles or higher. 75 miles per hour or higher. Barbados 46 now. Again, hurricane reconnaissance aircraft. Looks like they're trying to work their way back to the eye. There they are. They're back up northeast. Let's see what that surface wind is like here. 53. So here we have a 53 mile an hour wind on the backside, which is still quite significant. But here we go, guys. We're getting within about a half hour of the actual eye. More than likely going right over Carriacou. We will be trying to effort some video here as well. If you have a picture or video that you would like to send along, mymeteomundo@gmail.com. But again, only do that in a very safe way. Maybe you've already snapped a picture, but mymeteomundo@gmail.com. If you would like to send us a picture or video from your area, and we can effort to try and turn that around and show you guys. All right, friends, we're in the heart of it now. Again, so impressive on satellite imagery. You can see the extent of the east winds here, how far north that they go. It's going to be a very, very blustery day. Look, even St. Croix there, Christiansted, about 37 mile an hour wind. So very, very breezy conditions with tropical downpours up to the northern side of the islands. And you can see everyone's picking up 25, 30, 35 mile an hour winds already. And then obviously what Barbados has seen, and then what we're going to see here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Dominica says calm. That's great to hear. Obviously, you guys are going to get lashed with some rain and some wind, but there is no longer even a tropical storm watch in Dominica. Martinique and St. Lucia are kind of on the edge, right? Hurricane conditions aren't expected, but the winds are freshening, and there could be some moderate impacts to those islands, but not the substantial impacts that we expect farther off towards the south. You can see that eye beginning to move in right now. Barbados's wind has come down a bit to 46 miles an hour. Be curious to see if the reconnaissance aircraft can get back in, or we get an update from the other plane as well. So again, guys, this is a Category 4 hurricane, winds of 130 miles an hour, pressure down to 956. It's dropped 9 millibars since 5 a.m. Again, a sign of a stronger Beryl. Really even a little bit surprised that they didn't increase the wind, but they didn't do that because when the hurricane Henner sliced through the eye, the strongest wind they found was 130. It verified what they were talking about already. Again, this will continue to race off west-northwest relatively fast at 20 miles an hour. Really, the most significant impacts for the Grenadines and Grenada are beginning to be felt as we speak. There will be extensive damage here. Again, we had 127 miles sustained wind on the northwest side, even 130 on the southeast side. Grenada is going to get lashed with the southern Eyewall. I certainly would expect winds in Grenada in gusts to be over 100 miles an hour. And then the core, Carriacou, Union Island, Kanawha, Mustique, Beckway close. We'll probably have some winds there over 100 miles an hour. Same thing for St. Vincent as well. I have a feeling that our Grenada reporting station might be on the fritz here. St. Lucia's last report at 9 a.m., so we haven't even gotten the 10 a.m. update there, is 30. But again, it's going to change so fast, guys. This 20-mile-an-hour movement is going to make the weather in this area go downhill in an extremely sharp fashion. Get back over to the chat, see how we're doing. Yeah, look, it's going to be very bad in Carriacou. Carriacou is going to take a direct impact. And again, the eye is not even there yet. We're now getting within about 10 miles. I mean, Carriacou's in it right now. Already, I'm sure winds excess of 100 miles an hour in gusts. Union Island is going to be coming into that same situation. North side of Grenada with the south edge of the Eyewall will be in that same peril as well. These are extremely, extremely dangerous conditions that are imminently moving into this portion of the Grenadines and Grenada. And you can see that that bobble north was just simply that. Again, kind of right along that center line from the hurricane center. Slightly north, but it's rotating around its center axis. And hurricanes typically move in stair-step fashion, but generally speaking, over a length of time, you can draw a straighter line. Dan, are you in Carriacou right now? You know, Dan's talking about over 100 to 115, guessing, but absolutely plausible. But I'm just curious if we still have power and coverage here in places like Carriacou. Someone asked how wide the eye is. It has expanded some, which is not good news. Now appears to be about 22 miles wide from west to east. And about 20 miles north to south. Okay, Dan, no, but I have friends who live there. I believe that all of the islands that we've mentioned have residents. You know, I just looked up Carriacou, apparently has 10,000 as a population. Again, obviously those are somewhat estimates, but you know, these are inhabited islands. Switch back over to the wind gusts here, guys. Again, I'm not sure that Southwest Grenada station is reporting properly, or we just haven't had a report there lately. Again, northeast side 53, but I'd love for them to get back into this core as it moves in. Sorry about that. Just again, looking up a couple of other sources here. But again, if you guys live in that area, let me know. Okay. Let's go out wide real quick. You can see the extent of Beryl. And again, we're going to get a new track update from the Hurricane Center at 11 o'clock. That will go with the timing of the eye moving through. And we'll follow the situation in the Windward Islands and then discuss what could be happening from there as well. Got some lightning coming in on the northern side, Martinique, St. Lucia. Again, the winds will be picking up there. But obviously, as we've mentioned, Beryl is a small hurricane. So the hurricane force winds and the core 130 mile an hour winds are going to be felt in a relatively localized area. All right. It's good news that we're not having an expansive wind field, but this is devastation. Again, if you're just joining us, Hurricane Hunter reconnaissance aircraft went through the eye of Beryl less than an hour ago, and they found 127 mile an hour winds on the northwest side, 130 on the southeast side. That's an expansive eye at this point in time, over 20 miles wide. I would imagine, yeah, starting to get some video in here about Carriacou, other places in the Cayman Islands, or excuse me, other places in the Windward Islands and the Grenadines. And we're going to have a lot of that, unfortunately. You know, when you're talking about 130 mile an hour sustained winds, there's a lot of structures that can't hold up to that. And it's going to be very intense for these areas, even up towards Mustique and Beckway as well. Again, north of the center. Oh, I deleted the wrong thing. That's okay. North of the center, we go 35 miles out for hurricane force winds. So basically all of the Grenadines, hurricane force winds. There will be gradients of intensity and damage, but still could be very significant for Beckway and even St. Vincent. The closer you get to this eye, in general, the more destructive the winds are going to be. Still could be significant destruction and problems up here, Mustique, Beckway, St. Vincent. But again, the farther south that you go, the more destructive it's going to be. In Grenada, again, it appears the southern Eyewall is going to try and scrape the northern side of the island. Now again, Grenada is going to get hurricane conditions throughout the island. The most intense will be on the far northern side. Kobe says he's on the northern side of Grenada right now. All right, man, keep me updated, buddy. Let me know how's it going here. getting 80 in gusts. Again, couple of reporting stations here aren't given a little bit of that real-time information, but we can easily extrapolate as well here. Let me do something real quick, guys. So there's a lot of colors on this map. This is the GFS model as of right now. But I want you to note that it has initialized in the newest run exactly where we actually have the storm. So here you go. These would be your anticipated winds in these areas. St. Vincent, hurricane force, central southern sides of the island. Then we're into hurricane force for Bequia, Mustique, Cancun, and I apologize again if I'm not saying it exactly correctly, Union Island, and the Carriacou areas here. Over 100, and again, it's slightly too low. So where we have the 100, 110 here, it's actually about 130, but it's the best representation we have as far as looking at the wind fields in a broader view. If I expand this out, you see St. Lucia has a 41 mile an hour wind there. Those winds could pick up to over 50. Martinique has a 26. Those winds could pick up over 40. It does get better up towards Dominica. And again, the wind field isn't as significant south. Now, Grenada again, northern side, hurricane force winds. I said probably up to 100, and I think that's right because again, the model is not in line with the true speed by 15, 20 miles. Still though, on the southwest side of the island, 60 to 70 sustained. But obviously, as we've been talking about on the northern side here, that's going to be the most dangerous part. I appreciate, by the way, everyone dropping in what the weather is like right now. Yeah, I mean, power is going to be out for a fair amount of time in these areas, guys. Utilities in general are going to have a hard time with this. But we are seeing the imminent passing of the eye in the Carriacou area. And I want to be clear, the southern eye wall could actually hit North Grenada as well. Less than 10 miles, about 9 miles from the eye actually going over the island. But they are in the Eyewall. They are getting the most intense part of the storm. Sustained winds up to 130 miles an hour with higher gusts. It's a very dangerous, life-threatening situation in these areas, friends. All right, Grenada's reporting stations to the south just had a 40 mile an hour wind. It's going to get a lot worse than that, I can tell you that much. And again, if you're just tuning in, you're watching a live coverage here of Hurricane Beryl moving into the Grenadines as we speak. It is a Category 4 hurricane with winds of 130 miles an hour. All right. This is going to be catastrophic damage for portions of these areas, especially where the eye passes over, with sustained winds of 130, gusts 145 or even higher. All right. Damage to property, power lines, storm surge of 6 to 9 feet, rainfall of 3 to 6 inches, all hazards that come out of that. And again, you know, the power loss is going to, unfortunately, stop some of the live feeds that we're getting and all that kind of stuff as well. Hi, Philip. What kind of storm surge do they forecast? The surge has to be very dangerous in these islands. Philip, I appreciate the super chat and the super thanks. Thank you for doing that. 6 to 9 foot storm surge. And you are absolutely right that it is a very important part of the forecast. Storm surge of 6 to 9 feet coupled with high tides puts a lot of water on these islands. We also are going to have east swells at 10 to 15 feet. So there is a wave action, there is a wall of water that comes along with a Category 4 hurricane. And it absolutely is one of these significant hazards. Absolutely. The rainfall is 3 to 6 inches, which is important. But again, with Beryl moving at 20 miles an hour, it's not going to sit in one area for very long. The eye is less than 10 miles from Carriacou as we speak. Again, yeah, not surprising that any live feeds anywhere are going to go down, especially where the center of circulation is going to be moving through. But I got you covered here with our weather information at Meteo Mundo. Zoomed out, we've got up to a 40 there in St. Lucia as well. So the Hurricane Center's aircraft here is making their plot, but they're way up here now. Again, I really wish this live data, because we saw it, I really wish this was the plane that was going through the eye. But we are imminently going to see the eye move over Carriacou. Thanks, guys. I appreciate you. Beckway, I don't have anything live, but Beckway is forecast to have winds gusting over 100 miles an hour. Again, the entire Grenadines and St. Vincent, Grenadines, at least the north half, but more than likely all of Grenada, will be seeing hurricane conditions right now. Okay? Especially north. Beckway included for sure, southern sides of St. Vincent. It's fine hair as far as razor thin margins, but it's also, again, a gradient of stair step of intensity of winds. From the north, we go 35 miles to where the extent of the hurricane force winds are. So that is going to be into Beckway and Mustique, and especially Cancun and Union Island and Carriacou. And again, the closer to the eye that you get, the closer you get to your sustained winds of 130 miles an hour. And unfortunately, for Carriacou and Union Island, that is what they're going to see. And then my friends in Grenada. It's getting closer here too, guys. The northeast tip of Grenada to the Eyewall is now less than 17 miles, right around 17 miles. I mean, you know, obviously there's some topography on some of these islands, and that's going to, you know, lead to potential landslide, mudslides, drainage issues. The other thing too is that as these areas try and drain to the lower levels, you have a storm surge of 6 to 9 feet, which pushes the water right back up. That's the other problem. Again, you know, with this hurricane on the north side, right? Now, Grenada is not going to have the same storm surge, okay? So Grenada, the winds right now are coming like this, okay? But on the north side, the counterclockwise winds are driving all of that water right onto Union Island and Carriacou and Cancun and even up towards Mustique. Always with a west moving storm, the right front quadrant in general, but the north side of the storm in general is the most destructive side, because the wind and then the forward motion of the storm are going in accord with each other. Whereas on the south side, the winds wrapping around the center are actually negating from the forward speed. So we always have a little bit less wind on the south side But with a 130-mile-an-hour hurricane, it's all relative. And Grenada is still going to get hit with hurricane force winds. But the storm surge will be most impressive on the northern side. And that's the 6 to 9 foot storm surge. And it won't be just the areas I highlighted. It will be areas even farther up to the north. But where the center of circulation moves is important for the hazards that we see when we're talking about storm surge and swells. It makes a big difference. Tobago is looking good. Tobago is seeing, I'm sure, some tropical storm gusts, but well enough away where you guys are going to be fine. Tobago, let us know. You guys did have some very fresh winds for a time there. And again, we'll zoom out real quick and then we're going to get into that spot and we're not going to move again. But just real quickly here, right before landfall, you can see how strong the winds are even up in the U.S. Virgin Islands. St. Croix, 37-mile-an-hour wind. Guadeloupe just had an outer squall move through, up to 30-mile-an-hour winds there. Again, squally weather, probably not damaging for Dominica, Martinique. St. Lucia's close enough where I don't want to say you guys are out of the woods. Could be some power problems there. Winds of 40 to 50, but probably some higher gusts. But really, again, it's St. Vincent south to Grenada. These are the spots. And now we're imminently into the eye making landfall on Carriacou. We're about 6-7 miles away at most. Thanks for all the updates, guys. I really do appreciate it. Like, obviously, you know, we have some moderators in the chat and they do an excellent job helping me, you know, parse out the important information. I certainly appreciate you guys dropping in though where you're from and the local information that you're hearing, right? That's the real-time information that everyone wants to see here at Meteo Mundo, right? To, you know, get the information and to hear about what local officials are talking about really helps to tell the story, right? It gives us context to what we're looking at here on the satellite and radar. So I do appreciate that. And thank you so much for the nice comments. If you're here, you just want to do me a big favor, hit the like button right now. Again, it really helps the channel. Thank you for some of the super thanks that I've gotten. And again, those will highlight and I'm happy to answer those questions. But I just appreciate you sticking with us here at Meteo Mundo for our live coverage of Hurricane Beryl, which again, friends, is imminently moving into the Grenadines. It does look like landfall will be on Carriacou. It does look like Union Island will get the northern side of the Eyewall. Cancun is close, and Grenada could get the southern side of the eye as well. The eye is now over 20 miles wide. After this eyewall replacement cycle earlier this morning, this eye has expanded significantly. I am not going to be surprised that for anyone who lives on the islands here and for anyone who has friends in the islands and you're trying to communicate with them, that communications are going to be lost. Cell towers down, power down, utilities gone. This is a destructive hurricane, friends. Again, hurricane hunters went through this storm in just the last hour. They verified the 130-mile-an-hour winds. That is what is coming to places like Carriacou and Union Island, Cancun, the north side of Grenada as well. Extremely, extremely destructive winds. So we have a verified Cat 4 that is imminently moving into these areas. And again, let me bring back the wind gust here, guys. Some of the reporting stations that normally report are not. So that's another sign. Because these reporting stations obviously work off of power. Some of them have, you know, battery backups and whatever. It's very area dependent. We can see the 46 there in Barbados. 41 in St. Lucia at last check as well. I'm going to check real quick the messaging from the Hurricane Center. No new messaging as of yet. Again, guys, you want to send a picture or video if you live in this area. Now, first of all, I hope you've done this well ahead of time, but it's mymeteomundo@gmail.com. We will get a position update. First of all, when landfall occurs, they always issue a special statement, okay? But we're going to get a complete update on Beryl for the 11 o'clock full advisory anyway. So there'll be a whole new suite of information coming in with Beryl as of 11 o'clock. But obviously the most important thing right now is the fact that Beryl is about ready to move on shore. We're now about 5 miles away at 20 miles an hour. It's about 15 minutes from the eye to move in. But obviously the Eyewall is currently hitting Carriacou with the 130 mile an hour winds. This is a direct impact for Carriacou. It'll be a direct impact for Union Island. It will be a direct impact for the northern sides of Grenada. Now, I don't expect Grenada to have the full 130, but on the northern side of the island, it could be close. Destructive winds for sure. Kennewan, Mustique, Bequia, St. Vincent, same situations here, guys. Wind gusts potentially over 100 miles an hour in a relatively easy fashion. Again, showing you the model. Now, this is a rainbow, but I want to be clear. You see the center of the model is right here where the hurricane actually is. So it has initialized perfectly. And again, there's your core of winds. And let me be clear about this. This is the low end, kind of almost best case scenario. Really stinks to say that, but it's true. Because we've initialized this model about 20 miles less in strength than what Beryl really is. I'm okay showing that because we can talk about the best case scenario, but the fact that the best case scenario for the southern side of St. Vincent is some near hurricane force winds is not fun. And then we have hurricane conditions for the rest of the Grenadines. Bequia, Mustique, Kennewan. Again, this area here, Kennewan, Union Island, Carriacou, that's best case scenario. But again, the 130s within the core of the storm are forecast to move over the island. Northern side of Grenada showing 80, but again, I think I'm going to add about 15 to 20 to that, so we're looking more like 100. These are sustained. And again, the winds will be fresher. We could get over 50 to 60 in St. Lucia, and we could get 40 to 50 in Martinique. The wind field is not as significant on the south side. So Tobago and Trinidad, strong winds, more passing squally weather than rather being in the heart of the storm. Just looking at a couple different products while we're here, guys, but we're obviously going to get back to that live data because that's the most important thing. Look at that huge spin. It's an unbelievable storm. Again, it's the strongest storm this far east, this early in the year we've ever seen. All right, let's get back over to the live satellite data here. And here we go, guys. We are imminently to landfall in Carriacou. Barbados is out of the woods. Your weather should get better. That being said, we're still getting some 50 and 60 mile gusts. And I know that several of our friends here on the channel live in Barbados. And so we would love updates. Obviously, when you can provide us updates in your area, do so. And behind the storm, as conditions improve, again, send me send me an email, guys, of a picture or a video. All right, I just put it on the screen. mymeteomundo@gmail.com. John says landlines are down, phone service still active in Grenada. Osborne says some roofs are already gone. The tide is reaching main roads, trees all over the place. Osborne, let me know where you're talking about, my friend. If you guys could do me one favor, because I don't know where you live, obviously. If you could just say, hey, Rusty, I live here, or Rusty, I'm getting information from this island, I'd appreciate it. It just allows me to pass on that information a little bit quicker. So again, just give me a location of either where you're from or what you're talking about, and I really do appreciate it. Julio says the power is out in Egmont, Grenada. Akam says I'm here in the north part of Grenada right now. It's really, really bad. Vincent, it's a mix of apps. This particular one is called WSV3. All right, guys. We are seeing the Eyewall move into Carriacou right now. So I imagine that we are going to get a statement from the Hurricane Center very briefly, or very quickly, imminently, however you want to word it, of a landfall on Carriacou. Still plausible for the south side of the Eyewall to hit North Grenada. Now, for our friends in Grenada, at this point in time, your winds are going to be coming in like this. Right here, driving north wind onto the tip of the island. It's going to push some water in here too, guys. It's going to push some water in. And then obviously here for places like Cancun, that's where the worst is, because you still have that east wind. Storm surge of 6 to 9 feet. A little bit broader view. Looks like the hurricane reconnaissance aircraft is making its way back. Yes, they are. So we're going to get another update here from the hurricane hunters. It looks like they're trying to head back towards the eye as we speak. Ruel says trees are falling in Grenada South End Street. David? The newest information I have for Beckway, it's just estimates, but over 100 mile an hour wind gusts for the Beckway area. Again, we have confirmed 130 mile an hour winds from the hurricane hunters on the northwest side of the eye. They just flew through the storm last hour, which is why the Hurricane Center kept the winds there. So right here on that last fly through, we had 130 mile an hour winds. We have to assume that that is the winds that places like Carriacou and Union Island are going to see sustained, with gusts that are even higher. This is going to be a very destructive storm, unfortunately. You know, Category 4, winds of 130 gusting to 145 or even higher. The hurricane force winds extend 35 miles, and that does put Beckway in the hurricane force winds, even the southern side of St. Vincent. They are experiencing that as we speak, okay? Winds that could be easily over 100 miles an hour throughout the Grenadines. Obviously, as you get closer to the eye, those winds become even more intense. But over 75 mile an hour winds expected through most of St. Vincent, and then we get into triple digits in miles per hour Beckway south, and especially, of course, closer into this area. So again, we are very imminently seeing the eye move into Carriacou. Right now, we're just 3 or 4 miles at most. And when we get the next update from the satellite here in a few minutes, we'll probably see that eye right over the island. Barbados still reporting a 46-mile-an-hour wind, even well after the center circulation has pushed away. St. Lucia in at 41. I'm going to see if the 1 St. Vincent radar, reporting station is up. Looks like it's down. So again, we're starting to lose some information here, guys. There is a METAR observation here in St. Vincent, but it is now not reporting. The St. Lucia one still is, with a 44-mile-an-hour wind. The Southern Grenada one is still here with a 40-mile-an-hour gust. Notice how the wind, that arrow, it's actually southwest. Again, it's going to be a north wind on the north side of Grenada, and then it's going to be a west to southwest wind on the south and southwest side of Grenada. Report out of Barbados, still experiencing heavy wind gusts every minute or two. Sea super choppy, coastal flooding, power on in some areas, power off in some. Water should be off island-wide. Thank you for that report. And all of that, it's like check marking exactly what I would probably expect in Barbados, right? Some sporadic power outages, inundation of water, extremely rough surf and sea conditions, and continued strong gusts. Appreciate the report. It verifies everything that we're saying. Yeah, look, guys, the seas are going to be extremely rough. We could have some 10 to 15 foot easterly swells coming in for the ride here to go along with that 6 to 9 foot storm surge as well. Appreciate you, the United Sardines. Xenia says, stranded here in Barbados on vacation. However, the entire crisis situation has been handled beautifully by the local authorities. Agreed. That's great to hear, first of all. Barbados does have a wonderful Department of Meteorology as well, so I'm glad that they kept residents and visitors of Barbados informed, and glad to see that although Barbados got hit, that it was not a direct hit there. Now, obviously, it's a different situation here in the Grenadines, and it's a serious, life-threatening situation as well, as the eye of Major Hurricane Beryl is pushing through Carriacou as we speak. Again, we'll get a update here on the satellite momentarily, and I can promise you when we do, we're going to see that the Eyewall has pushed or beginning to push through Carriacou and Union Island. Then the question becomes, what other areas are going to see the most significant wind? Well, first of all, again, we're getting our hurricane reconnaissance aircraft to start making a beeline back in. So right here at this point, that's 72-mile-an-hour winds, okay? So now we're basically verifying hurricane force winds here in Beckway and Mustique. And there we go. There's the update. We basically have landfall right now. Yeah, Carriacou lost power. That's not unsurprising. The damage is going to be enormous, guys, unfortunately. When you're talking about 130 to 150 mile-an-hour winds, it can get close to debarking trees. It can leave everything barren. Take down all structures, most structures, and take down a lot of the landscape as well, especially anything that's taller. It's a very significant situation here. Like, again, you honestly can't overhype it, unfortunately. And obviously you guys know I don't do that, but it's a scenario when you have a Cat 4 hurricane moving through here right now. So we'll see when the Hurricane Center puts out the official landfall. According to the high resolution satellite data I'm looking at right now, I think we're experiencing that in Carriacou here right around 10:54. For my friends in Grenada, we are ever so close to the South Eyewall. I think there is going to be a big difference to what the north side of Grenada sees compared to the south side of Grenada. Look, is Grenada a very large island? No. But from the southwest tip to the northwest tip, 20-ish miles. That will make a difference, especially on the southwest side where the wind field isn't as prominent. The hurricane force winds don't extend as far south on the south side. So very concerned about the northern part of Grenada, still highly concerned about the south part of Grenada, but I do expect there to be damage differences from north to south in Grenada, okay? And if you guys live in those areas, let me know. I know that earlier someone said they live on the north side of Grenada, and certainly you guys are in store for hurricane force conditions there. Oh yeah, North Grenada is going to get significantly more in a relative sense, right? It's all significant, but North Grenada will get imminently more. And also because the exposed area here on the north side is going to be pushing water in to the north tip of Grenada as well. Whereas on the south side, the southwest winds should keep the water inundation a little bit more at bay, right? So Union Island is next to potentially catch the northern eye wall. But again, we have seen, as we speak live here on Meteo Mundo, the eye of Major Hurricane Beryl move into Carriacou in the Grenadines. If you are new to the channel, if you're new to this part of the world, let me give you some perspective. You are looking at the Lesser Antilles. That is the entire island chain. We are focused in on the Windward Islands, down to the south, where we have a hurricane warning for Barbados, St. Lucia, for Barbados, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, Grenada and Tobago. St. Lucia is under a tropical storm warning, all right? But it is the areas, obviously, near the eye where we are most focused in on. The Hurricane Center reconnaissance aircraft is moving into near the center of circulation as we speak. Again, here at Meteo Mundo, I can show you live Hurricane Hunter let me see if I can speak. Hurricane Hunters, the reconnaissance aircraft. We can look at their live data. Spit it out, Rusty. 72-mile-an-hour winds here, pretty far away from the center. Let's see how far from the eye they are. About 23, 24 miles. But again, that's still going to drive in hurricane force winds, southern side of St. Vincent, Bequia, south, all of the Grenadines. But again, it just gets worse the closer to the eye that you get. But hopefully, their next slice of the storm, if you will, is to drive like this. To drive like this. Because their last slice, and they have like a predetermined pattern, their last slice was northwest to southeast. So I would anticipate them now coming northeast to southwest. And what they do is they get all four quadrants, all of the information, all of the real-time data, all of the drop zones, and all of that information is obviously passed along to the Hurricane Center in real time, and to, again, the ability for me to check it in real time as well. But then that gets put into the models. And now the model data has a lot better handle on the initial conditions, right? When we have real-time information from the Hurricane Center, the initial conditions are better, so the model data is better as well. That's why it's so important to get the hurricane reconnaissance aircraft in there to be able to analyze the storms. Friends, we're going to get into, I know a lot of my friends are joining in from Jamaica. We're going to get into the rest of the Caribbean forecast with Beryl coming up once the eye passes by. This will go in accordance with, at the top of the hour here, a brand new complete advisory on Beryl from the Hurricane Center. So that will give us a new track as well. And so we'll break that all down. But obviously right now, I'm going to be focused in on what's happening here in the Grenadines and Grenada. Looking to see here if they put out the 11 o'clock yet. They have, and they have now upped the winds to 140. Yeesh. Still 956, but now the max winds are 140. So we have to assume now that Carriacou is seeing winds of 140 miles an hour or stronger. So that goes off the screen. So again, still forward speed, that is fast. But now we're up to 140 mile an hour winds. And I hate to, you know, again, everything that I saw this morning showed that it was strengthening again after the Eyewall replacement cycle. We had good convection, good storms developing right around the center of circulation. And so it's not shocking that the wind fields have continued to get stronger. All right, so the pressure is still the same at 956 millibars, but that is a very significant storm. And it is still moving west-northwest at 20 miles an hour. So again, we're not going to have this storm in this area forever. All right, the hurricane hunters are in the storm. Let's look at it in real time together, guys. Get myself, this is such a big box of information I can almost barely, let me just get myself off camera. It's the easiest thing to do. Oh, 163. Oh, are you kidding me? 144. They get to the center, and obviously the winds come down. They're in the eye here, guys. Now they're punching the southwest eye wall back up to 94. But if that is true, 163. Again, I'm watching this in real time with you guys. And you can see the time. This was 10 minutes ago. We'll have to wait and see what the Hurricane Center wants to do with that information, to be quite honest. But the destruction for these areas is going to be catastrophic. Again, they've assessed it as 140, but gusts to 167. So even though, by the way, just to be clear, this says 8 a.m., this is the 11 a.m. advisory. This is all the newest information. That's why the center is right there as a Cat 4. And then there's the eye moving through Cancun right now. So Grenada, you guys are going to get brushed by the outer edge of the eye wall, but not the inner portion of the eye. But still, we're going to have some 100+ mile an hour winds on the northern side of Grenada. This is a catastrophic situation for Cancun and Union Island, and even areas to the north. Kenawan, Mustique, Bequia, all likely to have over 100 mile an hour wind gusts, and even St. Vincent as well. And again, you know, on the northeast side of the eye, is it true that we have 163 right here? .144 there, and then obviously as they get closer to the center. But this is real-time Hurricane Hunter reconnaissance aircraft information. 94 on the far southwest side. There's the new update track that just came in. So it starts here. The line will pick up as well. There's the new track. We'll talk more about it coming up, guys. A little bit broader view. If you're just tuning in, we've got ourselves landfall here on Carriacou Island in the Grenadines. St. Lucia's winds picking up as well. For the hurricane hunters, it's 10-second sustained winds. But you can see that eye moving through right now, right over Carriacou. And again, we now have 140 mile an hour sustained winds. Again, the hurricane hunters have just sliced through the eye. The biggest concern is that they potentially found up to 160-ish on the northeast side. And there's another 144. So we'll just have to see. More lightning strikes. Again, is it plausible that Beryl is just getting stronger as it's moving through here? Absolutely. You know, the islands aren't robust enough to stop any, you know, development. You know, it's got to be a much larger island with bigger terrain. So unfortunately, it kind of just comes through here like it's Swiss cheese, and it's just devastating. But again, we have landfall now at Carriacou. I'm going to see if the Hurricane Center has actually put out a statement on that. I do want to pass along, guys, real quickly, and we're going to get into this a lot more, that there now is a hurricane watch for Jamaica. So we have a hurricane watch now for Jamaica. And that, of course, will be what Beryl is going to be doing in the next few days. And that was always likely. It was all about getting within the 48-hour window of potential impacts to Jamaica. So we get within the 48-hour window, and then we start to see those hoisted up. Just trying to see here again what wind data that we actually still have available. So here's the south side of St. Lucia. Their last report was at 10 with a 44 mile an hour wind. Is Grenada still holding on the south side? They are, but again, a 40 mile an hour wind gust, but that was over an hour ago. And you throw that out the window. An hour difference right now with this storm is all the difference in the world. There's the loop. And again, punching right through Carriacou and the south side of the Grenadines as we speak. Category 4, 130 mile an hour winds, guys. Extensive damage, life-threatening situation here. Inundation of water, storm surge of 6 to 9 feet, rainfall of 3 to 6 inches, 10 to 15 foot swells that could also come along for the ride as well. It's been a Cat 4 since 8 a.m. momentarily dropped to 120 when it went through the Eyewall replacement cycle. And you can see that the eye wasn't visible here in the enhanced satellite imagery. But that, again, that is a typical thing that stronger hurricanes do. Every few days, they go through this Eyewall replacement cycle. For a short time, a brief time, it can either impede development or even reduce the winds within the eye. But typically, as long as the other environmental conditions are still favorable, once the Eyewall replacement cycle is complete, the storm becomes even stronger. And that's exactly what happened. I noted when we just got on the air here at 7 a.m., this deeper convection with all of the lightning, and Beryl has only looked more and more impressive, unfortunately, as it has now moved into the Carriacou area there. Yeah, I mean, Barbados, look, we're still getting a pretty wide wind field of tropical storm force winds. The most important thing, and let me just double check here from the Hurricane Center at 11 o'clock, was the wind field for the hurricane force winds. All right. So now they extend 40 miles from the center, tropical storm force winds 125. Tobago reported a gust to 54. All kinds of different reports through the Grenadines, Grenada, Barbados, Tobago of flooding. You know, all of those will be borne out, but that's what the Hurricane Center is talking about. They're still discussing 6 to 9 foot storm surge. They're still talking about 3 to 6 inches of rain. Obviously, swells, rip currents, 10 to 15 foot swells, rip currents, life-threatening surf is all going to come along with Beryl here, especially on the northern side with our easterly winds. So as far as the hazards go, not much of an update from the Hurricane Center, still staying with the same messaging. The biggest thing is just, you know, that Beryl has become even slightly stronger. Beryl has become even slightly stronger here at the hour. Sorry guys, just trying to get some information here with some folks behind the scenes to pass along. Okay. Again, thanks for tuning in, guys. I appreciate you. Thanks for letting us know where you live and what the weather has been like there as well. Rick Ron says, we just started getting over 112 mile per hour wind gusts here in St. Vincent. Quick question, can you, is that like a verified source? Is that, you know, do you have like a home weather system? Is that a official reporting station? Just curious because you know, if we can verify that information, obviously that's very important that St. Vincent is getting over 100 mile an hour winds. So, Rick, if you just wouldn't mind telling me, you know, where that report is coming from, I'd appreciate it. But it's also not surprising. You know, that's not going to shock me that, again, we're getting gusts over 100 miles an hour throughout the entire island chain right now. Now for Grenada. This is an area we want to talk about real quickly here because we see the eye going right over Carriacou right now. It does look like the inner eye is going to miss Grenada slightly to the north, but still, we're going to have some over 100 mile an hour winds coming in here on the northern side of the island. There will be an appreciable difference compared to what they see on the southwest side. But right now, the eye is over Carriacou. I mean, Carriacou is in the eye. You can see that here live at Meteo Mundo. Carriacou is right in the eye of Category 4 Beryl. Harrison still has power in North Grenada. Oh, not as bad as North. Got you. So you're in South Grenada. Yeah, absolutely. You know, I think there's going to be a big difference between South and North Grenada and what you guys end up seeing. It really, that small of a area matters. So again, Union Island right now getting hammered with the inner eye wall. Kenawan getting nailed just on the northern side, well over 130 mile an hour winds. Again, the potential for 140. Okay, so I have a couple of people here who are working behind the scenes at Meteo Mundo. I'm going to talk to them live on the air. The first thing is for Jim and Michael. If you guys want to bring up the ticker, you can. I can't find it where you guys are trying to point me in that direction. So if I don't have information in the ticker, but if you want to bring it up, I can then put information in the ticker. Secondly, we are efforting getting webcams live here on Meteo Mundo. So the engineers might have to take over and they're going to pop those up, but that's fine. So if you guys want to go ahead and do that, you can take over and we can do that, because I think that's also part of the live story that we want to tell here as well. So like I said, we're efforting to get all different kinds of information for you here in real time. I mean, obviously, this is extremely important, but we're going to try and get some visuals for you guys as well. So if you need to take over and drive for a minute, we can certainly have that happen, because I'd love to get those live cameras up. And back over to the Gus. Not much has changed there. Hi, Chelsea. Thank you very much. I appreciate the super thanks. And I appreciate you very much indeed. What usually happens with the eye of a hurricane? You look up, you see the sun, the winds are about 5 or 10 miles an hour, you enjoy it for a few minutes, and then the backside of the wall, the eye wall hits you and you get slammed again with 130 mile an hour winds. That's what's going to happen in Carriacou. They just went through it, 130 plus. They are in the eye. Where literally you can look up and see the sun, and the winds are basically calm. And then on the back end of the eye wall, they're going to get hit with 120, 130, 140 mile an hour winds again. Did they bring it up to 150? Yeah, 150. Do they have an update here? Yeah. All right. So we're teetering on Cat 5. And I appreciate the updates, guys, because again, I'm only one human being. 150 is high in Cat 4. You get to 157, you got a Cat 5. So I'll read the 1110 statement, and again, they're going to be putting out these statements as warranted. Satellite imagery and Barbados radar indicate that the eye of Beryl has made landfall in Carriacou Island at 1110. Data from the Air Force Reconnaissance Hurricane aircraft indicate that Beryl's maximum sustained winds have increased to 150 and that the latest pressure is 950. So again, what we're doing here, guys, is efforting you some live cams so you might see different things on the screen. Now, let me ask you a question. Are you guys still seeing me? Because I can't see me, but that's okay. I don't have to see me, as long as you guys can see me. The email address is mymeteomundo@gmail.com. All one word, mymeteomundo@gmail.com. There is the eye of Beryl going over Carriacou. And again, I will update the information from the Hurricane Center as well. But, you know, unfortunately, when I woke up this morning and I saw that that Eyewall replacement cycle was nearly complete, you know, I've just seen it enough where we have these winds. And I'm just going to put the winds on here right now. Guys, if you have them up, you can go ahead and just put them up whenever you want. Hand side. Oh, I was literally looking at the map myself. I have a monitor in front of me where I was trying to read where these cameras were from. It looks like I might have to learn a little bit of French as well. I can answer some questions while we're waiting. Appreciate you guys. Thank you for saying you could see me as well. Again, we're doing some real-time changing here. I am going to take myself off camera because it's just easier to see. But thanks, Jim and Dwight, for getting that set up. Again, working behind the scenes for you guys here at Meteo Mundo to try and give you guys the best information we can. 150 is not low-end Cat 5. It is Cat 4 in miles per hour. You have to get to 157 mile per hour or higher. A Cat 5 is possible. We are at a high-end Cat 4, officially. But we all saw together in real time that the hurricane hunters found 163. Okay, so let's take a look, friends. St. Lucia, top left-hand side of your screen. Couple of views from Barbados on the right-hand side of your screen. And where are we on the bottom left? You guys are gonna have to help me out here. First of all, that looks to be some French. I speak Italian. Io parlo italiano per 9 anni. I don't speak French. Where is that, guys? The United Sardines, thank you very much. I appreciate you imminently. And I appreciate your support, big supporter of the channel. Someone who always jumps on and gives us information. And I really do appreciate that. Just to show my appreciation. Thank you very much. Means a lot. Thanks for all the updates coming in here as well, guys. Yes. So the question is, where is that? To be quite honest. Again, I'm very familiar with a lot of areas. Martinique, thank you. Pretty good wave action there in Martinique, that far north. All right, excellent. Let's get me off camera for a minute. Actually, here's what we're going to do. We're going to look at these cameras. I'm going to take about a 2-minute break to, as you would probably imagine, use the restroom real fast, and then we're going to regroup again. But it's great to be able to show you these 4 live cameras in real time. St. Lucia, at least from this shot, and it is live, we do see the palm trees blowing, looks okay. Barbados, pretty rough conditions as well. And then Martinique on the bottom left-hand side, you see the sailboats there have just moored offshore. Obviously, you know, we're efforting to get the cameras that are still up and running. You know, if there's an opportunity to bring you cameras out of Grenada or other areas that are closer like St. Vincent, we will. But it's great to be able to show you these shots around these areas. So again, friends, I'm going to leave this up for just a quick minute here. I'll be back, going to grab some water as well. I'll see you back here in about 2 to 3 minutes. But again, let's take a look at these webcams here over the next couple of minutes, and I'll see you back in just a few. Okay, friends, I'm back. First of all, I switched battery packs for my microphone. So give me a thumbs up in the chat if you guys can hear me. I just want to double check. It's the first time that I've had to use the backup battery pack. So I just want to make sure that it is running and that you guys can hear me. And it probably means I need to do this in the live chat too. You got me? All right, thanks. Excellent. Appreciate it. Been on for 4.5 hours. That is not nearly as long as I have ever had to be on in a row. I remember one day when I worked in Oklahoma City, tornado day, it was I think about 15 hours of coverage straight. Never would want to do it again. So you're looking at our live streams here. Again, at Meteo Mundo. Top left is St. Lucia. The right-hand side of your screen is going to be portions of Barbados, two different views there. And then the bottom left, we're looking at Martinique. And you can see the rain falling there off the roofs in the Martinique area. Good to see you guys. I appreciate it. I'm going to, and I believe I can, I don't think that there's going to be any issues here, bring back up our radar system. And then we're going to look at what's happening here. So that's live webcam. Just want to note so we can bring these back up when we want to. Okay, going to switch back over to the live radar here, guys. I'm going to double check the information from the Hurricane Center. We're kind of like restarting here at 11:30. Looks like 11:10 is still their latest update. So here we go. Again, if you're just tuning in, Beryl has continued to get stronger as it now has moved through Carriacou and the Union Island area of the Grenadines. Landfall was 11:10 this morning in Carriacou. Potentially a second brief landfall on the south side of Union Island. But now, of course, these areas are getting hit with the back end winds on the back side of the Eyewall, which are nearly as strong as the winds that accompany the leading edge of the Eyewall. This is destructive winds. We can see Grenada's wind, even on the south side, has picked up to 52 as a gust, but more than likely, and there is going to be a huge difference between what South Grenada and North Grenada seas. These are going to be more in the 100 plus mile an hour winds here on the north side of Grenada. Again, sustained winds in this area of 150 miles an hour. Can't overstate how destructive that is. You get to a point where it almost kind of doesn't matter because it's so strong. I keep moving myself away here because, again, we got this 163, right, that the hurricane hunters found. They upped it to 150. And then on the east side, that's a little bit old data. It's when the eye was just to the east of Carriacou, but now it is dead center in, and Carriacou will start to see extremely rough conditions there as well. Again, noting hurricane force winds from St. Vincent South, Bequia, Mustique, Kinawan, Union Island, Carriacou, northern sides of Grenada. We've freshened to a 52 on the south side of Grenada, and they could get close to some hurricane force wind gusts as well. Still a very impressive 49 mile an hour gust in Barbados. We still have some wet weather for Trinidad and Tobago, but we're beginning to see the worst of the area weather depart there, and it never got horribly bad. Tobago was worse than Trinidad, but obviously we're a little bit further away from the real fireworks. St. Lucia has had a 41 mile an hour wind gust last hour. Martinique 26. Tropical storm warnings continue there. Dominica, the tropical storm watch was dropped earlier in the morning, but again, still very fresh breezes across all of the Lesser Antilles, where we're going to continue to see the outer feeder bands of Beryl, especially on the northern side, bring in some wind-driven rain, 30 to 35 mile an hour winds. There'll be some higher gusts from time to time as well. This will extend into the Virgin Islands and Puerto Rico as we go throughout our Monday. And in just a very general sense, the farther south that you go in the islands, the more significant the damage and the impacts are going to be. And then as you get down to the center here and the southern sides of the Grenadines. But again, we can clearly see what's going on right now. Lauren says we've lost signal with the live in Grenada. Okay. You know, again, power outages are going to be widespread. Destruction to property is going to be widespread. Inundation of water is going to be widespread. 6 to 9 foot storm surge, 3 to 6 inches of rain, and 10 to 15 foot swells from time to time. Now, saw the video out of Martinique, and we'll get back to those live shots in just a second. It does look like those sheltering, and that, I believe, is on the west side of the island, right? That is good news there. Obviously, any sailboats, any vessels going to want to be sheltering on the western sides of these islands. They don't want to be into the exposed eastern sides. Harrison still has power here, huh? That's excellent. South side of Grenada. Send a small video of Prickly Bay of Grenada. Okay, I appreciate it. We will effort to turn around your pictures and videos as we can. Whether we can do that during this live stream is still to be known. We'll figure that out. But obviously we have our 4 live cameras. So that's great to see there. At least we have that live presence. But again, I appreciate you guys sending me all the pictures and videos. If nothing else, I will compile them for the additional videos that we'll be doing later today and tomorrow. I mean, obviously the story of Beryl is not going to be done, friends. This is a storm that I'm going to be tracking throughout the Caribbean for the remainder of the week. And we'll get into, again, what Beryl could be looking like here coming up in just a couple of minutes. But with Beryl still moving through the heart of the Grenadines, I want to really stay focused on that at this point in time. There'll be time to discuss the others here. So again, looking at the track from the Hurricane Center, just to put that on, down the center line with the update of the 11 p.m. advisory, 11 a.m. advisory. And again, you can see Beryl has winds of 150 miles an hour. Carriacou all out of power. Yeah, I mean, I'm expecting basically to have all power and utilities out in this entire area as well. Thanks guys for hitting the like button. I do appreciate it. No, we don't have any images from Carriacou. We can effort to try and get some later. I mean, obviously, you know, we're going to be able to show you some live streams, and the areas that are most impacted by Beryl have lost power. Therefore, actually showing you anything live out of there is going to not be something that's going to happen. It always is the case, right? You want to try and show the visuals and tell the story in the most intense areas, but it comes to a point, especially with a Category 4 hurricane, where that becomes impossible. So we found some areas that still have power to be able to at least show you some of that as well. Hi, thank you very much. Appreciate the new subscribe there for Puerto Rico. I got my friends in Puerto Rico covered as well. All the Caribbean and the Bahamas. Obviously, when we have a situation like this, we're going to focus in on this area and provide all the information as possible, but we cover the entire area here at Meteo Mundo, and I appreciate that support. Welcome to the 2,300 people who are watching live right now, and I thank you for that. Again, thank you for liking the video. Thank you for subscribing to the channel if you haven't subscribed. Appreciate all the other support as well through the super thanks, through the memberships. You can become a member here at Meteo Mundo for just 99 cents a month. You do get custom badges and emojis here in the live chat that will tell how long you've been a member, so you can show that off. It's a piece of flair, as they say. If anyone knows the movie Office Space, it's like a piece of flair. So again, we can see how impactful Beryl is, guys. This is a classic major hurricane. Beryl went under that intensification this morning after the Eyewall replacement cycle. The eye expanded. I mean, unfortunately, this was going through a significant intensity jump right when it got to Carriacou. The timing couldn't have been worse. This went from 120 4 hours ago to 150 now. Tremendous, tremendous jump. But again, these storms, unfortunately, just continue to outperform the models. Speaking of models, I do want to bring back on our winds. So let's see what we got here. We've analyzed it a little bit farther west than what it really is, but we can see that these core of winds of that 100-mile variety have moved across these areas. That's kind of the model jump there. There we go. So again, you see what we were talking about here, with more than likely hurricane winds in St. Vincent and south, especially through all the Grenadines, and then more than likely hurricane force winds in the northern side of Grenada. So we have a 52, and the model is showing 52. So I got to say that we're probably pretty spot on with this on the south side. Now they could probably get stronger winds here. So again, the difference is 50 to 55, maybe 60 in South Grenada, but like 80, 85, 90 on the north side. That will be a big difference. And again, you can see that the model is underperforming the winds here. This is now sustained at 150. Unbelievable. But again, everything else is relatively in agreement. There's the 41 in St. Lucia. Model shows 49 to 50, higher on the south side. St. Vincent then as well. If I take this out again one more step, that's what you saw there. And it does look like the model tries to understand that actually Beryl is intensifying. You know, that's the overall wind movement if we loop this up for the morning. And again, it's clear to see that central and north side of the eye, that's where all that strong wind is. Hi, Fiona. Thank you very much. I appreciate you. And congratulations on your 10th super on a live stream. Thank you for supporting creators here on YouTube. That's extremely kind of you. As a creator myself on YouTube now, I know what it's like to go through the process. Well, I appreciate you saying that, Florida man. Just started the channel at the end of hurricane season last year, and really organically wasn't even trying, posting videos, but was still trying to get my footing here in the world of digital weather. And then Hurricane Tammy came through the Lesser Antilles, and the next thing you know, folks started finding the channel. And then obviously we went through a period of time where, the weather is a little bit calmer here during certain parts of the year. But then obviously now with hurricane season ramping back up, we are getting more followers, more subscribers and all of that. And I appreciate it. The channel is growing tremendously. And obviously we want that growth to come. But part of that is providing you guys with something that you want to watch. And I hope that's what you're finding here at Meteo Mundo. So again, thank you so much for all the new likes and all the new subscribers as well. I'm going to reset the computer real fast. And I don't know why I said it like that, but I did. But while I'm here, let's get back to our cameras. Okay. Now I need to figure out where this is. Cafe Luna, Christchurch, Barbados. Didn't take me long. Thank you, Lori. I appreciate you. Thank you for the very kind comment. Family life and a catamaran. We don't hear about the north side of Grenada anywhere. I hope you weren't talking about me. We literally just talked about the north side of Grenada, 90 to 100 mile an hour winds. But again, north side of Grenada, 90 to 100 mile an hour winds are expected. South side, 50 to 55. There's going to be a big difference for Grenada. And it's just 22 mile long island, but that's the difference that we're going to see. So live look to Barbados right here. Camera might have frozen just a little bit here, but again, you can see some of the wave action coming into Barbados. Now, Barbados is one of those areas where the wind has stayed stronger longer than I expected. They've been hit pretty darn hard in Barbados. They had a pretty consistent 60 and 70 mile an hour wind for the last couple of hours. I mean, it's finally starting to come down a little bit right now, but very impressive winds there for sure in the Barbados area. And again, you can see the wave action. Now look, the visuals tell the story as well. I'm talking a lot about the wind, and as of note, that's important, but the wave action that we're going to be getting, and of course, it's extremely area dependent, right? Because we have some, higher terrain near shore, we have some low-lying areas near shore, and it's just where that water wants to channel in, right? And obviously the orientation of the shoreline matters as well, okay? Eastern-facing portions of the islands are obviously going to get harder, but certain juts are going to also really matter as to where we push this water. But 6 to 9 foot storm surge and 10 to 15 foot swells from time to time and 3 to 6 inches of rain, the water collected in this area is going to be extremely important as well. Thank you, Iris Video. I appreciate you as well. And congratulations on your first super for a live stream, and I am honored that you did it here at Meteo Mundo. I appreciate your support, and thank you for all of those for the super thanks as well. So that's the live look there from Christ Church in Barbados. We'll continue to check in with our different live cams that we have available. Again, everyone would love to see, or not love to see, but you understand, to tell the story of what's happening in the Grenadines. But without power, we don't have any live cams that are being fed out to the internet. So we are choosing the cameras that are still up and that we're able to show you guys here. And we'll continue to effort that. We're going to continue to effort also to turn around your pictures and videos that you sent to myMediaMundo@gmail.com. Again, possibly towards the end of this live stream, I might take a second or two and try and get some of those. If nothing else, please continue to send them. And then in future updates today, we can include those as well. I mean, obviously, this isn't the only update I'm going to do. We've got to talk about Beryl down the road for the rest of the Caribbean. But we're focused right now, of course, on what's happening in the Grenadines. If you're just tuning in, we had landfall in Carriacou Island here in the Grenadines at 11:10 this morning. The eye is passing on the backside of this right now, which means more sustained winds, potentially approaching 150 miles an hour, are still rocking these islands. You can see that the winds have freshened up in Grenada. And again, 52 down to the south part of the island, but 90 to 100 or even higher is expected on the north side of the island. Hurricane conditions are expected for St. Vincent and all of the Grenadines to the north side of Grenada. Tropical storm conditions are likely for Barbados and St. Lucia and Martinique for the next few hours. Again, Barbados is still well into the tropical storm force winds, even though the eye is now well away from there. And again, continuing to move to the west-northwest at 20 miles an hour. So moving very quickly. That is one decent thing with Beryl, is that it is going to be in and out of these areas fast. Obviously, the devastation that's going to be left behind could end up being breathtaking in a very, very bad way. I've seen destruction from storms like this, and I think probably you guys have as well. And it's something that could take a very long time to recover from. I would expect power and utility to be non-existent in a lot of these areas for a time. Obviously, we're going to have damage of property. We just want to avoid the loss of life. It will be not the worst situation if we end up hearing that there was no loss of life. Being an extremely dangerous storm, it puts it in a higher risk, but we hope that everyone who lives in these areas took whatever precautions they possibly could to protect themselves and their families. That is the most important thing and the main reason why I do this coverage, and I've been doing this for as long as I have. Try and get the information out so that you guys know how to prepare and when. It's up to you individually, right? Not a lot of people can force you to do something, but I can pass along the information. So I hope everyone took the official warnings from their local governments and the other information that you found here at Meteo Mundo to heart and took the appropriate steps. That's the best that we can hope for. Let's get back over here to the live chat. Hi, Kate. I appreciate you. Thank you very much. Thank you for the very kind words. Ruben, you are going to get some rain from Beryl here in Puerto Rico, again, on the wide view. First of all, you guys are already picking up your fresh east winds. I mean, Roadtown, Tortola, the St. Croix, St. Thomas, St. John area. There is St. Martin and St. Bartholomew there on the northern side of the Leeward Islands. 30, 35 mile an hour winds. You can see that the northern feeder bands are lifting north. All that moisture is coming up to the north as well. So look, there are indirect impacts, obviously, that's going to be felt through Puerto Rico, the Virgin Islands, and all of the Lesser Antilles. It's just more nuisance than anything else for you guys here from anywhere Martinique to the north. But still, 30 to 35, maybe even gusts to 40 are possible with these fast-moving tropical downpours that will be coming in. South side, my friends in Trinidad and Tobago, again, we're looking pretty good at this point in time. At least from the last update I saw, we still have the hurricane warning for Tobago. We still have the tropical storm warning for Trinidad. If they have not been expired, but again, my system is not picking up that they have, that hopefully will happen or be downgraded sooner than later. Let me look at the 11 o'clock advisory here. Yep, still have the warnings. Everything is still correct. And again, and we're going to get into it here in just a little bit, but I do want to note hurricane watch for Jamaica. Hurricane watch for Jamaica. Tropical storm watch south side of the Dominican Republic and Haiti. But again, that is what Beryl might be trying to do down the road. And there are some changes to what we last discussed even last night. Orange area is Invest 96L. It's come down from a red. It's fighting some drier air right now. Still relatively conducive development potential. We'll be monitoring the same areas for the next few days. If you don't know, this is Tropical Storm Chris. It's now a depression, but for a very brief time, Chris developed. And so we actually blew through the C-named storm in about 6 hours. Chris is inland now over Mexico, and it's producing some very heavy wind and rain in that area. And then obviously this is what you see Beryl could do down the road. And like I said, we're going to get into that here in just a minute, but still with the eye being very close to these islands, I don't want to deviate too far away from these areas, guys. This is still in the heart of the worst conditions for these spots. So we'll get into the rest of the forecast coming up, I promise. Let's see what we got here. Sean, where are you where it only drizzled? Okay, so Trinidad, tropical storm warning due to expire midday. Okay. So, of course, the Hurricane Center coordinates with local governments to issue the watches and the warnings, and then they'll pass along the information as well. That's not surprising. More than likely, most of the time, unless it just is really cleared out faster, they just let it expire from when they said it would. But again, Trinidad will continue to see some wind and rain, but obviously conditions will begin to improve. Now again, Barbados, let me go back in time here real quick. What was the highest number that we see here in Barbados? I think it was 69, but I just thought for a brief second I caught it 80 there, but I guess not. Yeah. But do you see how consistent the wind has been in Barbados for the last 6 hours? I know Barbados didn't get, the 130, 150 winds, but that's a lot of wind in one area for a pretty good amount of time. Grenada, again, south side 52-mile-an-hour winds. Carriacou is now on the back end of the Eyewall, getting absolutely hammered. Iris Video, thank you as well for joining us here and becoming a subscriber at the supporter level, which is the only level we have here at Meteo Mundo. Again, 99 cents a month, just a small way to support us. I appreciate that. You'll see that now Iris has the new badge next to her name. And then when she renews next month, it'll be 1+ month, and it will go on and on. You'll see some members in here that actually are 4 or 5 months in, and I appreciate their support as well. So again, St. Lucia 41, Martinique 26, Dominica 29. Let's take a look at the visible satellite imagery. Haven't gotten off of this infrared shot here in a while. Notice there's no lightning strikes right now. Again, earlier we had the lightning become more intense in Beryl. Well, look at that bright shot there from our enhanced visible satellite imagery. Again, we can see as daybreak hit. And thank you, Linda Jo Matthews, for also becoming a member. I appreciate you guys very, very much. That's awesome. So again, you guys can see right here. Look at that. Thanks, Dan. I appreciate you. Right here at sunrise. Do you see how this was almost kind of elongated and open? That was ending the Eyewall replacement cycle right there. And then ever since then, it's just gotten stronger and stronger on this visible satellite imagery. Super, super bright though. Normally it's not that crazy bright. This is the combination of the infrared satellite imagery and the visible satellite imagery. This is extremely high resolution. It's great detail. It tells the story because we can also kind of see the shadows from the visible satellite imagery. But look at this buzzsaw. It's just such an impressive storm in satellite imagery, which means it's so bad. Again, Cat 4, first day of July. In an area that has never seen this strong of a storm this time of the year. Typically, there is a ton of wind shear in the Western Atlantic and Central Atlantic to rip apart these waves, but we mentioned it earlier in the season, guys. La Nina, very little wind shear, and it's not shocking that it's always surprising when these storms get this strong, but now it feels like about the last 5 hurricane seasons, I've said that over and over again, and I shouldn't be surprised anymore that these storms rapidly intensify with the environmental conditions that they have, with the ocean temperatures extremely warm, and not just at the surface, but at depth as well, right? And the little wind shear that we have. You know, so many storms have intensified rapidly. If you remember when this was just TD number 4 that I mentioned after the very first advisor is like, you know, the wording from the Hurricane Center is relatively aggressive with this, you know? And as aggressive as the Hurricane Center was with Beryl, it still exceeded expectations at every stop along the way. Was always growing faster than even the aggressive forecast from the Hurricane Center. I mean, when they were making this a category high-end Cat 2, low-end Cat 3, I was like, wow, there's not really a lot of model support for that, right? But still, it went above. Look, yesterday, the GFS and the European models were more than 20 millibars too high in pressure for what Beryl was. Beryl was 960 millibars, and the European model, I think, initialized at like 983. It's just amazing to see these storms and how rapidly they intensify. So here's what I'm going to say. The models are extremely good now at picking up where we could have areas of development well ahead of time. It's actually a blessing and a curse, right? Because we start talking about the possibility of tracks of these storms before we even have a center of circulation. And that could be a detriment, but we have all of this data to pass along. And so, you know, you want to pass along that information. They're very good at track movement as well. So development regions, track movement. I mean, how many days out since the beginning did we have this forecast, the Hurricane Center did, and you got to give them, you know, their flowers, as they say, into the Windward Islands. There was not much deviation at all, but still an extremely big bias at not making these storms as strong as they are. The models just haven't been able to handle the true environment here that we've seen in the Atlantic and the Caribbean and the Gulf of Mexico over the last 5 years. Almost every single storm that's gotten to any magnitude has outperformed what the models are showing. I showed you the HAFS model earlier today, but it took until this morning for the HAFS to really pick up on how strong Beryl was. Now, there was the HAFS B yesterday that got outrageous and had one. Here's the crazy thing. Let's talk about this real fast. The HAFS B model had 188 mile an hour gusts in this area at this point in time. If we have sustained at 150, I'm going to be very interested to see what they think the highest winds are. Could you imagine that HAFS B model actually was closer to being reality than not with a 188 wind gust? That would be outrageous. All right, beautiful imagery there. Let's swing back over to the single band, what we call it. We'll look at the water vapor imagery. This is the moisture content in the atmosphere. First of all, again, to note that 96L is fighting drier air to the north. It is going to have to move around the southern periphery of this drier air and then maybe gain some latitude as it heads towards the Lesser Antilles. But again, we'll see if the environment will be conducive for support. Obviously, the atmosphere is a bit raked behind Beryl. There's some cold water upwelling that occurs with these stronger storms, a bit more wind shear as well. Just overall, the atmosphere is not as conducive. It's extremely rare that we have storms that are on the heels of a powerful one like this. that get anywhere near the same magnitude. It differs, but you don't see a storm to be as strong in the heels of one that's as strong as well. How's Grenada doing? Sure, let's get into it. Grenada has, and again, we still have some friends, I believe, here in the chat who are on the island of Grenada. And if you are, let's get an update from you guys. I appreciate that. Again, last report out of Grenada on the south side was a wind of 52 miles an hour. You can see that here on this on this enhanced satellite imagery. Let's bring up the spatial tool so we'll take a look at the how far we are away. So the southern extent of the Eyewall is only 9 miles from the northern side of Grenada. North side of Grenada is going to be extremely impacted by this, okay? More than likely winds of over 100 miles an hour on the north side. And it will be a pretty big difference between north side and south side. Now, that's the last report from the southwest side of Grenada. More than likely that wind has gone up, but certainly there will be significant impacts here, Grenada, even being on the south side. I mean, obviously the winds right now are beginning to turn on the northern side of Grenada to the west. So if we look at that, I'll just bring up the telestration here. So obviously we've got the counterclockwise winds. So in general, these winds are now going to be doing this into Grenada. And I'm sorry about that. We get the idea, right? So we're pushing in a west to a northwest wind here on the south side of it. And then those winds will turn south, and then eventually those winds will turn south and east. Again, the inundation of water is not going to be as significant on the south side of the storm, but that doesn't mean that that north wind is driving some potential flooding rains and some very rough surface sea conditions to the north side of Grenada. It's absolutely happening right now. But when we have the wind going with the same direction as the forward movement of the storm, that's when you have your worst situation. And look, it's no good for St. Vincent and Bequia and Mustique and Cancun, Union Island, and obviously, again, unfortunately, I think the visuals we're going to get out of some of these areas like Union Island and Carriacou is going to be a complete and utter devastation. Sad to say, but this is a 150-mile-an-hour hurricane, a very high-end Cat 4. We get to 157, we are at Cat 5. Is it a possibility? It's a possibility. We're teetering on it right now. So we'll keep an eye out on the hurricane reconnaissance aircraft and the information that they bring back as well. Again, we can find that data live here at Meteo Mundo. Speaking of that, and again, they can't fly forever, right? They have to stop and refuel. There's two that are doing the hard work right now, and we'll get the updates. How long until Grenada is safe? Several more hours. Several more hours. Sun's out in Trinidad. I love it. Look, guys, you know, again, I understand you guys were under a tropical storm warning, but obviously you should be very grateful that you didn't get much from there. Conditions should continue to improve. It doesn't mean that we won't get back into some squally weather in Trinidad, okay, but certainly nothing consistent, right? Certainly nothing consistent at all. Bequia is well within hurricane force winds. Hurricane force winds of over 100 miles an hour. You know, Leslie's talking about Bequia, roofs off, boats vanishing in the water. That would not be surprising, right? Like when we're talking about this powerful of a storm, I think that is going to be something that is going to be in part of the aftermath, that when we start getting the visuals coming in from these areas, that's the kind of destruction that we're going to see. This is devastating. This is life-changing in some ways. I mean, there's going to be a lot of structures that won't be able to stand up to the winds that Beryl produced, okay? So you're going to have loss of shelter. You're going to have loss of power. You're going to have loss of water. And then you're going to have flooding, and you're going to have, you know, extremely harsh conditions as cleanup efforts will continue. But in some areas, things may change for a very long time. A very long time after this, things may never be the same. So again, the entire Grenadines absolutely, absolutely hit hard. Hurricane force winds, St. Vincent as well. Just got to switch over to, I'm really looking to see who's reporting here and who's not. So St. Lucia's last wind is 60. So here you go. St. Lucia has now reported a 60-mile-an-hour wind. That means St. Vincent will be well into the hurricane force winds and anywhere off towards the south. And by the way, just to be clear, that is a sustained wind of 60 miles an hour. South side of Grenada, last check, sustained wind there of 32, but the gust was 252. See if we have our webcams still up and running. There we go. Let's check in. St. Lucia, top left, 60-mile-an-hour winds on the south side of the island. Take a look at those palm trees blowing in that wind, guys. We've got Barbados on the two right-hand side, top right, bottom right. Look at that wave action there. You can see on the bottom right-hand corner of your screen. I mean, obviously there are some barriers, there are some protections in some of the highest wave action areas, but you know, getting over some of that is absolutely plausible. Bottom left-hand side of your screen, that's out of Martinique. It looks to be a little bit more of a sheltered area there. Look at all that high terrain. So, you know, there's a good indication of, you know, you get heavy rain in an area that has the topography that you're seeing there in Martinique, and landslides and mudslides continue to be a very big issue. St. Vincent, last check that I saw from the estimated winds could be upwards of 100 miles an hour. Someone was reporting that here. I don't think I ever saw where they said they saw that from. Again, unfortunately, the METAR station out of St. Vincent is not reporting right now. So I don't have that information, but based on all of the estimates, St. Vincent is well within the hurricane force winds and sustained hurricane force winds. So I do expect significant impacts for St. Vincent based on the track. No doubt about it. How far from the eye are the hurricane force winds? It's a great question, and that answer is 35 miles to the north and to the east. 40 miles, excuse me, to the north and to the east. So again, live look to our cameras. Well, Nikki, first of all, I'm very sorry to hear that you lost contact with your family. Understand that that is not an indication that they're in any danger. It's just simply that they have lost power, more than likely, and cell towers are down and all of that. You know, certainly Grenada, and depending on where they live in Grenada, is getting hit very hard, especially on the northern side. Winds potentially reaching 100 miles an hour there, 50 to 60 on the south side of Grenada. Tobago, very windy and rainy, still getting hit down there south of the center of circulation. Fire bad, water good. Love the handle. It's just very, very warm down here in Trinidad. The humidity is so high, no real breeze. How far away from the eye is hurricane force winds? I think, okay, so 40 miles. I just answered that. Appreciate you guys. Thank you for all the likes. Thank you for the 2,500 people who are currently joining me. We've been on now live for 5 hours, and I'm going to continue to stay with you here. Looks like we lost a shot out of St. Lucia, but that's fine. Still got 3 cameras up. And again, we are picking the cameras that we can show because a lot of the islands that are even closer to where the center of Beryl has gone have lost power. And they're not transmitting any longer. And that is always an issue with landfalling systems. You want to show that live, real-time, action. But that being said, especially in areas that may not have the most robust backup, either utilities, power, internet, whatever, it becomes hard. We lose all of those cameras. But, we did effort to bring you these, and I think they're really telling a good story here. Look at the wave action on the bottom left-hand side of your screen. That's Martinique, guys. Martinique is pretty darn far away from where the Beryl is going, and look at those waves crash. 6 to 9 foot storm surge, 10 to 15 foot easterly swells coming in. Big time wave action here, even in Martinique. Even what looks to be a pretty sheltered area of Martinique as well. So much worse in the areas that don't have power anymore. Hi, Adam. Thank you very much. I appreciate you. Again, you're looking at the live webcams here in the Windward Islands, Lesser Antilles in general, Martinique, bottom left, Barbados, the right side of your screen. Tremendous wave action there. And again, these are relatively areas that are somewhat far away in a relative sense from where Beryl's center is, and areas that could be a little bit sheltered, but that wave action is still absolutely tremendous. And we are getting in some video here, guys. So I'm going to try an effort while we're live, some of the video you guys are sending me. So bear with me here as we look at those live cameras. And I have way too many tabs open on my computer. I can tell you that. Again, live look to what's happening right now with Hurricane Beryl. You're looking at the live cameras throughout portions of the Lesser Antilles. We are going to get into the forecast for the rest of Beryl coming up soon. So for my friends in Jamaica, stick around. We're going to talk about that for you guys imminently. Again, want to just kind of make sure we tell the story here. I'm just working on the back end here, guys, to try and upload some of these videos for us here. And 7090. All right, apologies for being a little silent here. I'm trying to, oh, okay. St. Vincent south side. Okay, excellent. Pulling in the video now. It'll take just a second to download and bring up for you guys. We've got a couple of pieces of video I can show you here. We'll look at St. Vincent looking south, and then we're going to look at Grenada as well. If I can get that video to download. I think it just did. Again, your live cameras here, but I appreciate some of you guys sending me in this video. Here we go. Okay, it downloaded there. Good. Cool, cool. And let's see here. Complete. So again, just efforting behind the scenes, getting some of this video in for you guys. Oh, looks like we lost our cameras. Did we lose our cameras? We lost our cameras. All right, hang on. Let me come back over here. Bring this back up so you guys can get a full view of this. And again, we'll get into the forecast for Jamaica and other areas like Hispaniola coming up here in just a minute, I promise. But while, again, the eye is moving through the Windward Islands, we're going to keep a close eye for our friends here. It really is pretty hard to do a few things at once. I'm not going to lie. But I'm trying. Got some video loading up right now. Let's see here, I can actually bring it in. So again, if you guys are just tuning in, as of the 11 o'clock update, Beryl has winds of 150 miles an hour. 150. Very high end, category 4 hurricane. Well, you know what? I could probably just pull these straight in, can't I, Rusty? What am I doing? It's a great question. I can probably just pull these videos straight in. All right, let's do that. Might take a second for them to fully load. All right. Let's try and do this a different way. Apologies, guys. I know, again, I'm being a little silent here, but trying to work to get these videos in because, again, I appreciate everyone sending them to me, and they do tell the story very nicely. And hopefully the system will pick up on them very soon. Basically, I'm shooting them through, and then it just takes a minute or two for them to actually pick it up. There we go. Okay, so the first video that you're seeing right now is going to be from Grenada. And this is South Grenada, sent by R. Walzer, and I appreciate that. And if you are in the chat and you want to let us know, but there is an idea of what it looked like there in South Grenada, at least for a brief time. Looks like some sailboats are trying to take a little bit of shelter in that area as well. So that's what South Grenada looks like. And again, it might just take a second to load up everything here. You gotta also remember where I put them. I don't know why that one didn't go. Where's my video now? Interesting. It's like it was there and now it's not. All right, let me get back to this so you guys can at least see that. There's another piece of video that I want to try and show you guys, but it's a longer piece of video, so it might take a little bit longer to get in. I think that's the biggest issue right now, is that that was a shorter piece of video, and so it's easier to put into my system. But the other one is a little bit longer, so it's just going to take longer to actually show up. That probably is the situation. But I also need to find out where I put it. Oh, man. It's in vid-A. Okay. I'm going to try one more time. Try one more time. I don't know why it's doing that, though. It's basically saying that there's a different piece of video in here. Oh, there we go. Okay, we got it. This is St. Vincent. So anyone who's had a question about St. Vincent, here we go. This is from Ronnie Jack. I believe it's Ronnie Jack, not Jack Ronnie, but let me know. This is, he said, this is St. Vincent South End right now. You can see, look at the wind and the surf, guys. And again, I appreciate you guys sending me in this video. Love to show that to you live here at Meteo Mundo. This is St. Vincent looking south. So we're looking towards where the eye of Beryl went. And again, not that long ago, just a little bit earlier. Big time wave action there. Big time wave action there. How about that? I appreciate you guys sending me in that video. So we've seen Grenada. This is St. Vincent. See if our live webcams are back. Yes, they are. There's Martinique. Some sailboats that have moored up there in one of the sheltered spots. You can still see the wave action though. How long before it moves out of Carriacou? Imminently, but the damage is done. The back end of the Eyewall is moving through as we speak. There's Barbados. Look at that wave action there. Again, live video here from Meteo Mundo out of Barbados. Still significant wave action here. And again, you know, storm surge, swells, all of that are going to be much more expansive from the center of circulation compared to even the wind. There's going to be some, you know, double-digit foot swells encompassing a fair amount of the islands here, guys. By the way, as you're seeing this, just letting you know, still reporting a 52-mile-an-hour wind in Grenada and a 60-mile-an-hour wind in St. Lucia. Barbados still has a 49-mile-an-hour wind. So big time wave action here in Barbados. Back over to the video out of St. Vincent that we appreciate. Don't have anything live out of St. Lucia right now. We did earlier, and it actually looked okay. Yeah, we lost the St. Lucia cam. Now, again, St. Lucia, the south side of the island had a 60-mile-an-hour sustained wind. So there's going to be some power outages there. St. Vincent's wind speeds more than likely approached 100 miles an hour for time. The METAR site, which is the automatic reporting station out of St. Vincent, went down as the storm approached. So unfortunately, it's estimated. You know, if you live on the island, let me know. I mean, certainly they were within the swath of hurricane winds, at least for a time. And again, that's the south side of St. Vincent that you're looking at right now on your screen. Now the question is, where did I put this other video? All right, I'll find it again in a second. Back to the webcam. That's Barbados. And from here, guys, let's get back over to the live shot of the satellite. Good to see you again. 12:23 now on this Monday afternoon. Appreciate you guys sticking with me here. We've been on for over 5 hours, covering Beryl as it has moved through the Windward Islands. Landfall was at 11:10 this morning on the island of Carriacou here in the Grenadines. Unfortunately, winds of 150 miles an hour moved over these areas. And the destruction that is going to be left behind will be something that I think we'll be talking about for a while. From St. Vincent to Grenada, with the most significant impacts, obviously closer to the center of circulation with the most impacts. But when you're talking about 150 mile an hour category 4 storm, you're talking about impacts that are felt fairly widespread. Again, the one thing about Beryl is that it is a relatively small hurricane as far as the hurricane force winds. When I extend this out and we go 40 miles, you notice that this goes right over St. Vincent, okay? So this is what I'm talking about, the opportunity for places as far north as St. Vincent to have some hurricane force winds. Obviously, the farther south that you go, the winds are just going to get stronger and stronger in a general sense. So Bequia, Mustique, on over towards Kanawha, and especially Union Island and Carriacou. Now to the southern side, again, the last report from this station was a 52 mile an hour wind. We haven't gotten the noon update yet, so we'll see if that reporting station held on to give us a noon update, because I promise you that wind is going to be stronger. And more than likely, the winds on the northern side of Grenada for a time brushed 100 miles an hour. The Eyewall was not that far away from the north side of Grenada. At this point in time here, as it moved through, the Eyewall was only about 8 miles from the north side of the island. Now again, the wave action isn't as, or excuse me, the wind action isn't as significant on the south side, but when you're talking about 150 mile an hour hurricane and you're 8 miles from the eye, you're going to be in the heart of the hurricane force winds. And also notice too, a little bit of intensification of some of the storms here over Grenada right now, trying to wrap back into the storm. We're not done yet in the Windward Islands. We're on the back side of the storm, but we're not done yet. They're still getting hammered in these spots. And again, to show you what happened at Carriacou, nearly 150 mile an hour winds come through. They're right in the eye. Literally, they can see the sun, and they have calm winds. And then a few minutes later, they get hit with the back end of the eye wall, and they're right back into 130 plus winds. United Sardines say an update for the ABC's code orange. Watch for rough seas in effect for all coastal sections of Curacao. Thank you for that information. Yep, Beryl's going to push a lot of wave action through the Caribbean. The ABC Islands, one of the only areas that could actually get some okay situation at Beryl, since they could use some rain, they might get it because they're not going to have the strong winds in that area. All right. Other areas that Beryl could be bringing some rain have already had a ton of rain and may not need it yet. Is the worst over in Grenada? Not necessarily. No. Potentially, but if you notice in Grenada here, we're actually getting a flare up of storms on the southeast side. You're still in the core. It's going to take a little while to get out of that. All right. And again, even though Beryl is small, you can see how much of the islands it's impacting right now, especially from Dominica down towards Trinidad, Barbados included. More consistent heavy rain there. Then we have very strong winds in the northern side of the Leeward Islands, through the U.S. and British Virgin Islands and Puerto Rico. Sustained, winds there, 25 to 30, higher gusts. St. Martin, St. Bartholomew got close to a 40 mile an hour wind here a little bit earlier with very little rain in that region. So again, we're kind of seeing the elongation of Beryl here across the Lesser Antilles, and the impacts will be felt pretty much area wide. Still continuing with the hurricane warnings in these areas as well. Barbados, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, Grenada and Tobago. St. Lucia is under a tropical storm warning at the hour. And again, the eye is now west. The eye has now cleared the islands. But on the back end of it, still extremely, extremely strong winds. We'll see when the next hurricane reconnaissance aircraft get back in. Keeping an eye on that. I'm keeping an eye on the Hurricane Center. And I appreciate all of you guys sticking around as well. 12:28 on this Monday. Hope you're doing well. Thanks for all of the well wishes to those who were impacted by this. I appreciate you guys tremendously. Yeah, just making sure I still have the newest information, guys. The Hurricane Center passing along what I mentioned in St. Lucia of a 60-mile-an-hour wind. 150, pressure 950. Pressure 950. When I woke up this morning, it was 965. So it dropped by 15 millibars since this morning. Now, granted, it was going under an Eyewall replacement cycle, so the pressure had risen. But to go ahead and drop another 15 millibars is quite impressive indeed. All right, guys. We will get into here in just a minute the forecast for the rest of the Caribbean. I want to do that. I need to load up a graphic or two to be able to do that, though. So the biggest thing is I just want to be able to show the track timing, and we'll take a look at the different models as well. I believe I put in the European model earlier today, so I think we're good with that. What do you say while we're doing that, we take a look at some more webcams? I believe those are back up and running as well. So there's the St. Lucia webcam. I know we had someone ask about St. Lucia. You ask and you shall receive. I'm going to get myself off camera. What do we think, guys? Not exactly sure where this is. Oh, and it went down. You know, isn't that always the case? You're like, let's take a look at it. It's up. No, it's back down. But they're experiencing some pretty solid conditions in St. Lucia right now. I'm sure power is going to be intermittent in some of those spots. So it's not shocking that we're going to lose some of those images from time to time. Just bringing up the newest track here from the Hurricane Center. What did I just do? Oh. Yeah. If you don't, only do. All right, that's better. I literally tried to put the graphic I was editing on the graphic I was editing. Sounds like something I would do at this point in time. Some of this information, obviously, because I've been on live with you guys for over 5 hours, is going to be analyzing it in real time with you guys as well. But that's fine. Obviously, I've been keeping an eye on Beryl for days now. So the Hurricane Center, again, mentioned in their discussion about a potential track shift south and a potential weaker Beryl with some wind shear. So we're going to go over all of that as well. Just the first thing I need to do here, guys, is to get this graphic that I want into my weather computer, and then we can go from there. That is the 11 a.m. Okay, so that should populate pretty quickly. Real fast. Well, I think we're pretty good, aren't we here? Yeah, we're on here. Okay. So let me come back on camera. So obviously the focus has been on the Windward Islands for extremely obvious reasons. Let's take a look at the forecast of Beryl here as we go out in time. Obviously there's where Beryl is right now. It's still forecast to remain a Category 4 hurricane as we go over the next few days, deeper into our Monday and early on Tuesday. There's a couple of different changes to the Hurricane Center at this point in time, okay? What we have is, we have a storm that might be slightly farther south and a storm that could potentially be slightly weaker. The Hurricane Center noted that there was a stronger area of high pressure here, which could push Beryl a little bit farther off towards the south. Now still, even if we're dealing with wind shear, we have a hurricane that's starting off with 150 mile an hour winds. It is going to take some time to lose strength, all right? This wind shear is not rip apart wind shear, at least over the next 48 hours, okay? There are signs or hints that this shear could be stronger as the storm approaches and passes Jamaica and into the Northwest Caribbean, but we'll have to wait and see. We have our tropical storm watch that is currently in effect for the southern coastline of Haiti and portions of the coastline of the Dominican Republic. You see those in blue. Notice as the storm passes you by tomorrow that we're going to have winds of 130 miles an hour with gusts to 155. So it is plausible that the southern coast of Hispaniola will see some tropical storm conditions tomorrow, and I'll be monitoring it. Puerto Rico and the Virgin Islands will not have consistent tropical storm conditions. Same thing for the Leeward Islands, but you guys could have some strong easterlies with a few inches of rain, but nothing consistent, nothing of tropical storm strength of a consistent variety. Hurricane watch is now in effect for Jamaica. And what, again, we're noting here is that we are weakening Beryl over time, right? We're down now to 110, so a high-end Cat 2. And then the next plot, we're down to 105. And it really is going to be all dependent on how strong this ridge is to how far south that we go. Notice that the cone of uncertainty, if you will, on the north side still goes right over Jamaica, all right? The center line at this point in time from the south coast of Jamaica is only about 60 miles away. So it's still a very close shave even on the newest track from the hurricane center at 11 o'clock, which is farther to the south. Now, again, the models are trending farther south and slightly weaker. The hurricane center is not going to go from point A to point B, meaning this far on one side of the model spread to this side of the model spread in one advisory. They're going to stair step it to get there if they want to, okay? So is it plausible that with additional advisories that come out later today, that this track is farther to the south? Absolutely. Is it also plausible that they try and weaken Beryl quicker as well? Yes. But we also have to remember we're starting off with a 150 mile an hour hurricane. So how much of the wind shear really impacts the storm and how quickly? Again, we got to go off of the official information right now that still has it as a category 1 south of the Cayman Islands, and then pushing on shore here at the end of the week to the northern side of Belize or the Yucatan, Quintana Roo, as a minimal hurricane. It then could get into the Southwest Gulf, and the Hurricane Center has very blatantly said, by the way, if it gets into the Southwest Gulf, we'll deal with that later. Too far down the road, too much uncertainty to go along with it. But that is the latest from the Hurricane Center as far as the track goes. I'm going to load up the GFS model, which I have not looked at since I've been on the air. So you and I are going to be looking at it together. While I'm loading that up, I want to bring on the other. Actually, the best thing for me to do is let's do this here. That should be it. Yeah, okay. And then while that is loading up, show you the other graphics I wanted to show you. Okay. That is the 11 o'clock advisory. So that's the track that I just showed you, kind of in an expanded view. Tropical storm warning, southern Hispaniola, including all the Haiti coastline, portions of the Dominican coastline as well. Hurricane watch is in effect for Jamaica. And again, we always thought Jamaica was going to go over a hurricane watch. The reason why it wasn't issued until this morning is simply because it was time. Had to be within 48 hours. And again, you can see that overall track potentially even emerging into the southwest side of the Gulf of Mexico. Now give me 1 second here, guys. That's what I wanted to show you next. That was the last European model that I could pull in. You notice that it is farther south as well, okay? Probably even slightly south in the track from the Hurricane Center. But it picks up on the ridging happening in this area, keeping the storm farther south, not gaining a lot of latitude as it moves into the Caribbean. Obviously, this would be better for places like Hispaniola and potentially Jamaica. And if it holds together, it might be a worst case scenario for places in Central America and the Yucatan, if it holds together. But as these models have been trending the storm south, they're also trying to trend it a little bit weaker as well. And again, this is what the Hurricane Center is saying. They said, look, if something like the European model picks up and it actually does try and skirt up the west central side of the Gulf of Mexico, we will contend with it as we have to. But so far, you can really clearly see the model spread, right? And I've mentioned this in the previous videos that once we get past tomorrow evening, the models really had been much more divergent, and they're more divergent now than what they had been in for Beryl the entire time. So what I'm trying to say is that when we get past about tomorrow night, there's actually relatively low confidence in the forecast, all right, for intensity and track. Trending south, trending weaker, both things are to monitor. Let's see here. Pressure. So pressure is the central pressure in the hurricane. The deeper the pressure, the lower the number, the stronger the storm. Typical surface atmospheric pressure is 1,013 millibars. That would be standard pressure. Obviously, areas of high pressure are your clearer, drier conditions. Areas of low pressure are your storms. Okay? Wind flows from areas of high pressure to areas of low pressure. So we have a baseline of 1,013 millibars, and then you have Beryl with a pressure of 950. It's a very deep, very strong storm. And so measuring lower pressure typically also coincides with stronger winds to go along with the storms. When we get 1,010, 1,009, there's your tropical depression. Tropical storms can be in the low thousands into the 995s, and then anything after that you start getting into hurricane strength. And typically speaking, as we see the hurricanes deepen, they also produce stronger winds as well. So pressure and wind speeds kind of go hand in hand. They are correlated in a hurricane. On this view, and let me get back over so where I can manipulate this. Let's take a look at the GFS model. Now again, I'm going to have to dump a fair amount of the data here, just so it's a clearer view. Bring on the watches and warnings again, so our friends in Jamaica can see that. So again, I have not seen this run of the GFS model. Let's take a look at it together. We obviously have a very strong Beryl here on the eastern side of the Caribbean. We start to see Beryl begin to lose a bit of strength already as it gets towards Hispaniola. We'll look at the wind fields coming up in just a second, but just looking at the reflectivity. And it almost is like the GFS model is going back to the solution it had about 36 hours ago, where it was farther north, but it was a heck of a lot weaker. Again, we'll see. But that would be a huge turn. It's extremely unlikely that the wind shear is going to have that much of an impact on a 150-mile-an-hour hurricane that fast, but we'll see. Because the wind shear is forecast to be moderate. It's not like it's, crazy wind shear. The last time that I saw, there is more wind shear here on the western side of the Caribbean. There's a little bit of vorticity action on the eastern side of the Central American gyre. So it's kicked up the wind shear just a little bit. It's just not as smooth going there. But was it outrageous? No. All right, let's take a look at the winds. Probably have to loop this up real quick. Excuse me, guys. Might take just 1 second to do so. While you're here, thank you for the likes. Hey, we got 1750. Thank you very much. I appreciate that, guys. Just reading a couple of comments here while this is coming up. Thank you for all the likes. Thank you for all the subscribers. Appreciate you guys. Honestly, anything past what we saw right now is yet to be determined. I mean, it really is. There are trends that are trying to weaken Beryl faster. and we can see that on the GFS model. But you know, even here, and again, I hate the fact that when I want to query this, it jumps in time, but it's just one of those things. Even here, we have core winds of 90 to 100. And again, the tropical storm watch is warranted as we're brushing tropical storm conditions here. Even on a weaker GFS model tomorrow night at 6 o'clock, tropical storm conditions could be pushing to the south coast of Hispaniola, even on a weaker GFS model. Now, granted, the GFS model is also farther north as well, so it does go hand in hand. But again, you know, we could have some sustained winds there in that variety. And then we march it off to the west. Again, just one model run of the GFS. This is as far from gospel as you can get, but it does have a much weaker system. I'm going to, in a second here, try and load the HAFS model for us to take a look at as well. And then from there, again, the GFS would have more of a direct impact in the Cayman Islands. I don't know if I buy this, to be quite honest. This is farther north than what I would expect, based on some of the scenarios the Hurricane Center was talking about. But this is the problem, if you will, is that there's a large divergence in the models beyond tomorrow night. So a lot more to be ascertained then. So hopefully you guys got out of that what you needed. But again, look, going to have subsequent videos on Beryl, certainly one later today, certainly more coverage tomorrow. And if I need to go live again to cover other friends in the Caribbean, I'm going to go live again to cover other friends in the Caribbean. If that means Hispaniola, if that means Jamaica, the Cayman Islands, Belize, the Yucatan, I got you covered. You know, my pleasure to do so. We'll get through this first step, and that's getting our friends here in the Windward Islands as safe as possible. And again, really just hoping for no loss of life. I think that's the best case scenario here, guys. Let me bring up the webcams again. Check in on those real fast. That's a good shot from Barbados. While that's up, I am going to effort to close about 50 of these windows that I currently have open on my computer, which I'm sure it is not appreciating, but it's also going to let me clear up my mind as well. And then secondly, I'm going to try and bring in the HAFS model, and we're going to compare that to the GFS. Because again, the HAFS model, which is the Hurricane Analysis and Forecast System, slight question mark at the end, but I think that's right, has had a better handle on Beryl here. And it does look like the 12Z run is beginning to come in. Yeah. So I'm going to have to wait just a minute, and then we'll look at the 12Z run of the HAFS together. That's going to be a brand new model to take a look at here. But as we're doing so, we'll reset the stage as we get close to 1 o'clock. Good to see you here at Meteo Mundo. Rusty McCranie with you. We've been live now for nearly 6 hours covering Hurricane Beryl moving through the Windward Islands. We had landfall in Carriacou in the Grenadines at 11:10 this morning with sustained winds of 150 miles an hour. This is a live view from Barbados right now, where they had wind gusts of over 70 miles an hour, and we have had hurricane conditions from St. Vincent and the Grenadines down towards Grenada. So we'll continue to monitor the live cameras for you here. I mean, obviously we are working behind the scenes to get you the cameras as close to where we had the eye move through. Power problems and power outages obviously go along with this, so it's not shocking that some of the other webcams that are closer to where we had Beryl move through this morning are out, as is going to be the power and the utilities. Look, friends, this is a devastating storm. Category 4 only got stronger as it moved over Carriacou with winds of 150 miles an hour sustained, with gusts even higher than that. Grenada has not updated here on the south side of the island since 10 a.m., I believe, or 11 at the latest, right? So when was this last report here? This was 11. So we're nearly 2 hours out. So it shows you again, we probably lost the data feed from that site as well. That's one of the other problems too, is we start losing here. Now there's the 63 in St. Lucia. Again, very strong tropical storm force wind there. St. Vincent and South, Bequia, Mustique, Kennewan, Union Island, Carriacou especially, all hurricane conditions as we had Beryl move through. Beryl has now emerged into the far eastern Caribbean. We are still getting extremely intense wind and rain through St. Vincent and the Grenadines and Grenada on the backside. The winds can be just as strong on the backside of the storm. And if you notice, there's a little bit of white here, that milky white. That is a blow up of some storms on the back end of what we're seeing right now from Beryl. So we are still in it here, guys. And St. Lucia has reported their strongest wind of the entire morning of the last hour at 63 miles an hour. We're looking okay, but still some heavier rain in Tobago. Things are improving in Trinidad, where it never really saw the brunt, and that's great to hear. Barbados somehow is still clinging on to a 49 mile an hour wind. Look at these winds in the last 6 hours in Barbados. That is a basically sustained wind of over 50 miles an hour. There's not much in the way of a gust there. This reporting station has been showing a wind of nearly 50 or over pretty much the entire time. So unbelievable wind in Barbados, truly. Just taking a look at the chat here, guys. Hey guys, how you doing? So, we're doing our best, obviously, to give you guys the coverage that we can provide. We'd love to show you video out of areas. We did have that uploaded video from the south side of Grenada a little bit earlier. We looked at the video out of St. Vincent. I can pull that back up again as well. So those are our closest pieces of video right now, Grenada and St. Vincent. Look, the devastation is going to be utter in these areas, guys. The landscape is going to change. When you have 150 mile an hour winds coming through, it can debark trees. It can really provide some big problems for us here. Give me 1 second. My tablet is losing power, so I'm going to have to come over here and get the power supply. This is what happens when you've been on the air for 6.5 hours. You start realizing that you have to improvise with power. Now, got it covered here at Meteo Mundo because we actually do have a second battery for my microphone, which we knew in these situations could come in very, very handy, and it has. So I'm just going to power up my, here we go. That's about as tight as that wire is going to be. All right. Just want to make sure that I didn't lose my my tablet here. If you guys don't know, right over here, I've got a tablet. So that's what I'm looking at the chat with, so I can keep up to date with all that information. Rising Sun says SVG Nemo lost comms, was only able to use WhatsApp. Who knows what's happening in Grenada? Oh yeah, look, man. I worked in Oklahoma City, where tornadoes were obviously the prime hazard, and you would get a tornado that produced 150 mile an hour winds, and it debarks trees. It just changes the landscape. Everything is barren, and obviously structures come down as well. So what Carriacou and the Grenadines looked like this morning before Beryl came in is going to be a really different landscape than what we're going to see when we start getting the pictures and videos coming in. It's sad, but that is what we should all expect out of this area, just a completely changed landscape. And again, they're going to have to deal with the here and now of a 6 to 9 foot storm surge, of no power, of no utilities, and of, a situation that's not going to be improved for a while, as destructive as the storm was going to be. Really, really sad situation in those areas. And look, I think Grenada here, on the north side got hit pretty good too. All right, again, we're going to try an effort to get some information in that area, but at the closest approach, the eye of Beryl was only 8 miles north of Grenada's coast. And when you're talking about a 150-mile-an-hour hurricane, that is certainly a close enough brush to have extremely intense conditions in that area. Thanks for the 2,200 people who are watching right now. I appreciate you guys sticking with me as we close out hour 6 here of our live coverage at Meteo Mundo. Going to stay with you for a little bit longer here. Again, first of all, continuing to effort to bring in some video for you guys, some live feeds to still cover the situation, because again, you know, in some spots, you're actually kind of getting the worst weather as we speak. Now, again, it's not going to be consistent for Dominica and Guadalupe and Montserrat and Antigua and Barbuda and St. Kitts and Nevis and St. Bartholomew and Anguilla, Saba, St. Eustatius, St. Martin, all of those areas. But here come some of the tropical downpours that are moving in right now. You can see those beginning to flare up. We're still relatively dry in the ABC Islands, or excuse me, the ABC Islands, the U.S. and British Virgin Islands and Puerto Rico, but we're going to have some strong winds coming into those areas as well. And we mentioned the winds here, and we do have some pretty fresh winds in Curacao. Picked up a 37-mile-an-hour wind gust as well there. And, you know, again, Beryl's moisture is going to miss the ABC Islands well to the north, but if we're lucky, a south wind tries to pull in a little bit of rain over the island, either late tonight or tomorrow. We'll have to see how this plays out, but Beryl should gain enough latitude here where, again, there's no real impacts for the ABC Islands. Even towards Nueva Esparta here, coastline of Venezuela, they're on the far southwest periphery. So, you know, look, they're going to catch some of those fast-moving downpours and a little bit of lightning and some gusty winds, but nothing of an outrageous number there for sure. Gamer Boy says the sea is terrible south of St. Lucia, waves up to 12 feet. Thank you for the report. Verifies the information. Again, we were talking about easterly swells at 10 to 15 feet. There could probably be some actual breakers as well, obviously, depending on the shoreline, with a storm surge of maybe 6 to 9 feet. So the water inundation, both with wave action and rainfall, is going to come together and cause some big problems here. You know, no doubt about it. And again, the winds are still extremely fresh in these areas. Surf and sea conditions are going to be angry for a while here, guys. Not going to be alleviated anytime soon. And these easterly swells will continue to expand farther to the north. The other thing, of course, is that on the front end of Beryl, it's pushing water ahead of it. Okay, so certainly we're going to have to watch out for the wave action through the ABC Islands, the portions of the southern areas, like especially St. Croix, and then southern Puerto Rico, southern sides of the Dominican Republic and Haiti, and then down the road Jamaica as well. But again, front side of Beryl is going to be shoving some water with it as well. And these swells come along for the ride too. And if you guys saw the video from last night, did you see the image I showed you of all of the sailboats leaving Grenada to Trinidad? It was pretty amazing. Also, they were doing it last minute too. I don't want to end the poll, but I want to be able to see. Trinity Wolf says no rain in Trinidad. I appreciate that update. Again, Trinidad looks to have avoided a lot of the significant impacts from Beryl. So we'll count our blessings and move on, as we say. We'll see if we get an update from the Hurricane Center or from any local governments. But at this point in time, I believe all the watches and warnings are still in accord. The Hurricane Center will obviously continue to provide updates as necessary. And we just got one right now. So I'm glad I looked. So this is going to be a 1 o'clock update. We're coming into it right now. We'll read it together, guys. Beryl continues to produce catastrophic winds, life-threatening storm surge for the Grenadine Islands, Carriacou, and Grenada. Extremely dangerous and life-threatening situation. Again, they do not use this messaging very often. Residents should not leave their shelter and remain in place for the passage of these life-threatening conditions. A weather station at Grenada Airport reported a sustained wind of 92 miles an hour and a gust to 121. And I'm not sure if it's the one on the south side here that we have lost, or if it was one farther north on the island. But let's see here. And my friends in Grenada know where the airport is. But I am going to look it up myself. Yeah, that's it. So I mentioned that we lost this sensor, right? It hadn't been reporting since 11. They had a 92-mile-an-hour wind and a gust of 121 on the south side of Grenada. I'm just double checking here. But that is Maurice Bishop International Airport. So there you go. Grenada got hammered. 92, 121 on the south side. Shows you how strong this hurricane was, friends. So there's going to be a lot of devastation in Grenada as well. St. Lucia, 63. They say this is going to be the last hourly tropical update on Beryl because it has now moved west of the islands. Again, they give these hourly updates or even sub-hourly as the storm is impacting land. Once it moves away, they go back to their typical cycle. 150, still west-northwest at 20. Pressure's 946. So again, it's a deepening, stronger storm. Sometimes the winds correlate with that and they get stronger, and in general they do. But again, it's a very low pressure storm at this point in time. So an unbelievable strong storm here, guys. And in some ways getting stronger. So again, let me bring up all right. So everyone kind of gets this, right? And then what I want to do is I want to load up the HAFS model, and we're going to take a look at that. (946) is a very deep storm. It's probably breaking pressure records as well. It's west-northwest at 20, 150, and 946. All right, so that was the last hourly update from the Hurricane Center. And again, I want to just be very clear. This is the airport in Grenada, Maurice Bishop Airport. I mentioned how that had stopped reporting at 11 o'clock with 52, okay? It's gone now, right? You can see that in the last frame, it's gone. But the Hurricane Center got an update from that area, from the airport, of a 92-mile-an-hour wind with a gust to 121. And again, that's on the south side of Grenada. So my question is this: is there anyone who lives on Grenada who is still here in the chat? Still with power? Yeah, all the updates are coming from the Hurricane Center, guys. I mean, I'm obviously not doing anything myself. So the National Hurricane Center, okay? So typically the National Hurricane Center will do a full update on named storms or, you know, any depression of any kind every 6 hours. A full update every 6 hours. They will do intermediate advisories every 3 hours. But as the storm begins to impact land, they will do more consistent updates. And the main reason why they were doing the updates here in the Windward Islands is because they had to keep upping the wind intensity as the hurricane hunters were going through and finding stronger winds. So they want to try and provide as much life-saving information as quickly as possible. So they will, update as necessary as this begins to interact with land. So we had an 11 a.m. full advisory from the Hurricane Center. We're going to get a 2 p.m. intermediate advisory, which doesn't change the track. It's just an update on the position and the forward speed and the pressure. And then the track will re-update at 5 o'clock. Okay, so meaning that if there's a shift in the track, we're not going to see that with the 2 p.m. advisory, but we will see that with the 5 p.m. advisory. Track updates only happen on the full advisories. 946 is low. Yeah, I mean, in my tired state, I can't quite probably pull out the lowest I've seen. Definitely in the 920s. Let me just, as a reference point, Hurricane Irma's pressure was 914. I just remember that one from Florida 7 years ago. That was the lowest pressure during its lifetime. It wasn't when it moved on shore. It was 936. But extremely, Cat 5s typically dump into the 930s to 920s. Just extremely deep area of low pressure. And again, there is a coincidence with the winds as well. This is kind of on the high end of what they call the extensive category. When you get below 944, you get into extreme. Also, by the way, there's a correlation between the deepening of an area of low pressure like this and the storm surge, if I didn't put that out there as well. Stronger storms like that really almost dome the water out ahead of it because of the pressure is so strong. And so you actually create more wave action as well. So stronger winds, higher storm surge, everything is just worse as these storms get stronger and their pressures drop. But yes, 946 is low. I mean, we're teetering on a Cat 5 at 150. I hope we don't get there. We'll see. I mean, obviously, Beryl still looks extremely impressive on satellite imagery. Again, I use the term buzzsaw. Someone asked me what's a buzzsaw. I said, Google an image of a buzzsaw. That's what Beryl looks like, right? It's got all the razor edges on the side. It's got a clear and concentric center of circulation. Let's take a look at the visible satellite imagery real quick. Again, just relatively impressive here. Great outflow on all sides. At least at this point in time, Beryl is not running into any wind shear. We'll see what happens. We maybe start to see a little bit of wind shear coming in here, but not at this point in time. There we go. Did you guys see that? There it is. Let me get rid of this data. It's so tiny. That says 121, just so we're clear. I don't know why it's in a horrible color. So here you go, guys. $90, $95, $121. Need to change the color tablet there. But look at that. I have a chair. I actually was using it right when it came on at 7 o'clock, and I was like, you know what? I can stand. I appreciate it though. My thought was I'm just gonna sit for the entire time because you have basically a podium here, but I was like, I'll stand. It's the least I can do. But again, here you go, guys. Maurice Bishop Airport, south side of Grenada, 121 mile an hour wind. I think this is the first true telling of what is going to end up being the situation in these islands. And it's going to be catastrophic. To have a 120 mile an hour wind on the south side of the island. Gust, not sustained, but a 90 plus mile an hour sustained wind. So again, if you're just tuning in, we finally get that sensor data to come back. And again, is anyone here in Grenada still? I'm going to assume that the power is probably gone now. From Grenada. Terry Ann, are you on Grenada right now? I'm just curious as to whether there's still power on the island. Because you guys took 120 mile an hour wind on the south side of the island. That could be 140, 150 on the north side. And again, now that the timing is up, we can absolutely see this as we stair step this. So as the eye is going over Carriacou, they pick up a 66, then they hit 75. And then right here, as the eye begins to move away, and those winds are swinging southwest back into the east side of the eye, it's the 121. And again, it's hard to pick up because the color is the same color as the Viz satellite imagery, but even when I took that off, it was actually still hard to read. There you go. I appreciate you guys. Thank you. Marissa says, I just spoke to my mom. No power in Grenada. Not surprised. Marissa, excuse me. Does she have any updates? Jeslo says, I'm at the south of the island, 5 minutes from the airport. What's it like there, guys? With 120 mile an hour wind gusts, what are we seeing here? Lorene says, lost connection with family in Grenada. Seems like power and internet is down. Steph says there's no power on the south side of Grenada. Kate says her family in eastern Grenada lost power 2 hours ago. One person's phone still works. Fire Bad Water Good says a major power outage in Grenada. All the poles are above ground like the rest of the islands. Yeah, it's hard to put them below ground though, right? When we're talking about islands barely above sea level. Jeslo says there's no power island-wide. Linda Witt says getting reports from a friend in Port Louis Marina. He has internet, so power could be a generator. Yeah, hi Joe. Joe, you still have power in St. Vincent? A lot of trees at homes. Yep. Isha, apologize, says in Grenada, no power, but you do have data. So cell phone towers or internet still working. Marissa says she's in Birch Grove, St. Andrew, very windy and heavy rainfall. But the internet is up. Okay. Kay Hayes Joseph says, I'm in Grenada, still getting internet. Down on True Blue, and then he retracted the, so maybe not. Alexis, family life on a catamaran. Boy, isn't that the dream. Says many people said there is no power. Okay, so I'll be honest, that actually is slightly better than I expected. I mean, when we have 120 mile an hour wind, if you guys know of any of the damage reports, SV Time Chaser says Carriacou is destroyed, getting images from friends. Yeah, expected. They had 150 mile an hour winds go across the island, at least. Union Island, the same. Kennewan is going to be in the same boat. Mustique and Beckway will have significant damage. Portions of St. Vincent will have significant damage. Portions of Grenada will have significant damage. Utter devastation for Carriacou and Union Island. No doubt about it. Again, just a completely changed landscape. It'll scrape. It'll knock down the trees. It'll debark them. It'll flatten. Structures. It's as significant as it gets, guys. And again, appreciably, there's not much of a difference between a 135 mile an hour hurricane and a 150. Because if a structure is going to fail at 150, it's probably going to fail at 135. But it was a strengthening hurricane as it came through. But again, first reports out of this, we are hearing here in Barbados that Carriacou is destroyed. We'll effort to get pictures and video in for you guys in subsequent videos coming up. Again, it's part of the story. We don't want to see it, but we know that that's part of the story. Okay, let's see. All right, I am getting some pictures. Margaret Johnson has sent me some pictures. I appreciate it, Margaret. Let me effort those in. As I'm doing that, and I do appreciate those, thank you very, very much. As I'm doing that, let's see if we have our live cams back up. All right. Are you running the live cam? Looks like it's frozen. No, it is. Okay. I'm going to take myself off camera. We're going to look at this more tranquil shot out of Christchurch, Barbados. And I'm going to take 1 second here and get some of these photos from Carriacou in to our system. So just 1 second here, guys. Shouldn't take too long. And Margaret, thank you very much for sending me these photos. Again, we don't want them to be what it is, but it is the story. And I appreciate that. Oh, again, I don't have to do that. I'm trying to do extra steps. And the last thing I really need to be doing is extra steps. Make it simpler on yourself, Rusty, not harder. Okay. Still pretty good wave action in Barbados. And again, Barbados was one of those areas I was actually shocked as to how consistent the 60 mile an hour winds were. I mean, so consistent that although Barbados didn't have the strongest wind speeds overall, they had very consistent 60 mile an hour winds. All right, guys, so we're about ready to get the first images here out of Carriacou. Richie, myMediaMundo@gmail.com. And thank you to our administrators, myMediaMundo@gmail.com. Richie, if you look just above your message, you will see that. Moderators is the word I was going for, by the way. But I think you guys can cut me some slack, right? All right. So, again, it's going to go blank. That is expected. And here we go. Oh, man. All right. I can move the image. It's a little bit... I forgot to resize it. Give me just 1 second. I'm going to resize it. Here we go. One of the first images that we have here from Carriacou. And Margaret, I appreciate you sending us this picture. You can just see again how, I mean, the fact that some palm trees are still standing is a little surprising, but the devastation is utter. Look at the power lines, just strung around like they're strands of spaghetti. Roofs off, stripped away. That's a large, large tree that got knocked over there as well. So again, friends, if you're just tuning in, this is the first image that we have here at Meteo Mundo from the damage in Carriacou, which is where landfall of Category 4 Hurricane Beryl was at 11:10 this morning. This is from Margaret Johnson, and I want to say I appreciate her very much for sending that. She sent me another photo as well. We'll get back to that one, but I want to take a look at both photos. If I can get the other photo to come up. Let's go back to that photo. Let me try and work on the other photo real quickly here, guys. So again, that is a shot from Carriacou. Pull it into a different one here. MyMediaMundo@gmail.com, guys. MyMediaMundo, all one word, @gmail.com. All right, having a little bit more difficulty getting in that second image. Still efforting, still trying, but obviously you guys can see what we got going on here. We're going to see a lot more like these photos, guys. We're going to see a lot more like it. There's no doubt about it. You know, it just is part of the story here. Again, I'm going to try and bring up this second photo. I apologize. I don't know why it's not cooperating, but we'll get it. Sometimes here, just there's a lot of traffic, if you will, within our system, and it just takes a minute or two to get some of this to come in. The first one came up quickly, so I was hoping the second one would come up just about in real time as well. There we go. Okay. And then I need to resize it. So give me just 1 second here. I'm not going to take my... I grabbed myself. Oh, man. Now I've really messed up this one. All right, there you go. There's the second image out of Carriacou. All that metal siding, that galvanized steel just kind of ripped off, blown around. As was already mentioned, obviously, all the power lines are above ground. They're just strewn about. Look at the transformers that have been wrapped around basically the sheets of metal there, and then wrapped into all the power lines that got dragged down on the street. You want to talk about a mess that's going to take a long time to fix, to get the power restored. Of course, I don't have a before image of that little hill on the top of your screen, but that certainly looks like a scraped area from what it was. See a lot of bare trees up there, don't you? We still have some standing structures, so some have been able to withstand the situation there. But yeah, absolutely devastation. Yeah, and again, you know, trying to get out and about with the power. Hopefully it's just all cut off to the island now. But that's another big problem as well. I mean, these transformers are on the ground. You've got the power lines down right there. This is a long time cleanup. And again, some areas won't really be the same for an extremely long time, if ever. But the power pole snapped. The sheets of metal wrapped around the power pole, wrapped around the transformer, wrapped around the power lines, right there on that street T intersection there. Pretty unbelievable stuff. Thanks, guys. I appreciate it. Sorry to see that, for sure. All right, gang. We'll get back over here real quick. And again, thank you for sending me those photos. I know that some of you have been asking for where you can send them. So if we get some more here, I'll be happy to load those up and pass them along as well. I don't know. I don't know exactly. So the Carriacou images were taken after, if someone was asking that in chat. I can tell you that from, again, I will say unverified, but certainly looks like this is the area that we were talking about. Have some Carriacou video coming in. More Carriacou pics. Okay. Potentially a video out of Carriacou. So I'm loading that up. Again, kind of the first images and videos of the aftermath to the island that took the direct impact from Beryl. Landfall was over Carriacou at 11:10 this morning with winds of 150 miles an hour sustained. Sustained. Just 1 second here, guys. Those three, I guess this is it here. Is that, no, that is a video. Okay. Okay, so trying to load up a video. Might take a few minutes to get into the system to be able to stream it to you live. It's a process, as they say. So I'll go back here. But I appreciate that. Again, this helps tell the story. And that's our goal here at Meteo Mundo, is to be with you guys before, during, and after the storm, tell the story of what's happening. Again, the rain continues to be heavy, and the winds are still fairly fresh right now for St. Lucia and St. Vincent and the Grenadines and areas as such. Let's see here. I need to go full screen. There we go. I have like computer within a computer within a computer right now, trying to keep up with it all. But obviously the eye is now west of the area. That being said, look, there is some lulls in the action, and that's why some folks have gone out and taken videos and photos in Carriacou and other areas here. But there is still the opportunity for more wraparound heavy wind and rains. They're not said and done. St. Lucia, again, in just the last hour, has reported a 63-mile-an-hour wind on the south side of the island. So, you know, we're going to really keep an eye on St. Vincent and the Grenadines and Grenada with a 121-mile-an-hour wind gust reported on the south side of Grenada, okay? Again, Barbados is still cranking in 45-mile-an-hour winds. It's like you guys have just been consistently in that same kind of wind profile for a long, long time now. And then these winds are still very, very strong here. Nothing that's going to cause any big issues, but as the rain comes in to Dominica and Guadeloupe and Montserrat and Antigua and Barbuda, on up towards Anguilla, and the U.S. and the British Virgin Islands, and eventually Puerto Rico, they're going to come along with some 30, 35, and even 40-mile-an-hour winds. Certainly much more expansive on the north side. It's going to be improving conditions for Trinidad and Tobago. Again, we're going to have strong winds and rough surfacing conditions in the ABC Islands, but no other direct impacts as well for the ABC Islands. And then we're going to watch the rest of the March there as well. Do I think it's going to be a Cat 5? I mean, potentially. Plausible. I hope it doesn't. We'll see. Again, hurricane reconnaissance aircraft should be continuing to go in and out of the storm. Probably stop to refuel, but there's 2 different aircraft that are working the storm. I don't see anything right now. And again, if you guys were with me earlier, we were tracking the reconnaissance aircraft live. At this point in time, I do not see any new data, but they're probably getting ready for additional flights. So they would be basing it now basically off of what they're seeing on satellite, but it's possible. I hope not. We should, by the way, there should be a very narrow window of Beryl staying this strength. As we go a little bit farther west, we start to see the first signs of that wind shear, okay? And we already talked about it, about how that could knock things down. Did you say 100 mile per hour winds in southern Grenada? There is a 121 mile an hour wind gust at the airport in South Grenada. Here you go. Sustained wind of 92, gust to 121. And that was a west wind, which means that the north side of Grenada could have had a 140 or 150 wind gust. So yeah, extremely, extremely strong winds. What are the chances something will happen in the ABC Islands? Basically zero. You guys will have a fresh breeze. You'll have a little bit of surf and sea condition kicked up. You might have some quick passing showers as Beryl moves north, but there will be no direct impacts from Beryl in the ABC Islands. Jaden says it was so windy earlier. Indeed. Watching from the SVG, it's terrible here. Where are you, Farm With Me, in the St. Vincent and Grenadines? Because obviously you still have at least cell service. Hi, Island Girl, watching from Curacao. Appreciate you. Molly says we went through Dorian and Abaco in the Bahamas, and her heart goes out to everyone there with such a strong hurricane. Certainly, the strength of Beryl is very reminiscent of Dorian. The thankful thing with Beryl is that it has a forward speed of 20 miles an hour, where Dorian sat over Grand Bahama for days and provided utter devastation in the form of flooding. So at least we don't have that, but we do have a major Category 4 hurricane that just went through. So yes, as far as intensity, this is very reminiscent of a Dorian. Luckily, it has forward speed, so it's not going to put 4 and 5 feet of rain in any one location. But again, the wind impact was extreme. St. Lucia, again, reporting strong winds here. Where was my friend here? Is it going to hit Belize? That will be down the road. The forecast is for it to move close to Belize. But there are some very large differences in the models as we go out in time. There's still a lot in the detail to expand out here. If you are just tuning in, and I appreciate it, we've been really steady here around the 2,500 mark of people, and I appreciate you guys sticking with me. This is the latest from the Hurricane Center. This was the 11 a.m. update. That's the latest track. Again, it's slightly farther south, okay, and it's slightly weaker, but the devil will be in the details here, because we have to really see what happens with Beryl as it begins to encounter this wind shear. And that's the forecast. The wind shear, which are winds to help rip apart Beryl and make it weaker, look to be in play starting tomorrow as it gets closer to its approach of Hispaniola. There's also a potentially stronger area of high pressure to the north, which will keep Beryl a little bit farther south. Instead of Beryl able to gaining a little bit more in latitude as it moves to the Caribbean, it stays a little bit more flat to the west. Now we still have a hurricane watch for Jamaica, which means hurricane conditions are possible in Jamaica within 48 hours. And it's something I'm going to be monitoring very, very closely. On the official track from the Hurricane Center, as of right now, it remains a Category 1 hurricane as it approaches the north side of Central America and the Yucatan. Belize, on over towards Cancun and Cozumel. Quintana Roo in general. ABC Islands, again, far enough off towards the south. Puerto Rico, the Virgin Islands, Leeward Islands, far enough to the north. Indirect impacts, especially north of the center. More rain and wind here than rain and wind here. Tropical storm watch, southern coastline of Hispaniola and portions of the Dominican Republic. So again, that's the forecast track. You can see the eye has wobbled slightly north of that center line, but still in that quote-unquote cone of uncertainty. And so that's the latest information there. But again, obviously in subsequent videos here, we're going to have a lot more on what Beryl is going to be doing down the road. Promise you I got you covered. Let's go back here. And see if we've got our video yet. If I go to the web, sorry guys, I've got some of the guys behind the scenes here helping me. If you go to webcam, see and have a loop of the videos people have sent up right now. Can I do that right now, or are you guys in the system? You guys let me know. I'm looking at the computer, but I don't want to touch anything because there's something that has popped up here. Apparently we have a loop of all of the videos. All right, I'm going to exit there. Please don't kill me. Okay. Now, I get to try and figure out where these are from. That's from St. Vincent. I remember that. So this is basically a loop of the videos that we've been sent to mymeteomundo@gmail.com. Appreciate you doing all of that. And again, we'll compile all of these and we'll have them for subsequent videos as well. But this is the video out of St. Vincent. Again, a little bit earlier. You can see the wave action there. That was very, very significant. I guess the question is this going to continue to loop or not? Might just be the one video. Oh, there we go. Okay. So here we go, a second video. Unfortunately, I do not know where this particular one is from. My effort to see if I can't find that information out for you guys. But you can see the wave action there is quite significant. Look at that surf coming in. All right, there is, I believe, Carriacou. Yes, this is the video that I was trying to bring in, and we've just put it into a loop. So this is Carriacou, and then there's the St. Vincent video again. So there's St. Vincent. Okay. Videos. I apologize. Go ahead, guys. Do whatever you need to do. Apologies, guys. I thought you guys were seeing the videos that I was seeing as well, but I was looking at a preview monitor. I was looking at a preview monitor rather than what was actually being produced on air. So I do apologize for that. But yeah, guys, whatever you need to do on the back end go ahead. So now I believe it's coming up. Here we go. Thanks, guys. Appreciate you. So that is the video out of St. Martin, right there. That is the unknown video, but I'm efforting to get the information on where this particular video is from. Yeah, it's showing now. I apologize. I was looking at like a preview monitor. I thought it was the on-air monitor. So that was my bad. I just didn't realize it wasn't being sent out to our stream. And then this video coming up is the video out of Carriacou. And you can see the devastation being brought from there. Of note is the tremendous wave action everywhere we look, right? Tremendous wave action everywhere. Back to the picture here. A couple of pictures from Carriacou you guys are going to see come up on your screen. Again, we've seen some of these photos before, but for those of you who are just tuning in, you know, we're kind of in the let's show some visuals of the aftermath. And you're starting to see some of that right now from the hardest hit areas. Obviously, loss of power here. If you look at these photos from Carriacou, you can just simply see what's been happening there. Back to the live shot from Christchurch there in Barbados with the wave action. So again, you know, just kind of efforting to get you guys the pictures and the videos that we are getting in here to Meteo Mundo and able to pass those along as we can. We'll continue to show you those as we go through. But certainly the impacts are extremely significant throughout these entire areas here. And again, thank you for all of those who are sending pictures and videos to mymeteomundo@gmail.com. All right, if you guys are okay, I'm going to jump back over to here. Once again, Beryl is now west of the Windward Islands, continuing to march fairly quickly west-northwest at around 20. All right, so improving conditions should begin relatively soon in these areas. We're starting to see the bulk of the storm beginning to pull away. There could still be some very strong gusty winds and some good downpours, but the consistent, steady hurricane force conditions look to be getting out of the area as we speak. If we take a look at the models, we can see again here that based on where we have Beryl at this point in time, that the bulk of the hurricane force winds have now pulled west of the islands. Still could be seeing winds of 40 to 45 and 50 here. You know, fairly steady breeze for Dominica and Guadalupe and Montserrat. And then staying in that very just solid 25 to 30 mile an hour wind here. Anguilla, St. Thomas, St. John, St. Croix, headed up towards Puerto Rico. But we have taken the core of the hurricane winds and they are now west of the islands. So we should start to see this begin to relax slightly. It's going to take some while and the damage is done. Thank you, Noble Pills. Appreciate you. Appreciate the super chat. Appreciate the third super chat on the live stream as well. Power super chatter there. So thanks, guys. Appreciate all those who have done that. Appreciate all those who are here liking the video. Appreciate all those who are here subscribing to Meteo Mundo if you want this kind of coverage across hurricane season, but we do daily forecast updates for the Caribbean and the Bahamas. We've had a lot of new subscribers in the last few days. I appreciate you guys subscribing and tuning in. Thank you for our new members as well, 99 cents a month. We've had several new members become members during this live stream, and I appreciate all of that and just appreciate you guys tuning in here for the coverage at Meteo Mundo. Once again, we're seeing Beryl moving away from the Windward Islands, so we're going to see conditions begin to improve a little bit. And it's okay news in the sense of that we're going to still have a lot of daylight. So those folks that have been most impacted by Beryl will be able to assess the damage at least during the daylight hours. But obviously there's going to be a tremendous loss of power as well. Okay. So we're getting some video here from St. Vincent of some flying debris. So let's go look at that. Okay. Yeah, there we go. So this is out of St. Vincent. And we can see some of those sheets of metal just getting torn off as the storm comes in. And again, St. Vincent experienced some hurricane conditions. And I believe this is the south side of St. Vincent. But unfortunately, friends, this is going to be a very common sight. All of the structures that have metal roofs, you know, sometimes they're just not secured as significantly. And this was an extremely powerful hurricane. And we can see some of that metal being blown around right now. So appreciate who sent this video in. Trying to see if I can get a name, but oh, 58. But regardless, I do appreciate you guys sending us the pictures here and the videos. In mymeteomundo@gmail.com. So that's the view from St. Vincent of some debris in the air. Obviously, metal roof getting torn off. And it is tough. South Grenada is not getting winds of over 100 now, but again, they had the 120 mile an hour wind gust earlier. No power south side of Dominica. Thank you for that report. JLS watching from St. Vincent. All right, guys. Here's what we're going to do. I think because we're getting a good amount of pictures and videos, going to keep going here for a little bit longer. Try and get my energy up a little bit. Obviously, we've been on now for nearly 7 hours straight. I'm going to take a quick break. I'm going to set this up here. We're going to effort more pictures and video for you guys because I think that's going to really start telling the story. But again, if you look at this shot, here's the south side of Grenada with 121-mile-an-hour wind. You've got Barbados still with 45. You still have significant wind through the Lesser Antilles in general. Even though the core of Beryl is off towards the west, we are still getting it right now. It's beginning to improve, but we can see the expansion of some of that heavier rain and wind up towards Martinique and Dominica as well. All right, guys, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to take a quick break. We're going to come back. We're going to look at some new pictures and videos. We're going to continue to follow Beryl as well and just continue our live coverage here, at least for a little bit more time at Meteo Mundo. Appreciate you guys sticking with me. Again, I'm just going to take a quick break. Thank you for liking and subscribing, and I'll be back in just a minute. And again, if you guys have information to pass along in the chat, everyone is very interested, please do so. Obviously, the islands have all seen different kinds of devastation today, so getting those ground truth reports is very important as we tell the aftermath story here of Beryl moving through the Windward Islands. Okay, friends, I'll be back in just a few minutes. Look at that catamaran, guys. Look at that wave action of that catamaran. Wow. There's your swells right there. Unbelievable. All right, gang. Good to see you again. We are at 2 o'clock here on this Monday afternoon. Live coverage for 7 hours in a row here at Meteo Mundo. I appreciate you guys sticking around with me. Thank you so much for tuning in. Obviously, now we have the core of Beryl that has moved through the Windward Islands. We had landfall on Carriacou at 11:10 this morning. We're starting to get some pictures and videos in from some of the Grenadine Islands, places like St. Vincent and Grenada as well. And I want to thank everyone for sending us those videos. We are efforting to turn those around and bring them to you here on our coverage. This is a live shot out of Christ Church in Barbados. And again, we'll have plenty of video to show you guys. So here's the plan, as you guys are sticking with me here. I'm going to go on for another 30 minutes. We're going to go until 2:30. And we're going to look at a few more pictures and videos. And if we get new pictures and videos, we'll upload that. But we'll keep on for another half hour here. And again, a lot of this will be to just look at these pictures and videos and to talk about that and tell the story. Also, of course, keep an eye on what's going to be happening with Beryl coming up as well. So, you know, we're still focused on the Windward Islands and the Lesser Antilles in general. But obviously, at a point in time here, we're going to be having to discuss what's going to be happening down the road as well. We've done that a couple of times, but you know, the attention will begin to return to how could this be impacting other areas of the Caribbean, including Jamaica down the road. So unless I'm going to go ahead and just do this, guys, and again, when we have new pictures and videos, just please let me know. But again, we'll be on for the next half hour. So let's go back over and get the new information. Now we're going to get, and we should hear as of 2 o'clock, an update from the Hurricane Center. So let's bring that information up. And the 2 p.m. advisory has winds of 150, a pressure of 946, and a movement west-northwest at 20. 150, 946, west-northwest at 20. So there has been no change in that. Here are some of the other changes that are in effect, though. The government of Barbados has discontinued the hurricane warning. The government of Trinidad and Tobago has discontinued the hurricane warning for Tobago and discontinued the tropical storm warning for Trinidad. A hurricane warning is still in effect for St. Vincent and the Grenadines and Grenada. Now conditions are improving, but you can see that we had even a 77-mile-an-hour wind gust here last reported not that long ago on the south side of Grenada. They are still experiencing potential hurricane conditions and certainly sustained tropical conditions there as well. We have a tropical storm, we have a hurricane watch for Jamaica, we talked about. We have a tropical storm warning still for Martinique and St. Lucia, and a tropical storm watch for the southern coastline of Hispaniola, that is for portions of the Dominican Republic and the Haiti coastlines there, okay? So those are the current watches and warnings that are currently in effect. So these should fall apart here, or these should drop away in the system here momentarily if they haven't already. So again, looking at Beryl on the satellite imagery, again, the eye is now clearly west of the islands. We are still going to see some strong winds coming in behind this as well. These are going to be east to southeast winds for the most part from the eye to the south. They're going to be northeast winds up here. And again, also have the ability to look at any buoy data. So I know that there's a buoy here not that far off in the Caribbean, so I'm going to pull that up. That's still a little bit too far away, but you can see again, we are starting to see some fresh winds. Even in the ABC Islands today, they've had, 30, 35, 40 mile an hour breezes there kicking up the surf and the seas out way ahead of Beryl. And again, Beryl, Cat 4, so it didn't strengthen anymore, right? And there was a question of, could this become a Cat 5? It's possible, certainly possible, but that being said, we might have hit the peak of Beryl, we hope, because the forecast is for as Beryl moves west, that it's going to start to encounter more wind shear. Now, I don't expect any appreciable change in the strength of Beryl for at least the next 12 hours. But as we go overnight into Tuesday and it gets a little bit more here, we'll have to just see how that wind shear is going to impact the storm. But you can see the winds are picking up across all of the Lesser Antilles. We're going to have some of those feeder bands coming in, those spiraling bands on the northern side of Beryl, those 30, 35 mile an hour winds, even up to 40 in places like St. Eustatius and St. Martin. Again, Barbados, no longer the hurricane warning, but they had some winds of around 50 there as well. Okay, new videos are ready. Thank you guys. Thank you, moderator. It's perfect because I want to reset this computer anyway. So let's do that. And is there any opportunity to let me know where they're from? If there is a possibility, just drop it in for me if I can get an idea at least of where some of the newer video is. Because I have a feeling that we don't have this fonted, if you will. We're not going to have a screen. I'm going to go ahead and bring up the videos, but again, if there's an opportunity, and even if moderator, you want to put it in the chat, that's just fine with me as well. I appreciate it. Thank you. Okay, so new video. And again, we'll effort to get you exact locations, but at the same point in time, we're taking a look at these videos live here. And you can see that's some extremely, extremely strong wind. Don't see any roof damage at that point in time. But again, you want to talk about noise. You want to talk about those palm trees holding on for dear life. There you go. Look at that. All right. Carriacou right here, and then Grenada. Look at those sheets of rain, guys. Look at that. Sideways. Sideways, sideways, sideways. That is just coming in, man. Hammering Carriacou. And then there's some of the damage left over. Now that is Grenada, I believe. Look at that wave action there. So again, the videos that you guys are seeing are a mix of Grenada and Carriacou, two of the islands most impacted by this storm. Certainly a beast, Sugar. 150 sustained with some higher gusts. So again, appreciate everyone sending in this video. That's out of Carriacou, and you can just see it's west to east, or basically, this isn't dropping down. This wind is being sheeted, if you will, from west to east, like sheets of rain, just being driven across the street there. I mean, that kind of wind blowing that rain sideways only comes with the most intense hurricanes. Very reminiscent of other big storms, doesn't it? Trudy says Hanover, Jamaica already has lost power. Oh my goodness. That's just from a few isolated storms with no association to Beryl. So again, guys, Carriacou and Grenada is where you're looking at these videos from. And then look at the catamaran. Look at those swells. 10 to 15 foot swells are likely as Beryl was coming through. And look at that catamaran just holding on for dear life. Of course, it being sideways, I mean, obviously it's anchored up, but it's just trying to rock with those waves as well as it possibly can. And thank you for all the information, guys, as well. I'm keeping an eye on the live chat while we're looking at this video in real time. So keep it coming if you guys live in these areas. If you guys have some updated information, pass it along. If you've been trying to get a hold of family and friends and you've been able to, what we're able to do here is we just continue to add new video to this montage of video. So it's across all different islands. I believe this was St. Vincent. This is definitely Carriacou. We've seen this video before. And obviously the video out of Carriacou is going to more than likely be the most devastating. But the video out of Grenada, and I think the video out of some of the areas of the Grenadines is going to be just as impactful. This is obviously a extremely impactful storm. This video was out of St. Vincent that you're seeing right now. And again, this was not even the height of the storm in St. Vincent, but the wave action is tremendous. 6 to 9 foot waves here, guys. Just really impressive wave action and storm surge that comes along with this. So water inundation, and even some of the areas that weren't exactly, impacted directly by the eye are still seeing significant damage. So Beryl was a smaller hurricane, but the winds were so significant in this area. And you can see that wind blowing through the seats, blowing through the streets of Carriacou right there. Just tremendously strong winds. Really, the visuals tell the story, guys. Again, we track this for you live at Meteo Mundo. My job as a meteorologist, we're going to watch the weather together, but these videos, these pictures tell the story of what really happened through these areas. It certainly is a brutal storm. Yeah, so look, I mean, Trinidad is going to get a few more showers. You guys are just out of the bulk of anything. It's just going to be some quick passing downpours. Angel asks, will Beryl hit the Dominican Republic? There is not right now, the forecast is for there not to be a direct impact to the Dominican Republic. Could be some tropical storm conditions on the south side of the island. And that's a live shot right now from Christchurch, Barbados, where it just feels like Barbados, never in the center of the action, got hit by some 60 and 70 mile an hour winds for 6 or 7 hours. Okay, friends, again, we're live here at Meteo Mundo. We're going to be live for the next 20 minutes. We've been live since 7 a.m., so over 7 hours. I appreciate you guys sticking with me. About 2,500 people in here, and thanks for tuning into our coverage. So again, we have been tracking Beryl since 7 a.m. live. Obviously, we've been keeping a very close eye on the weather, and now that we're starting to get some pictures and videos in, we're also efforting to turn those around and to show you those as well. So looking at the current here and now with Beryl, the only change here is that should say 2 o'clock. Otherwise, everything is exactly the same. Beryl has 150 mile an hour winds. Pressure is a very stout 946 millibars. Still solid forward speed, moving west-northwest at 20 miles an hour. Yes, the information that you see in Grenada is correct. That is a 101 mile an hour wind gust, which if you can see if it holds on, right there is 121. I know it's so dark and I apologize, but even behind this at 1 o'clock, just an hour ago, they still reported a 77 mile an hour wind. Now, generally speaking, the winds are going to begin to relax in this area some, but St. Lucia still has a 38 mile an hour wind at the hour. Montserrat on the outer feeder bands, a 35 mile an hour wind. It's going to be a very squally day with these feeder bands through the entire Lesser Antilles. We also have very fresh east winds all the way up towards Anguilla and portions of the U.S. and British Virgin Islands and Puerto Rico as well. Newest information on the track of Beryl comes up on your screen right now. And again, this is something I'm going to be watching for the rest of the week. So as we go out in time, Beryl right now, Category 4 hurricane winds of 150 miles an hour, all right? It will more than likely not be able to hold that strength for much longer as it begins to encounter wind shear. There are a couple of things in the models that have changed, and we'll see how much this plays out. Generally speaking, there's two different things that we'll be monitoring. The first is how strong an area of high pressure to the north of Beryl will influence the track. Right now, the Hurricane Center has nudged the track a little bit farther south, so it's not going as far north. It's not gaining as much latitude as what we had over previous tracks. That being said, it's still close enough to the southern sides of Haiti and the Dominican Republic, where we now have tropical storm watches that are currently in effect. We should start to see Beryl lose intensity as it traverses the Caribbean, because difference number 2 is there's more wind shear forecast. Wind shear are winds that fight the organization of a hurricane and try and rip it apart. The problem is we're starting with a hurricane that has 150 mile an hour winds. So how significantly is moderate wind shear that's forecast along the track of Beryl really going to knock down this storm? Okay, some models try and knock it down faster than others, but the official forecast from the Hurricane Center tomorrow, south of Hispaniola, still has winds of 130 miles an hour. It begins to weaken slightly quicker as it gets closer to Jamaica, down to 110 as we get into Wednesday. Wednesday morning here, Wednesday night here, down to 105. But we do have a hurricane watch for Jamaica, okay? Hurricane watch means hurricane conditions are possible, not guaranteed, within the next 48 hours. Again, the centerline track from the Hurricane Center is farther south. That cone of uncertainty on the north side is still right through Jamaica, okay? So even on this track, and even with a Beryl that's trying to weaken, hopefully relatively rapidly in this part of the Caribbean, Jamaica would still feel hurricane impacts. So for my friends in Jamaica, we talked about it over the weekend. I hope you had an opportunity to prepare a little bit, maybe get a little bit of extra supplies. Again, Beryl is still forecast to have good forward speed, probably staying in that 20 mile an hour speed range. So this is going to be a system that moves fairly quickly by. But obviously, the wind impact and the storm surge impact could still be fairly significant for Jamaica. It still is to be borne out in the details. There is more uncertainty in the forecast beyond right about this point, okay? So I'm not going to talk about a lot of certainty right now, even for Hispaniola, but especially Jamaica and West. Because again, the Hurricane Center, even though they've shifted the track south and they've weakened Beryl, there are some models that further weaken Beryl even more significantly, which would be great news, and also has the track even farther to the south. The European model would be kind of on the southern side of this cone and trying to drive more inland towards Honduras and Belize, but also trying to weaken it a bit. But the official forecast from the Hurricane Center is what you're seeing on your screen. And that official forecast will take it south and southwest of the Cayman Islands and then over the Yucatan, potentially still as a Category 1 hurricane. Is there an opportunity that Beryl reemerges in the southwest Gulf of Mexico and tries to do something silly like run up into the northwest Gulf? It's plausible, but even the Hurricane Center said, look, it's too far down the road. We're not even going to get into that discussion. European model tries to pick up on a bit of that solution. But again, I want to be very, very clear that beyond about this point, there's a lot of divergence in the models with track and intensity, and it's something we'll have to closely monitor. When I'm done with this and I get a nap, I will go back and I am going to really reevaluate all these models. And of course, I'm going to have a video update for you guys on Beryl coming up later in the day as well. But that is the overall kind of forecast out of Beryl. Let's see here. Okay. We do have more video from capital city, St. Vincent. I hope it's not the capital city of St. Vincent, and I hope there is a capital city in St. Vincent. Let's take a look. This is out of St. Vincent, guys. And thank you to Jim and Michael for their hard work behind the scenes. Look at that. Look at that go. Oh my God. Just taking that metal roof and flinging it around like it's a trampoline. Again, this is out of St. Vincent, guys. Look at that. Look at that roof just go. Unfortunately, some of the roofs, of course, are just not attached as, the shelters and the structures just aren't as hardened as other areas of the world, and so it doesn't take as much wind to cause that kind of damage. Now look, there's a lot of very sturdy structures that would be severely impacted by the storms that Beryl brought, or the winds that Beryl brought. Okay, Cat 4 with winds of 150. Now in St. Vincent, you're looking at probably 100-mile-an-hour winds. We appreciate Allison for sending in that video from St. Vincent. I appreciate you guys. And you can see again that ripped in. Now I believe this is from Grenada. So we'll go back over the loop, which is perfect for me. Going back over the loop here, guys. This is out of Carriacou. Let's see. Ann says our fishing industry took a hit. All the boats were on the water. The surge destroyed them. Ann, where are you? Barbados. Okay, I just saw it. Thank you. We have a lot of our viewers from Meteo Mundo in Barbados. Thank you, Ann, for that report, by the way. I appreciate that. Any other friends of the channel who live in Barbados and want to jump in and let us know? Again, Barbados missed the core of Beryl, but they had 60 to 70 mile an hour winds for about 6 or 7 hours in a row. I mean, Barbados had some of those persistent winds that I've ever seen in a hurricane, that was far enough away. It was just like it just kept redeveloping over Barbados. And obviously we have a 6 to 9 foot storm surge and a 10 to 15 foot swells as well. So this is a variety of video that we're looking at here, guys. I do know where most of the video is from, so I'll pass it along as we're kind of looking at this live on screen. This particular piece that you're seeing right now, I don't. This is the video out of St. Vincent right here, where we're going to see that roof just completely ripped away. And again, St. Vincent did not have the core winds. And I believe that is also out of St. Vincent as well, this video right here. Look at this catamaran. Just swinging, and then there's another potential fishing vessel or another vessel just offshore moored, trying to hold on with these swells, which again, 10 to 15 feet, not out of the question. Ann says the sea came inland along the southern coast. Yeah, the east winds just drove that water all the way up there. Here's some pictures out of Carriacou that you guys are seeing there. If you guys look at that picture, look at the snarled mess of the metal roofs wrapped up on the power lines, wrapped up on the power poles, wrapped up on the transformers. Unbelievable. Vanuska says, satellite message from Carriacou, most boats in Terrell Bay destroyed. Unfortunately, not surprising. Lynn says, last report I got is that all vessels are okay and the docks and the pontoons are in place. Lynn, I'm sure you have probably mentioned it many times, but if you wouldn't mind giving me a location for that, I appreciate it, only because I'm catching the tail end of your messages. Ann says, Rose says the south coast is where the damage is, and that's not surprising. We're talking about Barbados that had consistent 70-mile-an-hour winds. So let me ask you a question for my friends in Barbados. Is Bridgetown okay, or is it south of Bridgetown? There's been no update in the intensity of Beryl, still 150 at least at this hour. But if pressure falls, that could also mean that it's going to also try and get a little bit stronger as well. Again, want to welcome all of the new viewers. We continue to gain viewership. So you guys have inspired me to stay on a little bit longer. We've been streaming now for 7.5 hours. But I will now stay with you guys to the top of the hour. So we'll be here till 3 o'clock. And the main reason why is that, you know, we're getting more pictures, we're getting more video coming in, and this is telling the story. And I think more folks are, you know, looking to us right now to get an idea of the damage. And unfortunately, the damage is going to be very significant through the Grenadines and Grenada. Especially St. Vincent is also severely impacted. We're getting reports now from some of our friends of the channel in Barbados of some pretty significant impacts on the south side of the island. And it says walking distance from Bridgetown, I'm assuming to town. Okay, all clear was just given. Our defense forces out clearing debris off of the main roads. Shadow 979 asks anybody got an update about North Grenada. So if anyone has any updates in North Grenada, pass it on. Again, South Grenada at the airport, 121-mile-an-hour wind gust. South Grenada. South Grenada. Trinidad and Tobago, again, out of the core of this storm. Still some downpours and some gusty winds possible, but haven't seen any reports of anything too significant. Still going to keep an eye on on Tobago. Certainly was a little bit more in the situation there. If you guys, anyone lives in Tobago, pass it along. Again, you're looking at all of the video that we have been able to procure from our followers here at Meteo Mundo, who have sent it to mymeteomundo@gmail.com. The current video you're seeing is out of Carriacou. And then this video is going to be out of the St. Vincent area. Here, that is Grenada. So again, just kind of passing along all of this. We're piecing it together behind the scenes to be able to kind of provide this to you in one update. So again, and do me one favor, guys, my moderators, where's the catamaran video out of? That's probably the only piece of video that I don't have a specific location on. So that catamaran video that we say, just let me know. We'll go back to the radar Cancun video. You got it. Appreciate the support here, guys, as we approach 3,000. So I'm going to go back to our live radar. We're going to queue up some more video for you guys. Again, let's jump into what's going on right now. So again, we have the core of major category 4 Hurricane Beryl, which has worked its way through the Windward Islands. Landfall was at 11:10 this morning on Carriacou. All right. You can see, because the information has been able to pop back up here, and let me just dump the warnings real quick. This is the wind gusts on the south side of Grenada as the eye of Beryl moved over Carriacou and Union Island with sustained winds of 150 miles an hour. The gusts would have been higher. The south side of Grenada, it's really hard to see because the colors, and even if I take this off, I'll try and do it one more time, but even if I take off the satellite data, it's like the worst color this could be. There's a 121 in there, guys. 121 mile an hour wind gusts. I can query it. Let's see if it comes up there. So that was 77. Oh, you know what? It's not going to back in time. It's going to give me the current information, isn't it? That's the 11 a.m. Let me see here. All right. I might be able to back it up to a time where I can just show you that 121. We'll see. Yeah, there we go. Okay. So it was the noon report out of the airport on the southwest side of Grenada. They had 121 mile an hour wind gusts. They had a 92 sustained wind. South side of the island. North side of the island, appreciably worse. No ground truth data as of yet, but it is not going to shock me if the south side of Grenada had 120 mile an hour wind gusts, the north side of Grenada had 140 mile an hour wind gusts, because we had sustained winds in the eye of 150 plus. It's a devastating storm. Devastating storm, high-end category 4, not that far away from a Cat 5. We hope it doesn't get there. It still is extremely impressive looking on satellite imagery. It might have gotten even stronger. Look at what Beryl is right now. I'm so glad that it's pulling away from the islands. I mean, I know it couldn't get much worse, but this is a storm that might be even slightly stronger right now. If you're just joining in, when I came in at 7 in the morning, and I can't even go back that far anymore, Beryl was going under an Eyewall replacement cycle, and the winds were 120 and the pressure was 965. So in the span of about 6 hours, Beryl gained 30 mile per hour intensity and the pressure dropped nearly 20 millibars. Very rapid deepening of the storm, as unfortunately it went through the Windward Islands. And again, it looks even more symmetrical now than it has before, right? Looks even more symmetrical now. Yep, guys, I appreciate it. Click the notifications, subscribe for free. So first of all, click the notifications because you want to know when we have new updates for you guys, and obviously subscribe so you guys are aware of when those videos get going. And I appreciate the support while you're here, liking this video and subscribing to Meteo Mundo. Again, I'm Meteo Mundo Chief Meteorologist Rusty McCranie. We have a lot of new viewers and watchers coming in here, and I appreciate you guys. We continue here 7.5 hours into our live coverage of Hurricane Beryl through the Windward Islands. Again, continuing to monitor, obviously, the weather, but we continue to gather more video and more pictures for you guys to help tell the story. And I want to appreciate you guys as well. So we really do appreciate that support. Again, pushing 3,000 people who are watching at this point in time. So we're going to continue the coverage here for the next half hour. and then we're going to wrap it up at 3 o'clock, all right? And we're going to go back and look through some of this video that what we've had recently as well. So let me set the scene again. You're looking at the live reports here. How about Dominica with a 51-mile-an-hour wind? So again, we're starting to see the impacts from Beryl run up the island chain. Now we don't have, tropical storm watches here, but that's a 51-mile-an-hour wind in Dominica. And I know we had a couple of folks who live in Dominica on the chat. So let me know what you guys have been seeing, because we've had some good, steady downpours and a really solid tropical storm force wind that moved through there up towards Guadalupe, Montserrat, Antigua, Barbuda. Again, all of the winds beginning to freshen up in these areas. While we're not going to have persistent and consistent problems with Beryl in these areas, they are certainly getting impacts. We're going to see the outer squall bands moving through, these spiraling bands on the northern side of Beryl. Beryl, again, continues to look even more impressive on satellite imagery. The eye is so symmetrical right now with Beryl, and it is huge as it moves away. You can see that here from the last view right there. Let's take a look at how wide this eye is. I have to say, as impressive as it has looked, it might be the most impressive right now. So we have an eye that is over 20 miles wide. Extremely intense hurricane. Obviously, pulling out into the open waters of the Eastern Caribbean. This is no direct threat to the ABC Islands. This is no direct threat to the Leeward Islands, to the Virgin Islands, to Puerto Rico. Down the road, we will be monitoring Beryl and what it's going to do as it gets deeper into the Eastern Caribbean and then the Central and the Western Caribbean, and the wind shear that could potentially try and help to rip apart this storm. But again, we even have some lightning strikes here near the center. It's a possibility that this could even try and intensify a little bit further. It's a monster storm, guys. Monster storm. Let's see. Again, looking just to see if aircraft reconnaissance are trying to get back into the storm. Let me just make sure that the Hurricane Center hasn't come out with some special crazy update. And it hasn't. But we're still at 150. By the way, that says 1 p.m. The 2 p.m. advisory is the same, 150, 946, west-northwest at 20. Obviously, the initial position is different, but for what I have on the screen, everything else is the same. So again, we're going to watch this storm. Let me bring up, oh, you know what I wanted to do a while ago? I'm going to assume, I want to bring up the HAFS model. But while I'm doing this, guys, let's get back over to the video. And you guys take a look at this while I load up this, this model that I wanted to show you from a while ago. So I'm going to do that behind the scenes real quick while you guys are watching this video. But again, a lot of this video is from Carriacou, from Grenada, and from St. Vincent. Oh, you know what? I was waiting. That's right. I was waiting for it to fully run. So look at that video out of Carriacou if you guys haven't seen it yet, if you're just tuning in right now. Unbelievable. And again, you can send your pictures or videos to mymeteomundo@gmail.com. Pretty incredible stuff here, guys. That is out of St. Vincent. There's our catamaran video. Thank you, Ann. Appreciate you sending us a picture or video. Look at those waves, guys. Has anyone been able to check in with their friends? Here we go. Nikki says, just spoke with my nephew in south of Grenada. Everyone is okay. Great to hear. Thank you for that report. Obviously, look, you know, and again, look at that roof coming out, St. Vincent right there. That was out of St. Vincent earlier today. We know we're going to have damage of property. We just don't want loss of life. That is my number one hope out of this entire situation. We can't stop what the hurricane is going to do to the property here, to the landscape, to the water inundation. But if we can hopefully have zero loss of life, that would be very, very important. And again, thank you guys for sending the videos. You can continue to send those in. Even if we don't get them on this current live stream, we will certainly effort to show those in future live streams as well. And videos, of course. Obviously, now the focus here will be on what will be happening with Beryl as it moves through the Caribbean, which is why I'm efforting to bring this new model data to you guys so we can take a look at that together. And I have created myself an extremely long loop, so it's just taking some time to fully get it going. Okay. By the way, this isn't wind gusts. Okay. All right. I'm uploading that new model right now. It'll take a minute to be able to populate on, but you guys can see all the damage here. Thanks, Agnes. Appreciate your support. Kitty Boo says, heard from my partner, him and his family are safe, but still intense. St. Andrews and Grenada. I understand, Katie Boo, when you're away from family and friends who are being impacted by something like this, that helpless feeling. I fully understand. I get that. Again, some of the other video that we've got coming on. Okay. Again, here, just a couple of minutes. I'm going to get you that new video, or excuse me, the new model run, and we'll really talk about how that could impact portions of Hispaniola and Jamaica and the Cayman Islands and the Yucatan, portions of Central America as well. That's a live look at Christchurch and Barbados. You can see some of the wave action there trying to calm down a bit, but obviously we've been getting reports that the south side of Barbados really did take a pretty significant impact from Beryl. So we'll continue to monitor that situation for you here as well. Again, this is the live look to what Beryl is at this point in time. It continues to be in a very aggressive storm. Winds right now are 150 miles an hour, but it is continuing to look very, very impressive here on our satellite imagery. You have a very clear and distinct eye, which is over 20 miles wide. That's a buzzsaw moving into the Eastern Caribbean. You can see the wind still associated with it. Again, Dominica had a 51 mile an hour wind not that long ago. St. Lucia, a little bit earlier, had a 60 mile an hour wind, and then the 121 being reported out of Grenada. Those are just some of the ground truth reports that we're getting, but the winds in portions of the Grenadines are going to be a lot higher than that. So unfortunately, a lot of devastation is likely out of those areas. And again, continuing to work away, but now on the back end of this, guys, you get this southeast wind, and on the northern side, you get the east winds coming in as well. All right. I'm efforting here real quick to get that model data in for you guys. It'll take just a second. It's going to be a long video loop. Oops. Let's see here. Okay. All right, that should take just a minute here, excuse me, to get into the system. And the reason why I want to show you the HAFS model is I think that it has a pretty good handle on what we can talk about the initial conditions from Beryl, because it is a model that picked up on Beryl being this strong as it moved through the Windward Islands. The Hurricane Center has been mentioning, again, the possibility of a farther south shift from Beryl and maybe slightly weaker as it encounters wind shear and moves through the Caribbean. But again, we're starting with a hurricane that's 150-mile-an-hour winds. So the question is, how much does moderate wind shear actually knock this storm down? And that will be borne out in the details here over the next couple of days. Obviously, you know, the story has been told through the Windward Islands. Now we'll discuss the aftermath. But Beryl is moving away, and places like Hispaniola and Jamaica and the Cayman Islands would potentially be next up for some impacts from Beryl. We are not expecting Beryl to stay as a Category 4 and a very intense Category 4. That being said, again, is there an opportunity that this could even strengthen slightly between now and the end of the day? Yes. Okay, that's that narrow window as it's in the far eastern Caribbean, but as it kind of gets more in line with Puerto Rico, that's when the first bit of wind shear is expected to be encountered here. If I show you the water vapor imagery, you can kind of see here that there's a little bit drier air north, and there's also a little bit more of a westerly component to the wind out in the central Caribbean. That should aid in, again, some wind shear trying to do what it can to rip apart the storm some. But it will be a gradual trend, and when you're starting with a hurricane of 150-mile-an-hour winds, right, you're going to only slowly drop that down. Now, some models are a little bit more aggressive with that, and we'll have to see how that plays out. There's not a lot of continuity in the models beyond tomorrow night, right, when it gets kind of its closest approach to Hispaniola, which should be far enough away where only the southern coastline would have the potential for some tropical storm force conditions. That's why there's a tropical storm watch here. But again, it is a buzzsaw moving into the eastern Caribbean. All right, so let me go here and see if we got the model to load up. Again, it'll be black for a second. Hopefully it won't be black forever. That is the wrong one. And or it just didn't pick up. And I am going to have to go back through some of these and reset them because I got a little bit trigger happy. Okay, so HAFS model. We're looking at this together, friends, and what you are looking at here is the strength and the movement of Beryl on a floater map, meaning that the center of the storm will always be in the center part of the screen. And you can see that it has it holding together as it gets over the Yucatan, okay? And then into the southwest Gulf of Mexico. I also want you to note the bottom right-hand side of your screen. Here it comes. It does have this becoming a Category 5. Has it become a Category 5? Then it really does get knocked down by that wind shear. Okay, there's Jamaica, but still trying to move through as a Cat 2, and then holding on to Cat 1 strength as it moves into the Yucatan. Now again, this is just one model. This is just one model, but this has been a model that's been a little bit more in accord with what Beryl's been doing right now. Okay, there's Hispaniola. There's Jamaica, south side of the island, but that's not good because all of the wind action is going to be on the north side of that storm and then into the northwest Caribbean and potentially over the Yucatan. It does follow the track from the hurricane center relatively closely, okay? And again, this is a very high resolution model. It's the hurricane, I'm not even gonna try and use the acronym now, I'm too tired. But it is directly from the hurricane center. It's a newer model, very, very high resolution. And it has been able to hold on and pick up the strength of Beryl much better than other models like the GFS and the European model as well. So again, this is the first time I'm looking at this as well. This is the newer run from a little bit earlier this morning. And again, if I take myself off screen, you're gonna see some very intense numbers in the bottom right-hand side of your screen. We'll see. It only needs to go 7 more miles an hour to become a Category 5. First of all, if it does, it looks like it's going to try and be in the open waters of the Eastern Caribbean. And then as it gets closer to Hispaniola, it would lose a bit of intensity. But we also understand as well, and again, we also understand that Beryl has only outperformed the model data so far. Hope it doesn't outperform this. This is extreme as a Category 5 in the Eastern Caribbean, but it does get hit pretty hard. Could be a little bit closer to Hispaniola, a little bit more land interaction there. Again, just south of Jamaica and into the Yucatan. One model, but I just wanted to show you that. We looked at the GFS earlier, which is a little bit on the weaker side relative to what the Hurricane Center was showing. Again, we will bear out these details as we go through time. All right, guys, I think we got another 10 more minutes here on the live stream. So if you have any questions for me, would love to, keep up to date with you all as well. Let's see what we got going on here. Paz says, my cousin said things are okay in St. John's, Grenada. He said Carriacou got hit bad. Yes. Lynn says, from everyone I've spoken with in South Grenada, they're okay. You know, it's really amazing that the reports out of Grenada are of things are okay when the south side of the island had a 121 mile an hour wind gust. Okay, that is absolutely amazing, to be quite honest, that we had winds of that magnitude, and generally speaking, it was like, you know what, we're okay. Tobago is out of the danger, yes. You're still going to get some fresh winds in Tobago, but even then we're seeing these live of around 30, but the core of the storm is well away from Tobago. Trinidad and Tobago completely in the clear. Barbados, improving conditions, but we're getting reports that the east side of the island got hit really, really hard. Obviously, Grenada and the Grenadines got hit hard. Same thing with St. Vincent. Again, it's good to get the reports out of Grenada that everything's okay, but again, they had over 120 mile an hour wind gusts on the south side of the island. You see the 63 mile an hour wind gust there in St. Lucia. Even up in Dominica, they had a 51 mile an hour wind come through with these outer bands, these feeder bands coming in, these squalls developing and lifting north. And again, it really does look like about as impressive as Beryl has been right now. It's certainly more symmetric, right? You can see the eye was slightly more ragged there near Carriacou, and now it's a completely symmetric storm, and we have lightning redeveloping near the Eyewall. It is plausible that this becomes a Category 5. We'll see. We'll see. The next update is supposed to come from the Hurricane Center at 5. Potentially, if hurricane hunters are in this storm and they find something of significance, they could issue a update earlier. But again, as of the 2 p.m. advisory, winds are 150, pressure 946, and we've got a west-northwest wind moving at around 20 miles an hour. And again, these very strong winds, look even way away from the center of circulation. We got ourselves a 40 mile an hour wind there, 41 in St. Bartholomew. So tropical storm force gusts all the way up through the Lesser Antilles. There's been a very strong wind through the Virgin Islands and Puerto Rico as well. But again, this is a monster storm, guys. It's an absolute monster storm. And we can only hope that the wind shear that is present in the Caribbean, and it's there, will start to knock this storm down some. But I'm also not going to be surprised if in the very short term, we get some kind of an update that Beryl might be even slightly stronger. All right. Again, the ABC Islands, you guys are fine. Beryl will continue tracking west-northwest. You're going to have strong winds and strong waves, but no direct impacts from there. And again, Barbados starting to finally see those winds come down a little bit. And then all eyes are going to be what's going to be happening in the rest of the Caribbean as we go through time. That's the official forecast from the Hurricane Center. Not to be the bearer of bad news, but of course we have Invest 96L to potentially contend with as well. It's slightly lower chance of development. That's where we're back to the orange, but it's something I'll have to be monitoring the entire week. Over the next couple of days, it's fighting some drier air, which has been able to sneak in a little bit farther to the south. All right. That's one reason why environmental conditions aren't as favorable. If I take off this orange area here, you can see that red on the water vapor imagery coming in behind Beryl. That's what Invest 96L is going to have to fight. It might be choked a bit by that, and that would be fantastic news because regardless of development, this is probably going to track in a similar fashion to what Beryl is just doing. If I put on the forecast models, you can see that the southern lines have this coming back through the same areas. There is more divergent here. A little bit weaker storm could go a little bit farther north quicker, right? So some of this back out into the Western Atlantic, back out to sea. Some of those up towards the Leeward Islands. But there is a possibility that if Invest 96L starts to get its act together, that this could impact some of the same areas here within 48 to 72 hours. Alexis says the ABCs are safe. Yes, Aruba is safe. Fresh winds, rainfall, but no big deal. Jen 96L. Just didn't even see your comment, but I knew. The 96L update. By the way, this isn't going to be named Chris. Chris is over here. It's gone now, but that was Chris. So in the southwest Gulf of Mexico, while everything else was going down with Beryl, we got tropical depression number 3, and then for about a 6-hour window, we had tropical storm Chris. So this will be the D-named storm if it does develop into a name. So we quickly and unceremoniously said goodbye to Chris with some very heavy rainfall for portions of Mexico. Again, Trinidad, Tobago, Barbados, no watches and warnings currently in effect. All right, guys, we're a few more minutes here. I think one of the last things I want to do is go back to this video for any of those who are just tuned in. Do we have, I don't know if this video is going to loop. We'll see. It might not. But we can sit here and look at Christchurch and Barbados a bit as well. Again, live image out of here. You can see the surf conditions. We had swells of swells of 10 to 15 feet, but a storm surge of 6 to 9 feet. And the word is that the southern coastline of Barbados got hit really, really hard. That's the live look for you there. And you just see those waves lapping in. So I don't think we're going to get the rest of the video, but that's okay. We've seen it several times. Again, I appreciate, oh, here we go. Perfect. See, I say that and then look, it comes. So we're going to look at this video one more time, guys. This is from the St. Vincent area. It is from St. Vincent. Look at that metal roof just get absolutely wiped away by those winds. And again, you know, sometimes these metal roofs aren't secured, as they're not as hardened as other areas of the world. It doesn't take as much wind, but when you're looking at a hurricane that had over 100-mile-an-hour wind gusts in St. Vincent, there's a lot of structures that, regardless of their integrity, wouldn't be able to be stand up in that. Look at those trees, just whipping in that wind. Really holding on pretty impressively, to be quite honest. Look at those palm trees holding on for dear life. Pretty common images, right, guys? Pretty common images. This isn't as common. This is from Karyakoo. And this was at the brunt of the storm, where the rain's going sideways. Absolutely sideways. The utter destruction of Karyakoo, unfortunately. Our thoughts are with everyone there. Obviously, there will be tremendous cleanup efforts. No power, probably no utilities in general. And you can see some more video here. Look at the wave action there. I believe this is from Grenada. And you can see the waves just lashing there. Unbelievable. And you see that just pounding through. Again, I believe we're back in St. Vincent now for this video. And you can just see another metal roof getting knocked down by the winds of Beryl. And then this catamaran just trying to hold on in the swells. Take a look at that. Just hoping that it can hold on. Looked like it did fine. But again, 10 to 15 foot swells coming in there as that catamaran was actually positioned sideways to the waves. Just had to keep rocking with it. And you can see the wind on top of that. This is aftermath photos from Karyakoo. Look at the power line, transformer, power poles all wrapped together on the street. Unbelievable stuff. Okay, friends, I think we're going to wrap up our coverage here in just 1 second. I want to thank everyone for tuning in. I want to thank everyone for all of their comments. I want to thank everyone who sent in the pictures and the videos. I want to thank the team here at Meteo Mundo for supporting me and providing you with this coverage. I greatly appreciate it. Again, obviously, we're going to end this 8-hour live stream of our continuous coverage here of Beryl in the Windward Islands, but there will be more to come. We're going to be following Beryl throughout the Caribbean, and obviously, if necessary, to come on and do other live coverage like this for other island nations. I promise I'm going to do that as well. Look for a video update on Beryl sometime later today, sometime after I've had a nap. For all of our friends in this area, we wish you the absolute best. We understand the devastation that has occurred, and we know it's going to take some time to clean up, but we know that there's a lot of resilience in this area as well, and there's a lot of support. We know you guys will be doing that in as fast as a fashion as possible, and you'll be back to 100% in no time, but no doubt that there's going to be some areas where it is going to take some time to really have to, deal with what Beryl brought. And we hope that we don't see this with any other areas as well. So I thank you guys very much. As you leave, I appreciate you guys liking this video. If you haven't become a subscriber yet to Meteo Mundo, I appreciate you for doing that. Thank you for the members who have joined. Thank you to Fiona and others who have given via the super thanks. My heartfelt thanks for that, and the team here at Meteo Mundo as well. I'm going to hold on for 1 more minute because I want this to be 8 hours in a row. We're going to hold on for 1 more minute here and say goodbye right at the top of the hour at 3 o'clock. But again, heartfelt thanks for the many, many people who tuned in for today. And again, I'll have another video update coming up later this afternoon, and then we'll look at Beryl and what it could bring to other areas of the Caribbean here coming up. All right, friends, that'll do it. You guys take care, and I will see you very soon here at Meteo Mundo.